Alright, the stream should be back on. Alright, we back? Tang, I see you're in the voice chat here. Do you know how to get back in? Uh, Basically what you have to do is exit out of the game entirely right as soon as you disconnected, and then from there, um, from the disconnect, then you have to basically from the disconnect, you gotta rejoin the game, and then you should be able to be back in it. Um, if we keep having, yeah, sorry, I was distracted. Basically, yeah, exit out of the game completely, rejoin the game, re-enter the pit, and then it should come up with a "Do you want to rejoin?" thing show up. Then you should be able to get back in. Um, if it doesn't work, we might have to redo. Did he exit out of pit people completely? Exit out of the game completely, and then just rejoin the pit. That's all there is to it. If it doesn't work, we'll just have to restart the match. Restart the game, yes. Alright, hopefully that's the only kink that happens this tournament as far as disconnects and whatnot goes. Um, yeah, I feel bad for just having technical difficulties like that, but we should be back into things now. All I can, it is what it is. I just have to say I'm sorry, and we just continue as going. We're gonna restart the match, same teams, both people using same teams, and just have at it. Um, and we're back, everyone. So yeah, sorry about that, but we should be back into it now. All right, where the hell was I? So basically talking about this matchup. So we got Tango using zombie mortars here. Using zombie mortars again, no one should be surprised by that. Zombie mortars, of course, being one of the best teams in the game. Um, Alright, let's start talking about how this match is going. It looks like I lost all my commentators on my viewers, which is a bit annoying, but we will carry on. So like I'm saying, Zombie Mortars, we saw the Zombie Mortars already this tournament, just a super duper strong team. And then on Cyclist side, we have, let's see here, we got a Mortar, a few bots, a Wraith, and that looks like a Hero Shroom. I mean, some robot teams can get done versus zombie mortars, but this is realistically looking like another Tango win, if I were to guess. So, it's obviously the match still is to go, but it could go either way. We'll see. Um, Something compared to Tango versus Carbo. Carbo uses zombie mortars a lot in his games and his tournaments. Tango's not too familiar with the team. I don't know if she's used it much at all. So even though Zombie Mortars is that super strong team, it still realistically could go either way. We'll just have to have time. We'll tell. We'll see. Yeah, this match really could go either way. Something I've noticed that whenever you have a Hero Mushroom team against Zombie Mortars, that's like a really bad matchup into the Zombie Mortar team, just because all the zombies of course have poison resist, so that mushroom just keeps batting against those resistant zombies and just kind of doesn't do anything all game. It looks like Tango's monopolizing on the fact that zombie can't do anything by surrounding it with zombies that are just gonna keep it there, keep batting against it, and slowly kill it off, which is always fun. Match still early, it's too hard to tell, but we are kind of, the way we positioned early on, it has it all battling in the spikes, which honestly probably is better off for Cycle here, because Cycle has all those flying units on the team that can just not get harmed by the spikes, while the zombies, now you have to maneuver through the spikes, which is always annoying, and it's hard to get isolated zombies like the top one there, and just all kinds of problems like that occur because of the spike map. Of course, the slowness has kind of helped mitigate the issues coming across that, but it is very much there. Of course, those blinds, of course, come in real handy, preventing any damage from coming through. Got a big hit on one of those robots with the 19, but the robots aren't doing extremely good change, which is something you really need, because Zombie Mortar, like I said, is one of the strongest teams in the game. Just the matchup alone, it is definitely a Tango favorite to win, just on Zombie Mortars being a super strong team. We'll see who actually ends up winning this. It's always so unintuitive for me to just walk over those spikes. You just saw Tango walk over the spikes to get a bat on the robot there with the mushroom, which is just such a weird play to me in my mind, because like, hey, why would he walk over those spikes? You take damage. Well, the positioning advantage you can get from doing that is huge, so it's very much a warrantable thing to do here. Still being annoying with those blind mortars are so annoying. I hate fighting against them myself. Uh, yeah. Cycle's mortar is almost down now, so once that does die off, then that's going to help out. Though it is getting to the point of the game where it's just starting to look more like a Cycle win with all the zombies being dead. Start monopolizing more on pushing on those, putting pressure on those mortars, which help kill him off, slow you down, put you ahead. Man, I was saying this is looking like Tango's win. I don't know if it is going to end up being that way, because Cycle knows how to stand on graves and whatnot and kind of slow down zombie mortars in multiple ways. So it's not over till it's over, and Cycle's playing this for the most part. Honestly, what Cycle should be doing, what I haven't seen him do too much yet, is put more pressure onto the yeah, now that mushroom's slowed, it can't do anything, but like I think Cycle should have taken the chance on a turn it wasn't slow to just start putting pressure on this mortar that it's in range to attack. Because that mushroom is heroed, so. Probably should have taken advantage of that. He did not. Oh well. It really is coming down to these great respawns. Shoot, man. Cycle has a lot of health left in those robots. Yeah, honestly, Cycle's probably looking better and better to winning this. I don't think as the game goes on, those robots are going to be less and less useful to. Or sorry, as the game goes on, the further along the game goes on, even if you get those respawns from the zombies, those are just going to add less and less to your ability to win the match. Like, hey, you have one zombie respawn, I have multiple full health robots and Wraith. I'm just going to kill off that respawn and be as if nothing really happened. It just, the further the game goes on, those worse off those respawns actually end up becoming. Ooh, Cycle is screwing up the robot chain, not what you want to have happen. Wonder if Tango might be able to finish off that mushroom here, which would help out. That mushroom managed to stay alive for this long. It's now using it for where it's at. Yeah, there goes the mushroom. So that Tango's own mushrooms should be able to do a lot of damage to these robots. Yeah, before it dies off itself, which it's kind of looking bad for Tango here. So yeah, taking all the damage you can get and hope you get a respawn this turn. A very much needed respawn at this point. There's a respawn. Might be too little too late. No, who am I kidding? Tango has, yeah. I was thinking it's looking like a Cycle chance to come back. Cycle played this really well, just too little too late at this point. Tango just has so much health left in those zombies and mortars that just like, especially if you keep screwing up the chains like this, man. You can't do that. Yeah. At this point, where you can, if I were Tango, well, I suppose I'd still start mortaring those robots until they're dead, but after that, absolutely start going after that Wraith. Hell, it wouldn't even be a bad decision to go after melees now with those mortars on that Wraith. Howdy, Norm.
Howdy.
Yeah, thanks for joining.
No problem.
If you have the stream open, if you want to just talk about what's going on with me, because I'm struggling a little bit by myself.
Sure, I will take a look 1 second. Is my voice good or is I'm getting too much interruption?
I think you're fantastic.
No, okay, fine. Because of, here is raining and shit, so.
Oh yeah, that's annoying. Anyway, in any case, I don't even hear the rain at all. Discord's actually really good for that.
Okay.
In any case, this is the end of this set here. Tango just
I'm going to take
beat,
a look.
Yeah, it's the end of this set, so Tango just beat Cycle here, 2-0, which was honestly between the two. I thought Cycle was a slightly better seeded here, but hey, there's Tango with a win, so how about that? Using Zombie Order's super strong team. What to be expected? That's the game. So we have Norm here to help us commentate the next set, which I think the next set's actually Cake Holder versus, I think versus Foxy Gaming, or not Foxy Gaming versus Pyros.
You know, it makes really interesting when this tournament doesn't have cupcakes because the matches itself can last really quick. You know, like usually less. How to say that? It usually lasts shorter than before. You know, because you don't have the healing capabilities.
Yeah.
Even though like cupcakes are like my favorite unit.
Yeah, Cupcakes are just super strong unit always, and you should use them.
Even like cupcakes, if you make cupcakes heroes, you can even like use them as a tank for early game. You know, like if you my favorite team, the vampire and kobold teams, you know, you can use them as a tank
Yeah,
early game just to. It's like the idea when I made this team is something like early game you can use your cupcake to tank a little bit while you kill like one or two units really fast in the game, and after like you kill those two units, it's really easy to protect your cupcake. You know, so you even though your cupcake gets like low health, you can protect him really easily.
alright, give me a second while I try to get Pyros in the lobby here.
All right.
Yeah, oh, Pyros, I see you in the chat. Yeah, just make sure you're online. Actually, am I friends with you on Steam? I thought I was.
No, we aren't because we just joined each other off the public lobbies
Oh,
because there
okay.
was nothing there.
Shoot, you want to send me your Steam real quick so I can invite you so I can, yeah. I thought I was, sorry, I thought I was
Yeah, I
friends.
got you.
Small technical difficulty. I meant to make sure. I managed to make sure I was friends with everyone else before the turn. I just forgot one. Sorry about that. Um, we'll get going as soon as we can here.
I sent you my friend code.
Perfect. Alright, and then you should be able to join back in. Accept that, and then I can invite you. Then we'll be good. Here we are. Alright, we got everyone in, so we're off for the next set. Oh, let me make sure you can actually. Almost forgot to update the stream. Alright. we got Pyros here versus Cake Holder. So Pyros, someone I played with a few matches casually, just random matches, and Pyros I've seen have some stuff ready, so I'm sure Pyros can pull a game off Cake Holder here or two, maybe even win the set. But Cake Holder, he's played in many of our past tournaments, and he's won more than once. He's a very, very good player. So between the two, Cake Holder's here to win, but like I said, it can really go either way. Cake Holder doing a weird take on zombie mortars. He forgot the mushroom, instead went for another mortar. It's still zombie mortars. I'm sure it's gonna win, but hey, you never know. Looking a little bit closer at this team matchup here, though. First off, you have the vampires versus zombies here. It looks like, which you don't take. Zombies don't heal vampires on their attacks because they're undead. They can't get the bleeding going, as well as they don't do bonus damage against them once they're bleeding. So it's harder for vampires to steal with zombies. And then the zombies also have the heavy helmets on them, meaning those fire swords are doing less damage to those zombies, significantly less damage. So on the other hand, hey, they do have those shields going, which help out a lot. So I think all in all, the team is in absolutely a Cake Holder favored team, but we'll see.
It clearly shows like his team is something like the main damage is going to be from the mortars, and the zombies are just like to protect the artillery. Meanwhile, the Pyro's team is something like more damage based, you know, like overall all his units are high damage units.
It is absolutely possible for a Pyros here to focus fire down those zombies, start knocking them out, and start pulling ahead that way, but he's going to be taking that mortar damage the entire time. Having those shields helps him a lot, though.
It is interesting that he made the spider as a hero, which gives the spider extra movement, I think, even though he has a mountain on the spider. So that gives a good mobility.
Yeah, absolutely.
And even like for late game, the spider can just like protect the archer, and the archer retreats. So it's overall it's a good team for a no cupcake, you know, because when you don't have cupcakes, you need to change the team designs really drastically.
Absolutely. Looking at that fact that I got blinded there, you know, having that archer not be able to hit its attacks, just nerfing this damage hurts. Also, we got to talk about those mortars are AoE damage, so they do hit the rider, meaning you're getting more damage out of your mortars whenever they hit that spider, which, you know, that just, if you're having that happen, that's a bad thing to have having a Pyros here. It just puts you so far behind on the health game that, we'll see if that comes up much, but right now, just kind of the way it's positioned in the back like that, we're going to see some mortars landing hits on that spider mount, which is just going to hurt. It's just a matter of these, yeah, it's just hoping, in order for Pyros to win this, he really has to over-rely on those shields here. We'll see it happen.
One mention to make is that zombies are like fire, they have fire weakness, and Cake Holder made sure to use the fire helmets on the zombies to give an extra boost.
Those fire helmets are not at all bad for this at all.
Sounds like also an interesting counter for pixies, you know, because you have mortars and you have the blind mortars. So this team seems like a good counter for any pixie based team, particularly on this tournament because we don't have cupcakes.
Yeah.
Because it changes like a lot of the rules.
Howdy, Shraps. See you join the chat there. Another member of the tournament here. Yeah, I don't know how well those will actually counter pixies. Obviously, the logic is, hey, I have, is it 40% fire resist? Those helmets. I don't remember the amount off the top of my head. But yeah, they have that fire resist there, which helps ahead.
Currently watching the stream.
Heh.
What was that?
Hey, he's commenting on how he's watching the stream, I suppose. Anyways. I lost my train of thought there. Sorry, I was talking about how these zombies. So zombies are very much weak to pixies usually. Those pixies just do so much damage to zombies. So having that fire resist there with those helmets should help mitigate that significantly. I haven't had too much practice with that specifically, the fire resist helmets versus pixies. So we'll have to see how well that works. I mean, hey, it might counter them. I don't have as much faith with. Just time will tell, I'm sure.
One mention it is interesting to make is that there's a reason why the Pyros how to say that, he's spreading his units because of the mortars itself, and when it spreads your unit, the mortars cannot concentrate fire, you know, because one of the biggest advantages of the mortars or artillery itself on pit people, it is to hit concentrated units, you know, and when you make that, it helps to somehow decrease the damage.
Absolutely. It's just it's always kind of a give and take battle. Like, what's better, to have all of your units together in some kind of unit or formation, or to spread them out? Because there's a lot of AOE that will hit all over the place.
Yes.
And you don't want to take all that AOE damage. But on the other hand, if you have them all together in the formation, as far as whenever you actually attack another unit, you can put so much more damage onto the focus fire and just control your opponent so much harder. What's better, taking more damage or having more control and more focus fire? It depends on the matchup, obviously, but how do you want to play? If you're spraying them out like this, there's
Yes.
other advantages as well. Like, hey, I sprayed out my unit, so I'm going to put a unit on every single one of those mortars and force it to move every time. If you're able to do that, that's going to help you get pretty far ahead. Pyros isn't doing the
Absolutely.
greatest of taking advantage of that, but we'll see. The match is still early.
Overall, I think this is a balanced match, and it also depends a lot of the late game, because we have some units that are good for late games here, which obviously is the zombies.
I mean, that Spider Rider for sure is good late game as well. I don't want to dismiss
Yes.
that point. Interestingly here, Cakeholder's not using the energy mortars. He's just using those are higher damage than the default mortars, but they're not the energy mortars. Meaning he's not doing as much damage as he could. He still should be doing plain damage. Mortars are still absolutely strong, but it is absolutely a nerf to their potential damage output, which is just kind of an interesting choice. I don't know if there's a specific reason you decided to go for that, but there it is. Cakeholder's actually playing this pretty freaking well, though. I'm like taking advantage of what he needs to take advantage of, using the zombies to slow down the units that needs to get slowed down, and everything else. Like, very good gameplay. It's kind of interesting. The way all explosion attacks work in this game is you have this first initial attack, then the explosion attack to happen after. Now, comparing the mortar Cakeholder's using to the NRG mortars, it does about the same damage to the unit it's attacking, but there is a difference. One, that main hit actually does a little bit more than the NRG mortars, but then the splash after these mortars do less than the NRG mortars do. So on mounts, these are actually just objectively worse, because it's doing more damage to the spider, but less damage on the explosion to both units overall. So you're losing out on 1-2 damage there each time you hit a spider with it. So it's just kind of goofy. It's still mortar, still absolutely a phenomenal unit to have on your team. Not too many respawns yet, but I'm sure they'll still come. Ooh, those blinds too. it's looking better and better for Cakeholder. Though health-wise, they're still pretty even. It just kind of comes once respawns start happening is when I think
Yes.
Cakeholder's just going to shoot above. Cycle's gonna root for anyone using a Stinger Mortar, get those blinds going, help you get ahead. And hey, the Behemoth's in the chat now. Who is this on the Behemoth right now? Is this Sarah or Amanda? Or hey, maybe it's neither. I don't know. I'm just saying, woo Behemoth. How's this match going right now? It's like I said, it's looking increasingly in favor for Cakeholder to win this match, which is Legacy. Though it looks like Pyro's the next turn here is gonna get a kill on the on that Stinger Cycle was rooting for. Cycle's in this lobby, he would have just bet on the Stinger alone. That's just how he is. Anyways, no luck, not much luck with the respawns yet. Oh, there's one. We need to give more shoutouts to the Behemoth for helping support us, our event here through their own announcements, as well as adding that figurine for the winner for us. Just shoutouts to the Behemoth for helping us out with that. It really does go a long way. I'm sure the tournament would not be getting as much traction as it is right now without their help. So I'm nothing but pleased by their help. So thank y'all for that. Vampires is holding on. Shoot.
This is like when the gaming gets somehow critical because the zombie spawn is something that can help Cakeholder a lot right now. So this is going to be determine a lot of the game.
Yeah,
because right now we are going to somehow mid to late game now, and this is where like the zombie spawn is important.
I would say this is probably
if you don't get the zombie spawning, Cakeholder is going to be really vulnerable. It's something like pretty much like with the unicorns, because even though you put unicorns on your team and zombies on your team, you depend a lot on RNG effects. You know, if you get a good RNG, your team strategy is going to work well. But if you get like bad luck, you're going to get like a bad match for you.
Yeah, this is looking increasingly bad for Cakehold. He just didn't get enough respawns to what happened here, and he's using kind of a weird zombie mortar team instead of what that one good zombie mortar team everyone uses. Honestly, I'm surprised. I thought Cakeholder was going to win this by a mile, and it's just not happening. Just not good enough luck with the respawns and all that. And you know, team play absolutely plays a significant role into this. Instead of just using the tried and true zombie mortar team everyone else is using, he's using this weirder team with the helmets on the zombies and no hero mushroom and the weird mortars and all that, which is it's not a traditional zombie mortar, which hey, had it been, maybe Cakeholder would have won. I can't say for sure, but that's what that's looking like. That's probably the right play. Separating the archer. Well, I don't know.
It's
Here's
like
what
when spiders can get really good and if archers because it is interesting because the spider is hero, so get extra movement, and so you can just right now retreat and shoot zombies, you know, and keep doing that.
I mean, how many respawns did Cake get this game? 1? Did he even get 2? I only remember seeing 1. It just bad luck all around is what's happening here from Cake Holder's side. All of his, he has 2 still alive. Graves. I suppose they both respawn here. He steps off that one grave next turn and gets that respawn as well as the other one respawn. Finish off that human there with all 3 zombies. Potentially get the win. I don't know. That archers are way better than we usually give credit for. And then that grave died. I'm sorry. I feel bad for Cake. He should have won. He just didn't get the luck he needed. Kind of interesting seeing the helmet team though. Like a lot of people. So something I've noticed in the meta right now is that a lot of people are using more and more helmets, or sorry, using more and more TNT swords. And helmets do counter swords, so usually we consider helmets like very bad in the meta. Hey, with increased use of TNT swords, the helmets are having more of a place for the meta for like the first time ever. There's going to be an occasional team where you're getting away with putting helmets on humans and actually being better off that way because of the amount of TNT swords in use. Helmets do counter swords. Alright, so this was an upset. Pyros took a game off Cake Holder, which was something a lot of people weren't expecting. So it's just fascinating, I think. So there you go. Well, that's only the first game this set, and even though Cake
So one thing to point out that I saw neither of the players doing is that I saw Cake Holder doing it, but Pyrus did not make that. Which is why, like when the zombies die, you can step on the grave, and that prevents the zombie spawning. So and I saw that the obviously Cake Holder avoided stepping on his own graves to increase the chance of the zombie spawning, but a good strategy for when you fighting against zombies and you kill the enemy zombies, it is to step on the grave to avoid the zombie spawning. It is a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, here's our real advanced strat, like a tier above that. So obviously, hey, you want to avoid stepping on your own graves so the zombie can respawn. Well,
I
your
was
opponent
wondering,
wants to step on those graves to prevent those.
I was thinking about like if just speculation, you know, but imagine if the Behemoth made an update on zombies and made like something. If a zombie kills a human, it has a chance for that human also become a zombie. You know,
We don't need
like
to
a
give
really
zombies
small
buffs
chance.
here.
It would. Yes, I know, but it would be something interesting because zombies would somehow counter humans. Because imagine if your human has a chance 10% chance when he dies becomes a zombie and fight against you, you know. But usually, of course, weaker, of course, way weaker than before. It would be something interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. What the hell was I about to say? Yeah, so you want to what was I at? I was saying you want to step on your own graves because, or you want to avoid stepping on your own graves because you want to give them a chance to respawn. But then your opponent wants to step on your zombies' graves to stop that respawn from happening. Because if it wants to respawn, but then you're on your grave, you're just going to kill the grave. The advanced
And that,
strat is you
yes,
step on your own graves and time it out so the turn you walk off the graves is the turn they spawn on to prevent your opponent from staying on your own graves and create more spawns. That's the advanced strat.
it is interesting to point out when you have a zombie mortar team, and like when the enemy kills your zombies, it forces him to have two options: or to attack the mortars and having chance for the zombie spawning, or step on the grave to prevent the zombie spawning, but you're going to be targeted, you know.
All right.
So this like an interesting combination between the zombies and the artillery,
Yeah.
because the player fighting against it have only two options, and those two options are not favorable for him, especially on 2v2, 2 versus matches, because it will you have way more units.
All right. I do want to mention something that like I see talking about in the chat is, hey, why would I stand on the grays when it's zombie mortars? There's mortars. If I'm standing on the grays, that means I'm not doing anything while my opponent is just killing me with those mortars. It's why, hey, that's like how you play zombie mortar, but just like, or that's how zombies work. But once you get mortars in the mix, well, shoot, now you have to play against zombies differently, which is why zombie mortar team is just so freaking strong. Anyways, I want to talk about this freaking matchup because there's something very interesting going on here. So, let's see here. We got a lot of, it's basically human shield spam versus, got a couple human shields, with a couple wraiths and a gorgon. But looking at a little bit closer at that swords K-Cola has, that is four electric swords versus 2 wraiths and a gorgon. That's what? So, 4 unit slots worth of electric weapons and 4 versus 4 unit slots worth of electric resist units. That's it's going to be an uphill match for Cake. Holy shit.
It is interesting. Yes, it is interesting to make a point because the Rice is not going to be able to use the range attacks. So the Rice is going to go physically to fight the humans.
I mean, it's not really a big deal. They have that electric.
Also, there's the Blood Bear Rain.
Oh yeah, we got the bear rain happening here.
Also, it seems like this cake holder team is also a good pixie counter because you have like 4 electric swords, and the hero is also using the fire resistance shield.
Yeah. Like, looking what Cake Holder said in the chat, just like people sleeping on pixies this tournament, like. He has a point. No one's been using any pixie teams this tournament, which is really alarming because just like most, if not all, the teams we've seen so far this tournament either have a winning match up, or if not, just straight up lose to pixie spam. Every single team, other than this one Cake Holder brought in, right? Okay, we've had seen a decent amount of robot teams actually, but like still, no one's using pixie spam. Pixie spam it counters zombie mortar. That team we've been seeing so much, it counters zombie mortar. Why are we not seeing more pixie teams? Counter the counter. There's logic. Anyway, so, well, I feel like right now Cake Holder's doing a good job of keeping damage up. Like, he knows those electric swords have a weakness to the wraiths and gorgons and all that. So just focus fire, kill off those humans as fast as freaking possible, so you have a numbers advantage once you're going into those wraiths and gorgon, just to give you the slightest chance of victory with the bad matchup. Cake Holder's very much playing this all right. He's going to try to win, and he's not doing a bad job at getting himself there.
It is interesting to see how humans are like a versatile adaptive unit. Yeah, versatile unit, because it matches really well with any team, you know, and even though if you use like only human teams, it is still a really strong team, you know. Humans overall are just solid units.
Yeah, I mean, after we found out how good TNT swords were, just everyone started using TNT swords all the time. I did anyways. Yeah, it brought humans kind of just up here above what we're using them before, and we just start seeing a lot more human teams, especially in this and the cupcake list meta. Just like, well, usually kobolds serve the kind of anti-archer role, right? Well, kobolds are not in use this tournament as much because it's hard to use with a cupcake ban. So there we go. We just have so many. We just start seeing a lot more shields this tournament. And they're just more viable in this setting, which is just so interesting.
I feel like human teams remembers me a lot of their Roman legions, because you keep your team always together, and the formation, you know, keeping your units together helps a lot on the match.
Yeah. RNG blood, that's still in the game. We'd love to get rid of it. We're struggling to. Behemoth, if you're anyone from the Behemoth, if you're still listening to us, see this bear blood rain that's happening on screen? Can we get rid of this, please?
I
Debs,
have lost a tournament.
please.
I have lost a tournament because of the bear blood before.
I'm sure this is really fun for Byros. He has a freaking winning matchup. The cake holder just forget to move a unit? You'd want to move that one TNT sword to attack the Wraith there, wouldn't ya? Or even the Gorgon or whatever. And you left that one guy alone to get monopolized. No block even.
By the way, as far as I remember, the Behemoth said they were going to remove the bear blood.
Yeah, they did say one time they wanted to and then just didn't. I guess they had stuff come up.
Yes, I think when they get time, they eventually we have a still. I hope they still make an update to fixing something in the pit people.
Yeah, that I think you, me, and a lot of other people really want that. Behemoth, please update your game. We want it. Here, I'll even take DLC you have to pay for. Just do something. Car was surprised by the way this match is going. He did not think Cake was gonna lose the game. Well, it's not technically over yet. You know, he can still kill off those Wraiths and struggle to finish off the Gorgon. Who knows? Especially if he gets counterattacks like that. That helps him get ahead a decent amount. He did lose one of his TNT swords, which is something he really needs because TNT swords do the big damage and aren't weak to everything on this team he's fighting here. Putting a lot of resources into protecting this TNT sword because he knows he needs them. Yeah, Carbo's thinking this is just Cake Holder's game to lose at this point, which I mean, it's hard for Cake Holder to win this for sure, but there's still definitely a chance for him to win. Like, despite the resistances, he's still able to chip away those Wraiths to death at this point. And even Cake Holder does lose this. He's Cake Holder. He's definitely one of those players who's absolutely good enough to still come out of this game with this tournament with a win. Like, I didn't see him number 2 on a whim. He's definitely that good that he can still come up from the loser side. Honestly, as far as this game goes, like I had seeding, but as the tournament goes on, I just lean more and more towards anyone could really win this. Another thing to comment on is we haven't had any games yet go to a game 3. It's all been 2-0 so far, so if Cake Holder doesn't win this, it looks like it's going to still ring true further.
I think just hard.
Ooh,
I think he has a really solid chance to win this one.
that was an overkill. I don't see those happen too often where they have a bunch of units surround one unit, kill it off with just the first couple of hits, and then the rest of your team just doesn't do anything. That doesn't happen very often, but it's just that's called overkilling. It's rare to see. It's inefficient, is why you want to avoid doing it, right? You don't want one of your units to just not have multiple of your units just not attack when they could. Another overkill with just one unit, not too big a deal. Can this Gorgon get it done? If there's any units in the game that could get it done at this point, it would be Gorgons to 1v4 units like this. Gorgons are just good like that because of snakes and that damage and everything else, the high health. We'll see. Like I said, still got a lot of electric damage going in. Cake Holder's really going to put in all the... Well, I thought he was going to put in all the stops to make sure he keeps his TNT sword alive, but because he's been doing so much of that already when going up against those Wraiths, his TNT sword is actually the highest health fleeing unit. Ooh, that's painful. Yeah, The self-damage from this TNT sword is going to be rough here. Yeah. This is looking rough.
I think now it's the moment to say, but one thing to point out what Cake Holder is doing, which is interesting, and it is the right thing to do, is when the enemy team has a tank like Cyclops or a Gorgon, or even though a higher troll, it is not a good idea to attack this unit first, because it is a tank unit. But one thing important to point out about the Gorgon is that if you attack the Gorgon early game, the Gorgon is going to spawn a lot of snakes, and you're going to have really trouble
Yeah.
killing that Gorgon, and meanwhile the enemy team, the other units, going to pin you down.
I mean, if
So
you
Cake Holder did absolute the best thing he could do. It is to kill all the other units, and then like to attack the
yeah,
to
that
attack
that
the
was
Gorgon for
absurd.
late
That
game.
was a big upset. Like really, that's cake holder. I expected him to make it. Honestly, kind of expected him not to drop a set this tournament, but he just got 2-0'd round one, which is absurd. Like, yeah, I didn't expect that to
Yes,
happen.
I feel like I had the same experience before. I had a match against Pinhad, and I had my vampire team, vampire
Oh,
kobold
I
team.
know exactly what you're talking about. I remember that.
Yeah, and like yes, and like even though like the early game is really important, as I said before, this team is really important for you to surround the units and kill really fast. And I surround the units, but when I was going to when I just surrounded his units to kill, like a bear blood arrived, hit one of the units and broke my siege. And after that, I just lost because of that. Otherwise, I would have like killed one or two units of his like really fast. But
All
yeah,
right.
I know the feeling of like losing a match because of bear
Yeah,
blood.
it just pit people being pit people. It's annoying for everyone. Um,
What is like the cake holder did what he could have done. I think both players played really well,
all right. Is Xander Blast and Cycle both available right now? Because uh, it turns out both Shraps and Zesty have something holding them up, so we might go out of order a little bit and do the Cycle Xander Blast set first, if you two are up for it. Just so we constantly have games rolling instead of just eliminating those two for the tournament. Yeah. I get what Keiko's saying, like, oh, I would have won if it wasn't for the drop, but just like, I don't know about that. Xander's here. Cycle's ready to go, I'm sure. Here. We're going to do this. We're going to do the tournament a little bit out of order just to give Zesty and Straps a little bit more time to come in. So, yeah. See where you are on Steam here, Xander Blast. So I'm going to invite you. Here you are. Yeah. I've been there. Just like, there was a few other things that just like, even without the Barefoot Rain, it would have been a hard match for you to win there, Cake. But yeah, still, hey, what if the bear hit his Gorgon instead of me? Would I have won that way? Well, honestly, probably yeah. So it's pit people. It's annoying. It just got a bad matchup and all that. Not too big a deal, but certainly annoying. In any case, here, a little bit out of order. We were supposed to do Traps versus Zesty here, but they're both being held up a little bit, so we're going to go out of order a little bit and have Cyclo versus Xander in the first losers bracket match. Interesting one. Between the two of these, I think Cyclo's a little bit ahead seeding wise, but realistically, this is either one's game to win, so can't wait to see how it goes. Yeah. All right, let's see this matchup. Very much different teams than what we've seen in the past here. Let's see exactly what we're looking at. Um, couple zombies, hero mortar, couple kobolds, and a cyclops with teen apocalypse weapon. And then on Cyclist side, he has that blind mortar again, taking advantage of the blind mortar. It's got a pixie this time. Acid sword, that's kind of goofy. Doesn't have a strong way of dealing with his helm, so they're just a couple of zombies, not a super big deal. Yeah. Just unlucky for you, Keiko. They're just going into the match thinking you're going to go up against Pixies and just not. Because, you know, if you had a team more attuned to beating Wraith, then you just win that matchup by a decent amount. Yeah, I mean, you played that match incredibly well. Like, you had a losing matchup, and you made it damn close. Like, Kegler's still someone to look out for this tournament. I'd be surprised if he didn't still end up losing somehow. We'll see. It's still got a lot of tournament bracket ahead of us. Yeah, I mean, if anyone can, it's you, Cake. So, yeah. Bullet ahead. Who do I actually think wins this matchup here? I'm not even sure off the top of my head. Kind of a goofy matchup here. That's another thing with blind mortars that doesn't always get mentioned is that you hit yourself with the blindness a lot,
You
which
know,
is hard to clear.
I remember when the pit people was out the Apocalypse, you know, the weapons the Cyclops using, it was like overused, you know, it was the meta.
Yeah.
It had so high damage, you know, like it was just like one Cyclops with this weapon, two pixies and two humans with TNT, you would smash it, everyone.
I mean, it still absolutely is a very popular weapon. A lot of people still use it on a Cyclops. It is
I think
still.
it is just a meme, you know, but it is a good meme, unlike cancer sticks.
Who doesn't like cancer sticks? Next turn here, I'm sure Xanderblast is really going to monopolize on the bonus damage those Kobolds do against Mortar. Like, we've been saying a lot about how Kobolds really don't have as much of a place in this meta now that Cupcakes are banned. Shoot. People are still finding ways to make Kobolds useful. Kobolds are still absolutely a good unit. They're no longer the freaking A tier unit of the Cupcake meta, but they're still very much usable. Yeah, they're just fast, they move all over the place, they still have flanks. Like I said, something I said, there's a lot more shield teams in use those shields aren't super fast. They're 3 units. Okay, they're not exactly slow units, but still, kobolds are just walk past them and start bullying the mortars. They can still flank absolutely, and just hard to. It's just hard to use. It is definitely not a. The kobold team that counters zombie mortars is Pixie Bold, which is not gonna do it. Well, honestly, yeah. If you did run Pixie Bolt into zombie mortars, without a cupcake, you still probably counter the zombie mortars. Because zombie mortars just kind of lose to pixies. Standard Blast currently the one below on health wise. So going to try and monopolize on that. I don't know how this is really going to go. Pretty soon here, Xander is going to start losing his zombies, and once those start dropping, it gets harder to get ahead this game. As much damage as the Apocalypse does, it still doesn't technically do that much damage. It's not a bad unit it's not bad by any means, but just like, are you really doing much damage than you would if you just use a normal heavy mallet? To a single unit, not really, no. Unless you have that fire weakness you're attacking, so what? It does murder troll moms, oh whoop-de-doo. It's just kind of a goofy unit, fire weakness, not bad, but just like you're usually better off with just a normal heavy mallet. You know something I need to comment on though? Haven't seen any gnomes yet this tournament, or any hair trolls. Everyone's a coward. Put something in F tier and all of a sudden everyone thinks it's bad. What the heck's up with that? You have a team. I believe more than one person has a Troll Mom team prepared for this tournament. Having it prepared is one thing. Using it, well, that's a whole nother question to ask. Paint on the Cyclops, which always helps. Zesty is the Troll Man. Hey, Zesty sets have yet to be played. We should be able to do Zesty versus Traps next. Keiko's asking where you can find TNT swords. I do know there are some matchups you can find that should have TNT swords. I know there's a Steam guide about collecting every item. I think by Pip actually. Was it Pip that did the collecting every item Steam guide? In any case, there's a Steam guide that tells you each encounter and their matchup. Yeah.
Who made that guide?
Yeah. See, Pip, you're still being relevant to the community. How about that? Anyways, yeah, there's a Steam guide that tells you each map encounter and what they all have, and there's definitely some with TNT swords. So you just gotta look at that and hope you find it.
But it is interesting that it has some items that is not possible to get, like the alien hominid items, because the alien hominid haven't been launched yet. The alien head and the weapon.
Here's the thing.
So it's only possible for it to get by dumping.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Unit.
We say, hey, once Alien Hominid Invasions come out, we're thinking they're gonna change the game. So once you get Alien Hominid Invasions, you get the alien helmet and gun and pit people, and we're just assuming that's the case. No one from the Behemoths actually ever stated anything of the sort ever. We're just praying that is a way to get those in game once Alien Hominid Invasions come out. It very much might not be true. See what Garwood just said? Norm, you sound more French than before.
What? No, I'm not. I'm not French though.
Well, you sound more
Even
French.
though even though I stand in France and learn French itself, I use a lot of my English. I actually I use way more my English than French itself because we had way more dudes who spoke French, who spoke English, a lot of Anglophonics. You know, French food is good, but they say it's one of the best in Europe, but I feel like they missed a lot of things. You know, I missed a lot of the Brazilian food when I was there.
Hmm.
Brazilian food actually feels way more like American than anything else.
Alright, so far the way this match is going, I think this is actually Xander's game to win here. He's ahead on health, ahead on units. He's about to kill off some of those low health units there like that. Both his humans yeah, all of his units here are getting pretty low on health here. So Xander's pretty close to just start killing off stuff and start getting ahead this game. Suppose Xander still does technically have, I'll be damned, all of his units alive. Maybe not, I don't know. I don't know if Xander will actually win this now, but he's just ahead on health.
Overall, I think it's funny, like the Cyclops using the Apocalypse, and I think it's the weapon name. I don't remember, but it is basically the weapon he's using, and he also using the net, you know, to catch up the enemies who is trying to flee. You know, like, hey, come back here, I'm going to beat you. Carbo, it depends of which country you're talking about, but usually in Europe, the Spanish food and French food are really good, but if you take the English, the UK food in general is really bad. Everyone talks like the English food is really bad. No one likes that. But overall, the Latin countries like in Europe, like Portugal, Spain, France, and Italy, they usually do really good food. Eastern Europe as well.
If anyone isn't wondering what this is all about, Norm just got back from France not too long ago, where he was for what was it, a few months you were in France?
I spent almost 1 year in the French
Almost a
Foreign Legion.
year? So yeah,
Yes, in the French military.
he just got back from France. Now we're all making fun of him for being a Frenchman now. Shoot, this game's still chugging along, isn't it? At this point, Xander's really... Shoot, I thought Xander was going to win this, but nah, it's pretty close. Still got a lot of respawn potential that could help Xander get ahead at this point, for sure.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm finally ready.
You're finally ready, Shrek?
Welcome back, Sharps.
Alright, so because we were waiting on both you and Zesty at the time, we went ahead and got some headway on one of the loser bracket sets, so we're doing Cycle versus Xander first and losers. Once this set's over, then we'll do you, Shraps, versus Zesty, because you're
Okay.
both ready to go now.
Uh,
Yeah, the tournament's on its way for sure.
okay.
Watching the way the set's going between Xander and Cycle, pretty close. Oh, respawn, that helps a lot. Dead unit. Yeah, Xander's gonna win this set, isn't he? Or this match anyways. Yeah, you can kill off that human here pretty easily with that. He's probably gonna use that cobalt to kill it off and then run away with that mortar to... Or overkill the human, I suppose. Just make sure you kill it. Not technically the worst play out there. Yeah, because that mortar is heroed, it actually has the same amount of movement as that human, which is neat.
Hey, yo, the pizza here. Oh, nigga!
Alright, that's game 1 of the set.
Let me open up pit people real quick.
Oh, we're not going to do your set for another few until we're done with this set, so you still got some time. You don't have to rush into it. It's only
Okay.
game 1 of losers. They're still a best of 3, so got at least one more game to go.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Is that Ceci talking? Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, sweet.
Hold on, I'm gonna go.
Oh,
I'm gonna
man.
deafen. I'm gonna deafen.
Go ahead.
Take the time to make some more teams because, like, you never know when a
Yeah.
surprise out-of-pocket pick is going to turn an entire matchup around.
Oh, I know Zesty
Okay.
has teams ready. I've been playing with him. I've been playing with
Hold
Zesty
on,
more than
I-
anyone else.
I only have about like 17, 18 something hours in the game. I've beat it twice on 2 different like devices.
Yeah?
Dang.
So
Yeah, my team's may be ready, but bro, my brain is not. I was just talking
Yeah,
computer
about-
science for 4
about
fucking
19 hours in the game.
months. Okay.
Let
Man,
me set up some stuff.
19 hours. That's more than I have.
Well, it's nice to meet all you people that I haven't met before.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm excited for this.
Me too.
Yeah, you say your mind's on quite the zone. Yeah,
Carb was
well,
asking me.
go ahead,
Carb
Norm.
was asking me which car and which country has the better cuisine. That depends a lot, but
Probably America. We put a lot of fat and sugar into it.
well, I think the main difference I saw between the American and European food is like the Europeans they usually use they have more how to say like artisanal food, you know, and the Americans are more processed food. But overall, it's just it is also depends a lot of your personal taste and if you grew up which country you grew up and which country you are more familiar with.
Alright.
If the exception if the exception of the British cuisine because British cuisine even the British itself say it's bad so
Okay. So okay, I'm in pit people. How do I see your stream, Creeper?
If you look
Okay.
at announcements, there's a link to the stream.
Sweet. Announcements. Hmm. Well, that's not what I want. Come on.
Alright, let's talk a second about these teams here. Let's see here. Xanderblast, I think, did we see this team from Xanderblast before? I don't remember. Anyways, then Cycle, I don't think we've seen this team from Cycle yet. So he has the blind mortar that she's loving so much upon every team, which is goofy. I love to. Hey, if you have something you want to stick to, then stick to it by all means. Let's see, Pixie, Hero Wraith. Interesting to hear the Wraith. Not terrible decision. Get that extra movement going. Shield, can't argue with the shield on the team. Then the Gorgon, which Gorgons are good. I like it. This thing could do some work for sure. Gonna do my
You know,
head. What's that, Norm?
as far as I remember, the exit element on pit people is only useful to counter robots or gnomes as well. I don't remember if gnomes also are if they do a exit weakness as well. I don't remember that.
Gnomes, they resist electricity and they're weak to acid and poison. Gnomes are weak to.
As the thing is like exit, it feels like a bomber because it only counter robots itself, but I think this is not a good viable way to use that, you know, just to specifically counter robots itself.
Acid also deals extra damage to units that have like no defense.
What does do that? Sorry.
The acid.
Yeah, acid.
Was that what you were talking about?
I don't know what no one's talking. In any case.
We are talking about like the X element. You know, it is only useful to counter robots itself,
Yeah, acid is good versus robots
electrobots itself.
and technically
But,
gnomes, but you don't need to counter gnomes. They're gnomes.
Yes, as I said before, don't think it's worth it to just to make a team. Even if only unit with the exit sword because of that.
Yeah.
Because robots itself are just weaker, and you can just use another unit that has high damage, you know, and it's just more useful.
No, lizards are not allowed, Carbo. Yeah. If you want to counter Electrobots, that's the only reason to bring acid is to counter Electrobots. And if you want to do that, you just go for something with electric resistance instead, like Wraiths. Unless you want to use a Gorgon, have both that acid damage and the electric resist, because Gorgons are good versus robots just because of that, obviously. Plus all the chain damage that robots are going to do, chain off the Gorgons, spawn more snakes, then Gorgons are good versus robots, is kind of the point. I don't know who I actually think is going to win this match. These teams are pretty similar overall. I suppose I might give a slight leaning towards Cycle's team, I said. You know, you got the Gorgon with a better sword and electric, or you got the Electrobot versus the Gorgon, the Wraith, which both counter the Electrobot. So, and Pixies just do a lot of damage too. So I think this is Cycle's game to win. Meaning, if it actually goes that way, this will be the first game of the tournament to actually go to a set 3. Ooh, missing the net. Cycle could try to focus fire that Wraith here if you wanted to and try to kill it here. It's not impossible for him to do. Well, it's hard, but not impossible. It's going after the Electrobot instead. Fair enough. Just take away the biggest threat to your Pixie. Keep that Pixie alive because Pixies are really good.
Is anyone else having trouble like opening the live stream on YouTube?
There shouldn't be an issue with it. What's the problem? You know what? It might be a little bit easier if you just go directly to my YouTube channel and try to enter it from there.
Yeah, I tried that, and I mean, not on my desktop. It doesn't work at least. Let me just try my phone.
That's weird. That should have worked.
It is weird.
I know the stream's up because I have Carbo talking to me about lizards here. Lizards.
Well, it's on my phone at least. That is strange.
Is the harpoon allowed?
Yes.
Okay.
Health-wise, Cycle's actually a bit behind, which is interesting. I thought he was going to be the one winning. Well, I suppose Pixies start monopolizing and attacking it. Yeah, it's really just Xander doing a good job focusing down his units.
Oh, okay. So, okay, so my voice is broadcasted on the live stream as well, yeah.
Yeah, people can hear you.
Interesting.
Oh, should I go for mortar, heavy bow, or light bow?
Sorry, what was the question?
Should I go for mortar, heavy bow, or light bow?
That
It
depends
depends,
on what you're
man.
looking
What are you trying
for.
to do?
If you're looking to counter Vampirus, you go light bow. If you're looking to just deal all around consistent damage, you go either mortar or medium bow, depending on what specifically you're looking for. Like if you want AoE damage, you're going mortar. If you want single target damage, or generally single target damage, you go medium bow.
Okay.
That's a really good point.
Generally, though, go mortars. They're the best. I mean, I suppose there is some warrantability to going bows over mortars, but just go with mortars. Mortars are just better.
The reason
Okay.
why I went bow against mortar is because I wanted something that could deal with backline pretty consistently.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If you have like you had a spider on that team, right? Yeah. If you
Yeah.
if you want your goal is to mount on a spider, then absolutely go with a
if
bow.
you-
Bow's better in that context alone, pretty much.
I'm surprised you guys didn't say anything on it, but the entire time during that matchup, my vampiresses were going after the mortars and putting pressure on them, while my 3 other units, the 2 explosive humans and the Spydar with a human archer, were just putting pressure on their front line.
Zombies.
Yeah.
Why?
I was more distracted by just Killer's weird take on zombie mortars, honestly. That's like, oh, that's zombie mortars, but that's weird. But no, yeah.
It was, but it was smart because that should actually beat other zombie mortar teams just because of the extra defense. One side has a stronger front line than the other. As a result,
Well,
the one with the stronger front line would tend
actually,
to
yeah.
win.
Yeah, you're right, actually. Especially because getting rid of the hero mushroom, that hero mushroom is useless on zombie mortar versus zombie mortar.
Yeah, it was probably a team crafted in order to beat it while still consisting to that play style.
I mean, I think it's, yeah. It's just one of those things I see happen all the time. Just like, okay, let's take an existing team, change it a little bit from, let's take an existing really strong team and change it a little bit so it has more bases covered. So you have that zombie mortar team with a helmet and the extra mortar instead of the mushroom. So that way it counters more things like pixies and zombie mortar itself a little bit easier. But at the same token, well, the stuff that zombie mortar's already really good against is now less good against. You're giving your opponent more chance to win versus teams that would usually be a easy win for the zombie mortar team, which is just kind of interesting.
I mean, to be fair, from the looks of like all the chats, everyone was expecting this to be overrun by zombie mortar. And while it definitely has been a lot of zombie mortar teams, there's also been a lot of teams that are just really strange to look at that throw people for a loop.
And especially looking at teams like these 2 matchups here, like these have just been like kind of weird general mixed teams. Nothing like just a bunch of units that people like putting together on a team. Nothing particularly bad, but just like, what are you trying to actually counter with this team? Or just putting a bunch of units together just for the sake of putting a bunch of units together. It just teams like that can't actually do a good job. You know, you don't have too many specific strengths nor too many specific weaknesses. So if you're just outplaying your opponent, you can win that way. But then you run this team into a zombie war, which is like, how do you win here?
That's why whenever you're building what I like to call a quote-unquote weird team, you have to have a sort of focus in mind on what you're looking to beat. Like, for example, with that Spydar team, you've actually seen me experimenting on that one in our one-on-ones. The whole point about that one is to pressure the front line while having the vampiresses annoy their back line.
I can't say it didn't work. You beat Cake Holder, who's a freaking good player. Especially when I saw you bring that team versus Cake Holder, I was thinking, so Cake Holder just wins this. I did not that was an upset. I did not expect you to win there.
Thanks for the support.
What do you mean? I'm saying, wow, you're freaking good at this game, way better than I thought you were. You're going to win this goddamn tournament.
I've been practicing.
Yeah, you're good.
Wait, I'm sorry. You said Pyros beat Cake Holder?
Yeah, look at the tournament bracket.
Good job, Pyros.
Thank you. I did 2 very weird strategies, and I'm glad they worked.
You can't argue with results.
Exactly. Weird will always be weird, but when weird wins, everyone's confused.
Yeah, actually, I think I just can't open anything on my Discord, which is weird.
That's goofy.
That's alright.
All honesty, I should have lost that first matchup.
Probably, yeah. I mean, I was saying,
The
I think
second-
Cakeholder was leaning too much in changing his team to make it work, but
No, it worked the way he wanted it to. It's just he couldn't really do anything about my Spydar, so the Archer
Yeah.
was just getting free damage off the entire time.
like I was talking about, like how he had I spent a decent amount of time talking about his mortars Cakeholder's using. I'm like, these are not the optimal mortars to use. If Patty had the optimal mortars, it might have worked better. In any case, it's Zesty versus Strap's turn now to play because Xander had upsetted Cycle, and Cycle's out of the tournament. Holding.
Hold on.
Holding.
I'm getting my last team ready.
Alright, I'll send you 2 invites. Just join me when you're ready to. Yeah,
Okay.
Xander moves ahead in the tournament, which is awesome, really.
You're turn against Cycle. Let's see.
Amps versus, where's Zesty? Here you are.
What's this?
Hold on.
Play game.
Well, yeah, it's your set next.
What's this mean? The Q empowered purge carry.
Here we go.
I made some random ass teams.
That works. Just make sure you don't have a cupcake on them.
Naturally,
NRG.
I know.
work.
NRG.
I think I
mortars
sold
is
my
fine.
only cupcake, which is gluten. I think I sold that a long time ago.
You know what?
That-
That means you
'cause I
can't
didn't
use
find
it.
I didn't find any use for it.
You moved Cyclo up instead.
Did
of
I
Xander.
really?
Yeah.
Okay, these are my teams.
Are you able to edit that?
I should be able to. Sorry.
All right.
I don't know which team to use. I don't know which one will work the best.
Use the one.
Use the one with the hair troll. Hair troll start.
2 yellows.
Cyclo.
I'm having a hard time with either this one or this one.
If it makes you feel any better, Cake Holder, I think that first match was scuffed on my end. I should not have won that one. The Bear Blood, you hate to see it, but at the same time, like, that would have been, what, 1 to 3 turns saved? I don't think you would have had the DPS to take out my,
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm ready.
Already up then.
I like to call it a crown instead of a hero, because, like, it's just faster to say. The crowned Gorgon.
Crowned. Heroed. I'm used to
Well,
heroed.
yeah, that's their symbol for...
Alright,
that's
no,
their
no, no,
symbol
no.
to show that a unit is a hero is that they're crowned.
It's called a leader.
Okay.
Shut the hell
Oh,
up, Creeper.
this is gonna be stupid.
If it were the leader, then that would be the voice that my that
Okay,
the
oh
thing
wait,
speaks
we
to.
got a match here.
Jesus
We got a match here.
Christ!
We got a match here.
Jesus Christ!
So is that
Holy!
I'll
Cake
put it
Holder?
this way.
You were talking about
I'll-
where all the Pixies fans are. Here they are.
He has his entire team is just pixies.
Yeah.
If it makes you feel any better, I will agree with you on one. I was getting a lot of good cake luck, and two, I was getting a lot of good explosive luck because a lot of your explosives were hurting your own units instead of mine. But I don't think the Bear Blood would have been much of a factor in that because it was only 20 damage, and by that point, my Gorgon would have been able to just deal more out damage that in a few turns.
This is gonna not. This might be fun. Might not be fun.
Yeah, it'll be one of those two things.
What's notable out
It'll be one of
about
those two
this-
things, yes.
What's notable about this, in my opinion, is that it's pixie spam against a team that doesn't seem to have any answers for pixies other than pixies.
Pixies is not a great answer to Pixies.
I mean,
Yeah.
you resist pixies. Like, that's something.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a weird one.
Well, I'm not feeling my best right now, so I guess we'll see how it goes, yeah?
Just make the units hit the thing, and then you should be ahead.
if you win, then you win, right?
Yeah,
just
something like
just
that.
hit the thing with the thing.
Also, what does that weird dynamite thing do? I've never seen that.
That's explosion, more damage.
Oh. I've never seen that before.
Yeah.
They're called boomsticks.
Jesus Christ.
Is that what it's called?
No,
I don't know. I just
no,
know
but
TNT swords.
I like calling them boomsticks.
I like that too.
But yeah, matchup wise, it feels weird talking about the matchup with the two actually in the voice channel. So I don't want to just throw a rule on you at the last minute, especially while you're in the goddamn game. But well, I'm gonna let it slide for I'm gonna let it slide for this game. But for future sets, I'm probably gonna have a thing in place just so we just don't have the people playing the match in commentary with us, just cause that's goofy. So we'll let this game play this way because I don't want to change it in sets, so just keep going. But yeah, I'm gonna change it up and just kind of move people around so he can't actually be chatting with us. Anyways, matchup wise, I think it is definitely a Zessy's favorite matchup. Like I said, like it was stated, Sharks doesn't have too much of an answer to all the pixies on his team, so
I should
what do
have
you
done
do?
my other teams.
Hmm.
I had a bunch of other types.
I don't know. I'm feeling tired, so I'm not really caring about the
Yeah.
placement all that much.
It just pixies are just gonna start completely overwhelming the opponent here.
Can do this, right?
It works, yeah. KQ Leslie didn't have the advantage of hearing the commentary. I don't want to make a hard rule saying you're not allowed to listen to what we're saying while the set's going. I think it's kind of, I don't want to tell people they're not allowed to do it. There's not a strong way to enforce it, so I just like, whatever, let's just give both people the ability to do that and just hope it's not a big deal. So if you want to listen, go ahead. If you think you're better off not, or think it's more fair if you don't, that's your decision to make. Commentary wise, I'm just going to kind of say whatever I had to say. So if you don't think you should listen in, by all means don't, but I'm going to let people if they want to. Let's see, how's this match going?
Yeah, Creepier just want to start telling traps where to go. Put your octo over there.
Alright, yeah.
Target the human.
What you want to do is have your units completely isolated from each other. That way you want to keep your units as far away from each other as possible. That way your opponent can target which ones they want to kill first. And then you lose the game.
Yes. With that.
See, what you want to do is have your unit make me a sandwich.
I would like that too.
That's a good idea. That's the best idea I've heard out of Lay.
Agreed.
Yeah. Ooh, no explosion on that TNT sword hit, which is annoying because that means that human stays alive for another turn.
That is unfortunate.
It is unfortunate. Though I think that at the end of the day, this match is going to go the way we think it's going to go, where it's Zesty just continually out damaging traps every turn and just winning the game.
If I win this, it'll be shocking. If I actually somehow win this.
Oh yeah.
You win it if my connection is bad.
Nah,
I'm not expecting to win this. Not at all.
I'm getting you back in the lobby. Should you disconnect?
No, I remember once I lost against a Pix Spawn team, and I was like with Rob Electrobot team, and I lost that. And usually Electrobots counter Pixies, so this Pixie Spawn is such a problem that even though
Yeah.
I almost lost for that.
Yeah, it's just like I love because I have seen that happen before. All right, we got a robot team versus Pixie Spam. All right, robots counter Pixie Spam, no issues. The Pixie Spam team won. Oh, Pixie Spam just does so much overwhelming damage with all those pixies that even a team that should counter it just loses because of just how much damage output Pixie Spam just has. It's silly. This has been one of the most pippable. This has been one of the most pip people games of all time. I can speak. I have the potential to kill both those humans off this turn. You have enough damage going for you right now that you can get it done.
Yeah, I agree. If I'm lucky.
If one's lucky.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I don't even know what to do anymore.
It's just gonna be pixies bullying pixies and tell them pixie spams just out damage the pixies. That one's on half health. Doesn't have much of a way to deal with the pixies. Ooh, look at these advanced tactics Zessy's doing. He stalled his human.
Jesus Christ, no!
That's something we haven't talked about yet. Stalling units when we have all the AoE damage, because when we have all the pixies attacking something.
I don't
that
know where to
damage...
put ladle.
Yeah, this game's pretty much lost for you.
Hopefully just a random level up comes to save me.
That doesn't exist in PvP, so no, that won't happen.
PvP equalizes the levels of all units and doesn't reward experience to any of them for any combat that they do.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Talk about the way...
If that weren't the case, it'd be more optimal to run strictly level 1 units just for the hope that they level up fast.
I don't know if it would, because if you ran into all 99s, you just start, like, even with the levels up, so you just, like, out-damage units to death real quickly if they're all level 1.
Yeah, but the higher level the unit that you're going up against, the more experience that you get from hitting that unit.
Yeah. How do you stall a unit? Okay, so whenever you're positioning a unit, if you go part of its movement, hold the click there, it'll go there, and then you have the rest of your movement to go. Kind of like how you fly with a Vampirus. Yeah, so you can kind of manipulate your unit's movement. So instead of just going exactly where it says, you can kind of control the unit's movement. You can do that every tile it moves if you want to have complete control. So basically what stalling is just kind of moving your unit back, then back forward with all of its movement. So all the damage it has and all the AoE happens before your unit's in range, so it doesn't get hit by any of it. To avoid taking damage yourself, as well as to prevent interrupts from happening. So stalling's very good. But no, talking a little bit more about how unit level is determined. So, like you said, it takes the level of every single unit on the field and just makes every unit on the field that level. Meaning
Oh, oh my god.
mean the level of the units on your field is determined by what the units you bring in are.
Oh my god. This is not gonna end well. Oh my god.
It's always forfeiting if you're like, you just want to get on to the next match.
I just want to point out, because that was a really cool thing to see, that Pixie died so quickly that you couldn't even see the spirit float away from it because there was just that much smoke.
Love it.
Actually, I'm not sure if pixies have the spirits like float up.
I don't care. I couldn't even see it die because there was that much fire and smoke. I wasn't sure if it would be there or not when the dust settled.
It got sent down.
I don't remember, but I think there is I'm not sure if there's a name for a pixie, but napalm for that. Napalm would be a good name for a pixie.
Napalm?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, that fire is so, yeah, this entire team has resistances to that fire sword you're running, so it's just like extra, just to give one more layer of how much you've lost here.
Jesus Christ.
That helmet.
Oh my god.
The
Helmet
helmet,
kill me.
though.
Yeah.
No, something I was trying to say about how level is determined in PvP, how it takes all the units, different levels of the field. That means you have influence over what the level is going to be. And some units perform better at certain levels than others. Like, usually damage scale is the best out of anything. So if you really want a team that's like, goal is to focus fire to death units and kill them off quick, you probably want to bring higher level units. That way you can do more damage to certain units. Because, like I said, damage scale is higher than health usually does. So if you have a higher level, you're usually able to kill off units a lot easier versus if you have a lower level unit. So you can
it also
influence
improves-
what the total level is to actually give you a little bit of advantage that way, depending if you want to be higher or lower. As well as stuns is an obvious one too. The higher level you are, the more likely you are to get stunned. So if you want more stuns on a stun team, you want to bring higher level units. So
There's also
even
the
though
fact that
unit
it
doesn't...
increases accuracy of ranged projectiles.
No, I don't think that's a thing.
No,
No,
it does.
are you sure?
Yes, I've tested it with light bows. The most inaccurate bow of all. The lower your level your units are, the more likely it is to miss. And then the higher it goes, the chance isn't that big, but it still increases the accuracy.
I didn't know that. That's I mean, you're blowing my mind. I just shut up for a second because I had to process that. I did not know that was a thing.
Also, what happens now?
It's a best of 3, so there's still one more game to play.
Oh.
Or unless you
Two more
win, in
games.
which case there's 2. It's best of 3.
Oh, and I'm
Straps.
changing my
What-
loadout.
Yeah,
I don't know.
what team are you gonna run?
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna move us around in the Discord just because I don't want the players being in the commentary booth while we're playing. So
Yeah, sure.
You could move everyone
Yeah,
that's
I'm gonna move it.
spectating to
I'm
the
gonna-
tournament stream,
and
and then just leave them in Gen.
I'll do you one better. Secret voice channel. Now no one can join us. I'll just kind of say something in voice channel for no mics.
What's interesting is that the main reason why I noticed that and wanted to test that theory itself was because Cupcakes in my casual playthrough, not even for PvP, but casually, I noticed that my Cupcake would miss a lot more when it was a lower leveled, but it would miss less the higher the level was. On top of the heal,
But
still, of course, but
Pyros, did you play that on campaign, like PvE or PvP itself? You saw that?
PvE. And
Ah, okay.
if it applies to PvE, it applies to PvP as well. The only issue is it's not as reliable in PvP because of the levels getting averaged.
You know, one thing me and Creeper talked before, I think even on this Discord server before, it was like, I think if we did not had levels, even for PvE, the game would be more encouraging for PvP
Yeah.
because if you play, for example, if you have a high level unit and you play PvE, like the story campaign, but even if your team is bad, you're going to beat the game just because your units are high level up and can beat the game. But if you don't have levels, you would have to think more about strategy and tactics on this game. And oh, how I'm going to beat this level? Oh, I need to use this team composition for to beat this level. So this, like after you beat the story campaign, it would encourage more people to play the PvP itself, because they would not have that crushing experience, because they would have the experience previously playing campaign. So I
Hmm.
think that was one of the reasons the game died. It's because of that. A lot of people playing campaign, a story mode, beat the game, and when they go to PvP, they face the real strategy, and they get crushed by the people who have more experience on the unit's composition and the team's composition itself.
As
Yeah.
opposed to, oh, my units are just
Yes,
simply better.
yes. So I think if we had like an update, I think it's not going to be possible. I'm not sure, but if we had an update, like we remove the levels of the units and we remove bare blood and even cancer sticks, like the game would have been more interesting.
I feel like what they should do is they should have a set PvP level. Along with
Yeah.
when you're building teams, it gives you the stats of what those units would be at that set level. I don't care what the set level is. It's just like this is the set PvP level. Here are the stats that you can see from this unit in this level. And that'll be very useful.
Yeah. I don't
The
disagree with any of
problem with
that.
the levels, when you play story mode, if the levels the players who play that, they don't learn how to use the team compositions. So when they go to PvP, they just don't know how team compositions
Yeah.
are because in the story mode they just beat the game with high levels, even though their teams are like bad.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you can see what the stats are for those units for PvP mode and PvE mode, you'd be able to use that comparison to see, oh, these units seem a lot stronger during this point in time. I should probably
Sure.
use those instead.
Yeah. This game needs a lot of things. Like,
Because,
I
like,
think the level system in its entirely is crap for this game. Just PvE, PvE, at all of it. I think it needs to go. But at this point, we can't get rid of it in PvE. It's too ingrained to how the system is and how the game works. So, um,
like,
just removing it from PvP by making every level set at whatever 51, 90, whatever it is. Right? I agree. That's what ought to happen.
the reason why I was saying they need to have like PvP stats and PvE stats shown is because like when it came to building any of those teams that I did, I had to take into consideration like what's their level scaling for every level, not just what they're doing here. Every single damn level in order to figure out okay what unit might be good at as many levels of play as possible. Obviously, there were pixies and zombies because pixies just have high DPS overall, and zombies, well, you're mainly getting them for the revive.
Yeah.
But like, I had to figure out what units would be tanky even at lower levels because then I can use them as meat shields for zombies, and what units have a high DPS in early stages other than pixies. That way, I could pair that with the Spydar, and that was painful.
Yeah.
That took way too damn long. Although I'm really interested in this matchup specifically, just
Yeah.
because.
We haven't talked about this matchup yet. We should probably do that, shouldn't we?
Change of subject. But the main reason why I'm interested in it is because you see one really tanky front line against a team that's meant to take out groups.
Yeah.
But like that front line is so slow that it can't really keep up
Yeah.
with what it needs to.
Yeah, Zessy's
So
just been hiding those especially those first turns where Zessy was just keep backing up those mortars and just letting Sharps come to him and getting as much damage in as he can. So that way once that'll actually starts, Zessy has a strong chance of winning as possible. Especially considering those two Cyclopses alone versus humans alone, usually Cyclopses actually win that matchup. Just they're big damage to a single unit versus the more spread out unit of the humans. From what I've seen anyways, Cyclops usually, if not always, will end up winning that. So getting that big damage in early on is a big old help. Even here, if I was Zesty, I'd like try to ignore the Cyclopses and just kill off these Pixies and Octos and just leave the Cyclopses for the late game.
Yeah, that's what
Like
I was
he's
saying.
doing.
The main thing it looks like Zesty's trying to do is he's trying to split up Straps' positioning in order to be able to take advantage of it. Because, like, Straps has a pretty good backline, but
Yeah.
that backline is also really squishy. And that backline seems to be the only real threat to his mortars right now. Get rid of that backline, and suddenly Zesty's backline can do whatever it wants.
Absolutely. Okay, so he's listening to us.
Wait, he is?
Yeah, well, there's still a live stream going on. Ah, right. We're streaming this.
I have the stream muted. I just have it
Yeah.
so that I can have visuals on at the very least.
Nothing but good, like 10-second late visuals. Love it.
I know, right?
No,
But hey, it's better than nothing.
I had an idea for like the way to actually handle commentary. Just like have people ready who wants to jump into commentary, and just have them join me in game, so I can actually spectate the game while I'm giving commentary with them. The problem with that is there's no way to start a private lobby and invite someone to a spectator to a private lobby. You can't invite someone as a spectator, only as a player. The game just doesn't have that, which is annoying because I'd love to use that for multiple occasions, not just now. Also, something I want to comment on, this character, the Hall Minotaur he has over here, that heavy mallet he has. I don't think I've ever seen that heavy mallet before.
Are you talking about the pepper or
Yep.
the
pepper?
I don't know what it does, but
Me neither. I have no clue what that is. Like,
it might just be a normal one, or it might have fire damage because like
no, it's not gonna be fire. There's no fire. If it had fire, I'd know what it is. It's not fire.
Okay, then yeah, it's just a regular cosmetic. The reason why I said it might be fire is because there are some games that they associate. Oh, this is a pepper. It must be fire related.
Yeah, like the medium
pepper
sword.
Hot.
Oh, there's a play Zest you might go for here. Oh, he's going for it. Why not? Hey, those Cyclops are slow. Let's get more mortar damage in because we can. Yeah, that's just gonna be. I might. After a couple turns here, I'll be like, okay, come on, Zesty, just fucking kill him. You're ahead on health. Yeah. Yeah, Zesty's like overall team health, if you look at the bottom there, he's like twice as far ahead as.
Yeah. Shrap's got a bit too liberal with his ranged units. He needed something to threaten the mortars, sure,
I mean,
but
yeah.
you can't throw both of them at the mortars.
What's the next match? The next match is actually going to be the loser of this versus Cakeholder. So, Shraps versus Cake Holder.
I gotta love how much faith this commentary has in people. I mean, if my match had anything to do with it, maybe having less faith in people is a good thing. Maybe Straps
No.
turns it around here.
I mean,
Watch it. Watch it. His Cyclops is going to knock all of their units out of the
Yeah,
map, and as a result, they're disqualified immediately.
no. Let's say something that realistically could happen. Okay, after every single TNT sword hit, they're gonna end up with the Cyclops blocking or countering an attack. You know, block the melee so it attacks back. He's going to do that to every single one of these TNT swords hit here and win the game that way.
You aren't a problem if you're behind me. The one thing that kind of confuses me, I'd say is the best word, is how Traps plays so, I'd say, passively with his Cyclopses. Like, you just see him retreat them a lot.
He was doing this in the first game too, where he's just kind of, you know, he had that, he went with a light fire sword, and he just had him run away the entire game. Just like, okay, that's not helping you win at all.
Yeah, you're losing damage. If a unit can't do much in terms of damage, like the Spider doesn't really have much DPS on itself, then you want that to soak up hits for your other units.
Yeah.
I remember that spiders usually used to do a really good synergy with the Rices, you know, before the Rice nerf.
Yeah. Well, anything had good synergy with the rest because they were busted. But yeah, for sure. You could actually get
Yes,
away
but
with good spider
specifically
teams
when
because of how good
when
rates
they
were.
nerfed
Yeah.
when they nerfed Rice, they make the spiders weaker as well.
Oh, come on, Zesty. Don't do this. Just kill him. You're going to kill him this turn. There we go. That's game. Imagine Cyclops survived that turn. Alright. Straps is still in the tournament. He's going to be fighting. He's actually going to be fighting Cake Holder right now.
That's the problem about the Cyclops. You know, late game, if you survive a Cyclops and you have like a range unit, you just cheese that and keep running around the map until you beat the Cyclops.
Yeah, Cyclops has a lot of like really unique good matchups, but they just get skimped so hard by so many units as well. They have a lot of unique good ones, but a lot of terrible matchups, which is why
I feel
they're
like if
struggling.
you want to make Cyclops work, you have to pair it with something that can threaten ranged units pretty easily. Like kobolds would probably be pretty good with it, because like you don't want those kobolds doing whatever they want, but at the same time you don't want that Cyclops getting to your front line and just smacking your front line apart.
Yeah.
You need something that can help threaten on both fronts. I don't think Straps realized that he's playing again.
I'll update my stuff and then make sure he knows, because I already DM'd him letting him know he's up next.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
I think Cake's been listening to stream, so I'll just invite him right away. Where the heck did Straps go? There he is. I'll make sure I'm updating the tournament bracket. Report scores. SSD120.
I'm looking to see if I can join the spectate.
You can try hitting the spectate join if you'd like.
It's just
Howdy,
Yeah,
Zesty.
no.
what?
I
Oh.
moved you to the thing because you're not playing this thing.
Okay.
It does not let me move to spectator, sadly.
Where is Straps?
That sucks.
He said he's having trouble joining.
Okay. Okay. I was telling him the secret to pit people, and I just got moved. So you know,
Oh.
it's like one of those things. Like, and remember, never, ever, in any circumstance, moved. It's like,
I feel like that's even better considering his next matchup and just the entire deal of pit people being a comedy fighter.
geez.
What were you trying to tell him?
I was just telling him that he had a chance to kill one of my guys and
Oh.
not have like just one. Like he had one Cyclops hitting guys, and he had his other one run away.
Yeah.
That's definitely not the strategy.
No, he was
Yeah,
not.
I even mentioned that. I was like, I don't know why he's playing so cowardly with this one unit.
Yes.
Like I get it, its accuracy has been dropped, but that doesn't mean that it just won't hit. There's a very small chance it will, but like there's still a chance. And I'd rather it work as a meat shield if anything else, or if nothing else.
Yeah, that second matchup was like a little scary because the one guy had a helmet on, and my swords were not going to do anything against him. But yeah,
I think-
I guess it was all right.
Yeah.
Personally, I think what lost it for him there was he moved his backline into your backline, and that just let
Yes.
you just be like, oh, okay, for kills.
That's exactly it. Yeah. Damn.
If you're gonna have someone do that, it's got to be something that excels at killing backline, like how the Vampirist can heavy pressure mortars and unicorns, or how the Kobold pressures anything ranged.
My advisor in my help me become debt-free with enough set aside for emergencies.
Bro, Pyros, where have you been like the last year?
Huh?
Oh, why aren't you joined sooner? Sounds like you know what you're doing.
I'm not even going to lie. My first PvP match was when Jeb found me playing with two other
Really?
people.
That was your
Yes,
first.
that was my first PvP
Wow.
match.
How have you gotten so freaking knowledgeable about this game in such a
that
short
was
time?
less than a month ago too.
Yeah, it's like a few weeks ago.
This guy.
I've been playing nothing but casually since then, and I think I even told you that I've never played the game other than casual.
Freaking prodigy over here.
I mean, a lot of this stuff you can learn in PvE too.
Yeah, I mean, I played quite a bit on Xbox, and like no one plays on Xbox, so I was just playing PvE there, and then I saw I was like, oh, there's tournaments on Steam, so I have to get Steam. Now I'm here.
I feel like another reason why I might be a bit better at this is just because whenever I play the game, my favorite thing to do is play the unfair matchup mode, just because that's fun.
Yeah, that was cool.
It's so much fun throwing yourself against 3 waves of enemies without getting any healing, and all 3 of them are just unfair because you're outnumbered and outmatched.
Yeah, me and my brother would just go 2 Trollmons each and just sit at the back. It's definitely
Let
an easy way to go.
Let the baby trolls do everything for you.
Yep. The Pit official offensive PvP tournament is now live. Come watch 8 participants battle it out in the pit for a chance to win $50 and a lovely Pit People figurine.
It sounds so epic at first, and then you hear what the prize is.
$15 and a pit people thing. Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. If I win this, it'll be cool. If I lose this, I don't really care. I'm having fun. Like, they make it sound like it's gonna be so ridiculous, and then you just see $50.
Yeah.
And a figurine.
Well,
What
this
is
is an
the
epic tournament, and then it's like, pixies against a bunch of goblins, and it's like, what?
It's just nothing but people spamming zombies.
All right.
Yeah.
Slight change of plan. We're going to do Carbo versus Tango next, actually.
Ooh.
Carbo saying he has one team.
Carbo versus Tango. Is Tango in game right now? Where's Carbo? Where's Tango? Here's
I'm
Tango.
pretty sure Tango's in here with us in the tournament discussion chat. So
Looks
he can
like
hear
it.
us.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do your match next because it looks like.
Is it me now? Yes. You did hear your name.
It's
Yeah,
time for
it's
Tango
you're
to
up.
Tango.
You're versus Carbo.
It's time for Tango to Tango.
It's time for Tango to Tango.
Exactly, so you get it.
I don't want to just completely screw over Sharps like this. So if he is able to play before, we get Carbo, Tango, Pyros, Zesties sets all done. If he's able to play before these are all said and done with, I might still give him a chance to play versus Cake Holder. I need to stop doing what I'm doing. I might give him a chance to play versus Cake Holder yet, but otherwise we're just gonna have to cut him from the tournament because sounds like he had something come up. So it's annoying, but we have to have games continue. So here we go.
I got the replays for my game.
Oh,
So
you
don't
can
worry
post
about
them if
that.
you want.
Yep. There we go.
There we go. Okay. You have your.
Pyros.
Yeah, you
He's
weren't
back.
fighting Pyros. You're fighting Strats there. You want to?
Oh, right. Sorry.
Yeah. All right, let's get this match going.
That's my bad, bro.
What do we have here? We have Carbo using zombie mortars. 0 people surprised. And Tango's using this gun cobalt team. So logic here between how Tango's team can beat Carbo's team is just like, hey, those guns do a lot of damage just with targeted units. So really, if Tango's playing right, she can wipe out those zombies pretty quickly. And if she's able to do that and start knocking out those mortars, you can get ahead in the game doing that. Especially with Cobalt to help soak up a bunch of the damage and bother the mortars. If Carbo lets Tango do that, of course. Tango might play around that.
I think the map suits Carbo's team better.
It's always hard to say. These are, especially when that's all grounded units.
So is this the only team that Carbo's used so far?
Did he switch off? Yeah, that's the only team he used so far.
He is really confident with a zombie mortar.
I mean, as he
I don't
should
blame
be. It's a
him.
good team.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that is
again,
true.
I don't blame him.
I mean, that's how Carver wins all this tournaments. He just 6-2 his 2 or 3 best teams. But for this tournament, he doesn't have 2 or 3 best teams. He has 1, so he's just sticking to the 1.
If I can go through this tournament without having to use zombie mortars, I'll be happy.
Yeah, have you used you haven't used zombie mortars, have you?
I only played 2 games, but no, I haven't. I was telling Shrubs, I was like, bro, I'm not going to use zombie mortars. Like, just, it just doesn't work for me.
Being really aggressive there, almost too aggressive. Carbo can really monopolize on focus firing these kobolds now if he tried to. Yeah, because you got him. Okay, he's being more aggressive than defensive with his mushroom. Defensive meaning going after the kobolds instead of the other guys. But yeah, he needs to put some effort into dealing with these kobolds for sure with the zombies, which he can do. Zombies do more damage than those kobolds and can kill them off easy enough. Especially when they're poisoned like that. Yeah. Can't say it's a bad play any. Unluck not getting any slows on those two kobolds, so you really want to get those slows there to help prevent the kobolds from just disrupting the mortars even more. Only going after the one mortar with the kobolds, which is weird. You'd think it'd put them on both so they both have to move. It's play for sure. Yeah, it's just another zombie mortar match. This one's just more in line of trying to get past. I don't know. Tango's trying to do like multiple different ways of being zombie mortars here. Not so much big units just kind of powering through everything, but instead just trying to overwhelm the zombie mortars, kind of the same way Pixie spam beats zombie mortars by just overwhelming the zombies with damage and then just knocking out the mortars in the late game. Just trying to do that as well as flanking with kobolds to knock out the mortars earlier. Trying to do both things here, which is kind of weird. Usually when you beat the team, you try to stick with one or the other, not trying to do both things to beat zombie mortars. I can't say it's a bad strat idea. It might beat the team for sure.
Well, the one upside to doing this is because he has pressure on mortars. His team is going to overall take less damage because the mortars aren't going to be able to get a chance to do what they want to do. And that might actually be his win condition here, because again, as I said before, zombies can't really keep up too well against kobolds, just because kobolds have so much movement.
Yeah. I mean, the only way zombies can beat kobolds, which they can do, I've seen this happen all the time, is if you keep getting your slows on, then, well, if you keep slowing, then you lose your movement advantage. Zombie slows is a big deal. Not the best RNG with the Uzis damage-wise. I was gonna hit 1620s when on their attacks. I don't know what level all the units here are, because that obviously makes a difference how much damage you're doing. That's another thing about just the levels being annoying, because it does have an influence on gameplay for sure. And when all the because it has an influence on gameplay, and then we're spectating the match and can't see what level anyone is, so we don't know how much that is really being taken. I don't know if we're like closer to 40 or 60 or 20. I don't know, because that makes a difference. It's just kind of annoying.
I like the way Tango's decided to pressure the mortars that Carbo has, just because like you're forcing his units to position themselves unoptimally just to be able to make sure the mortars don't just get dove on the entire time.
Well, thank you, Carbo. Level 30. I thought you were on the lower end, just kind of how I saw things were going. But I couldn't say for sure. Yeah, no, Carbo's not in a great spot. He's losing a lot of his units here. He's getting kind of swarmed. Yeah, he just got kind of overwhelmed here with a gun. Honestly, kind of what I'm thinking here is I think Tango went in intending to beat Zombie Mortar. I think that might actually be what we're witnessing here. I bet Tango was very much was playing around Zombie Mortars with this team. I do think so. And I can't say it's not paying off because right now I think Tango's it obviously still very much is anyone's game. You got zombie respawns are still a factor and everything else, and kobolds, they're getting killed off. But there's so much health left in all those high damage gun humans. Ugh. I do have to comment on the grenades. I just think grenades are always a super odd choice because like the flamethrower is just better. Grenades are just like all over the place with their damage and how everything else. They're they're not having consistency. They do a lot of self damage. They do a lot of interrupt. Yeah. Did you see what happened there with the grenades? The grenade missed, hit the tile in front of him, and interrupted himself from firing the second grenade.
What
Grenades
might
are
have
bad.
been the case? Yeah, they are. I will agree with that. But what might have been the case is he might just not have had another flamethrower because the flamethrower.
Why
The
don't you?
flamethrower is one of those hard to get weapons, or harder to get weapons, I should say.
So
Although the one thing that I personally
What was that?
think will be a Carbo's saving grace here is that Mushroom still being alive.
Yeah, that mushroom's still able to do a lot.
yeah. I mean, I just got back, but from like the first couple moves of seeing Tango uses kobolds run over the spikes, that was a little concerning to me.
I mean, it's a weird thing moving over the spikes like that because it's very much a very aggressive play. You're sacrificing more health than you do for like flying on a vampirist to take that guy out, or to get in the. But you can't argue with like the advantage. Like that put those kobolds in pretty good positions to just completely disrupt Carbo's team. So
Yeah.
was the damage worth it? Maybe. I can't say for sure.
Mushroom deflects the bullets sometimes, right?
Yeah, they have a small block chance. Imagine Carbo loses the set.
Carbo has won many tournaments.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. One more thing with like the Cupcake ban here, like these teams are like, other than Zombie Mortar, we're seeing pretty much entirely new, not before seen teams. Like that's the entire tournament. Just, I mean, how Cake Holders first set went, like kind of preaches the idea of just like this is very much a different tournament, just the way matches are going.
Variety.
Ooh,
is
that's a bad
life.
interrupt.
I'm all for it.
On that mushroom. Sorry, what was that you were saying? I think that was Pyro's talking.
I was saying variety is the spice of life. Sometimes
Yeah.
it's nice to see these changes.
Yeah, I mean, we do have a decent amount of new players this tournament though that don't know about the Pixie Bold.
So, what was I going to say? Oh yes, have you seen, Jeb, the best team for the tournament that you're telling me about, or not yet?
Have I seen it?
Yes. Has anyone used it?
No, no one's used it yet. No.
Hmm.
Do you know what it is? No, you don't know what it is.
I don't know what it is. Of course, I wouldn't. I'm just gonna go pixie spam.
And he was fairly high at position.
Okay, cool. We're saying you're the new prodigy, Pyros.
Hmm?
You're the new prodigy. How
Yeah,
good
that's
are
what I
you?
said.
Yeah, everyone thinks so.
No, hell no.
Zombie spawn.
This This is still very close.
Yeah, it is. Carbo is ahead on health now. He still has a zombie to spawn, and then once these two die, they still have a chance to spawn yet again. So, I think Carbo's still in the lead here.
Yeah, that's. Yeah.
I would agree, and the main reason why I agree is because, yeah, Tango's gotten a lot of damage off, but that mushroom, which is great AoE, is only at half, and that thing is tanky.
Yeah. Also,
I
like,
think there was.
it's just a weird thing that I don't think about too often with mushrooms, but it's just like spreading out the poison damage, like poisoning a different unit every turn, because they're poisoning the same unit every turn versus poisoning a different every turn. The poison gets spread out instead of just being like, you know, now you have 2 units taking poison damage instead of just the one. These little things do add up.
Yeah.
I feel like this game could have gone slightly different, though, at least. Like,
Yeah.
I thought there was a lot of opportunities to
Zombie's
not
fun.
let your units get, you know, like double hit with the mushroom. And, like, I think he could have avoided that a little bit.
Monkey, they keep looking at it, they don't know. And the next thing about this shot is it's lots of room for error. Yeah. You can hit it fairly straight or fairly sharp, because it'll run in there somewhere.
You can hear background noise coming from Zesty, someone watching a TV or something.
Yeah, we're watching Curling because
Curling.
Curling is super awesome.
It's
so,
super awesome.
Yeah,
And
that's what we're watching right now.
Just a little bit distracting. In any case,
Mm-hmm.
Is that a Tango forfeit? Yeah. That was a game. A lot closer than a lot of people. That was a close game, wasn't it? Right? You had Tango with a team probably with counting Zombie Mortar in time, and just not getting it done. Zombie Mortar just being too strong of a team. How much money you want to bet Carbo runs Zombie Mortar again?
That is wonder what Tango's going to run.
I mean, I think one of the best counters to Zombie Mortars is Pixie Spam, so it would team with a lot of Pixies, if that's what it has in mind. If Carbo's indeed going to switch a team, who knows? He might actually pull out a different team now that we're talking about countering Zombie Mortars. Who knows?
Yeah.
The game is all, like, this game's all counter picks.
I guess Carbo can't use his Thanos team. It's probably his favorite. I just want to have hair trolls in the final. That's my only wish.
Yeah, you can't see this. Jeez. Holy. I can see a lot.
Okay, what do we got here? So to zero people's surprise, Carbo's running Zombie Mortar, but we also got a couple of Pixies and a couple of Gorgons with the TNT swords, of course. It's kind of a weird team to counter Zombie Mortars. I'm sure it can do it, but yeah. Usually my logic is for like big units do have a counter to zombies where they're just like kind of a big unit that the zombies just keep batting against, can't get anywhere against as the big units kind of power through them. Talking about both Cyclopses, Gorgons, and Hair Trolls. Hair Trolls suck, we all know, and between Gorgons and Cyclopses, Gorgons are probably, or Cyclopses are probably the better of the two at countering Zombie Mortars, I would argue. You know, and give them that shield that counters the mortars, right? But I think this team can absolutely get it done versus Zombie Mortars, but it's going to be kind of a little bit tough. basically trying to outdamage all these zombies with pixies. Do enough damage that you kill them off quick enough that your team's all alive. You kill them off before they kill you off. It's possible. We'll have to see. I'm going to see a lot of snakes just being annoying all game, I'm sure.
What makes this very interesting is what Carbo just said
What do you say?
ago, which is he's saving his other team.
Yeah, he has one other team prepared, and it's probably not a good team, but he has another team prepared for when he knows he's going to lose using zombie mortar. Probably versus Cake Holder. Who's the next set after this? Pyros versus Zesty. I'm excited to see that. What was that you were about to say?
I was gonna say I like the idea that's going on here because there's a lot of AOE damage that's but at the same time I don't, because like there isn't really much that Tango can do to immediately threaten those mortars, so they can just do whatever they need to. He's got to get good snake luck in order to be able to threaten those mortars, and even then there's no guarantee that the snakes will go after the mortars.
Level's gotta be around 30, I saw. 16. Okay, that bodes better for Carbo than it does Tango. The Pixars are gonna... Yeah. I never really thought about that, the anti-synergy between... Commenting on what Cakeholder said about the Pixies team killing snakes a lot. I never thought about how Pixies and Gorgons kind of have anti-synergy because of that. Just kind of killing snakes off a lot. Like, it's just kind of weird thing. There's a lot of ways that you can actually beat Zombie Mortar, but just kind of putting them together, like things that don't synergize together, but kind of, I don't know. The point I'm trying to get at is this is looking increasingly bad for Tango. I think he's just can't do enough damage to these zombies fast enough, just not high enough.
The way Carbo is handling it is great for it. He's using 2 zombies in order to basically keep the Pixies away from the other zombies, while the other zombies chip at the Gorgons, while the mortars, well, they just be mortars.
They do mortar things.
They be mortaring.
Having the snake kind of go behind and start bullying the mortar some, that helps Tango, but it might be too little too late. You would need that a couple turns ago to help keep your health up on the Pixies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm sure Pixies do beat zombie mortars, but like just not like this. You know, Pixie Bolt, Pixie Spam. I've never seen a zombie mortar team beat Pixie Bolt or Pixie Spam, so I know there's something to Pixies that beat zombies, and what it is their high damage output. But you're just not kind of in a situation like this where you're not really able to monopolize it on good enough. You don't have enough units on the team. Though, ground fire is a big deal. The ground fire the Pixies create, like, the zombies are going to have a lot more hard time struggling to do anything to these Pixies because of the fire.
There is a map on Pit People which is a football map, which is entirely made of grass, like most of the map. And if you bring like one Pixie, it's enough to put the most of the entire map on fire. It's like a nightmare.
Oh yeah, those maps are fun.
Yeah, we don't even talk. Something we haven't touched on much is like map, what the map you get, because that does absolutely matter.
There's one thing would be interesting is like Electrobots. They do extra damage on units if this unit is in the water, but we don't have like PvP maps with water. Imagine if we would be able to custom maps and like made some river crossing, you know, something like that. that would be a strategic point, some sort of checkpoint that you need to cross your units, and you have robots, electrobots on that. On this match would be something interesting.
Yeah, I think it'd be awesome if they added a couple new maps to the game. One of them having a water map, a map with a decent amount of water scattered about or whatever, or maybe a river in between to separate the two teams or something like that.
Even
I think that would be super
maybe-
interesting.
maybe
Because
instead
it
of
gives
Bear
robots a little bit of a buff on that map specifically.
Maybe instead of Bear Blood, you could have something like just a rain, you know, and if you happen to bring an Electrobot, all of units in your team would be wet, you know.
Well, I don't know how I feel about that necessarily, but yeah, maps would be a good thing. Like, even if you want to say screw map editor, at least in private matches, let us have some control over what maps we pick. Because the way we do tournaments is we'd have one set map that each tournament set would be start on. Okay, each set's doing this map, and then it's losers pick for the map from there on out. I think I like that so much more for how we could run. I'd rather run tournaments that way.
Yes, like if you had the option to make custom maps, we could have even set up some sort of scenarios for tournaments, you know,
Yeah.
something like like imagine just a suggestion, like for example, imagine like is a best of 3 matches, but the last match is for the loser. He's going to like to defend his castle or like his some sort of territory, you know, something like that, or other setups. Like I don't know, maybe we can make a lava tournament based on lava maps or a tournament based on water maps or anything like that.
I mean,
It would give us a lot of flexibility to make stuff as well.
yeah. We allow tournaments pick maps that having each team pick a map and having a third be the one they agree on. I suppose. I mean, for pit people, I think there's a better way about going about it, and that's like we have a set map that each first game gets played on the set map, and then after that one set map, we decided that before at the start of the tournament, then it's just losers pick for the map you're playing on. I think that's the way some other tournaments do map selection, and I think that just works better for pit people specifically because, I mean, you can just bring whatever teams you want. You have, it's not like a skill. Well, I suppose I shouldn't say it's not a skill-based game, but you know, because it's unit-based, team-based, right? It just, I just think it works better for pit people if we did it where we have a set map that each tournament starts on this map, and then it's losers pick. Maybe I'm dumb, I don't know. As far as this match goes, it is still looking like a Carbo win, I want to argue. He still has a lot of blinking graves yet.
The main reason why I'm personally think it's a Carbo win is just because his mushroom is still in pretty good shape.
No, it's not. What?
From my end, it might just be the delay.
Yeah, that mushroom's dead as can be. That is that
The stream life for the win.
Yeah, you should see it now.
Yeah, I do.
See, if I was better at this, I'd be making sure to have my cursor over all the units so we can actually see their health bar below them. But no, the units are all getting too low.
Yeah, it looks like the snakes are just gonna bully the mushroom.
You know, I was thinking it was a Carbo win, but I don't know. It depends on Snake as respawns. If he gets lots of respawns,
really
he'll
good
win.
snake luck in order to surround the mortars, because if those mortars get surrounded by snakes, they're not really going to be able to do much.
And look at the snake staying on the graves. That's like cheating. He's just going to try to finish off the snake with his mortars. the Gorgon with his mortars, which is absolutely what you should be doing. Overkilled it a little bit. Oh well.
This is the part of the game that RNG is going to matter a lot, you know.
Yeah, it
Like
always
even,
feels like a
the
match.
bear blood itself, if the bear blood hits a Gorgon or anything like that, it's going to be a bomber.
And what's Carb would do here? I suppose just focus on meleeing the Gorgon. Hope you can. Oh, and a respawn help as well. Are all three of the snakes from that one Gorgon, or is it some of the snakes alive from the dead Gorgon? This matters because of respawns. Self damage? Oh yeah, that TNT source is gonna hurt the Gorgon itself some.
One is from the Gorgon that's still alive, and two, I'm talking about from my end, are from the other one.
Yeah. So that means the more you attack that Gorgon, it still has a chance for respawns, and Tango's playing this well by hiding back and letting the Gorgon spit attack do a lot of the damage, just to help save as much health as it can. Yeah, you're right. We have 5 snakes on the field now. Stream delay is going to hurt you for that, but oh well. Those 5 snakes are going to go a long way. It's going to be hard to knock out all 5 of them. Shoot, what do you do there? Start meleeing snakes, I suppose? Alright, well. It's just a matter of killing snakes off now. Nah, I think Carbo's got enough health left on his team that he's gonna pull ahead.
Yeah.
It ended up being damn close.
That's pretty close.
The one flaw about snakes, which I'm actually glad is a thing, is that they don't have much health, but they do decent damage for being summoned.
The snakes do poison or acid damage, right?
Acid, yeah.
So they do extra damage against robots?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
This is he's playing this smart.
So yeah. That last respawn there just kind of nailed the coffin. Carbo won. Unless he somehow doesn't kill a snake and then gets all rained on a whole bunch and just wins that way. That's not going to happen though.
I like how Tango can't even forfeit because the snakes.
Yeah.
We have to
Kinda
watch
fun.
snakes die slowly.
Alright, so next on the list is Pyros versus Zesty, I think.
Alright, I'll move out of here then.
Sounds good. Where? How do we do this?
Welcome back to the voice channel, Tango.
It is.
I'm not sure if I want to do a competitive team or a fun team.
You're not sure if you want to do a competitive team or a fun team.
If you use your hair troll, I'll run my troll mom team.
We got some people using the in-game chat.
No, I don't have it saved. No.
You can go run out and grab your team if you want.
Oh, I broke it down for this team. Okay, never mind. I'll be fine.
I would open up the in-game chat too, talk to him some, but I'm not going to do that just because I have an iHotkey for mute and OBS the same as to talk and pit people. So well.
Screw it. I'll do this team. This will be fun. Stupid, but fun. I like the idea of having stupid fun.
All right, let's see what we got here. What his mind of stupid? What is his mind stupid fun?
Oh, you're using the jihad.
Pyro sounds like he's having a fun time. Jeez Louise.
Excuse me?
So based off Team Cup alone, immediately, I think this is I want to say it's Zesty favorite match. He got all the heavy damage TNT swords versus the
This will be a very interesting matchup. I just sent him a message just so he knew what levels
Alright, I'm just going to mute him in game because he's talking to Zesty in VC, which is why we're hearing it. I didn't realize it actually came up in game unless you were holding the push to talk button. I guess there's a way to disable that, so we'll mute him just so I stop hearing him talking in game. How is this match going? So we got, like I said, I think this is going to be a Zesty win just because he has all the damage, which is going to... Those TNT swords do a lot of damage to those Kobolds, and they'll kill them off easy enough. That Pixie does kind of counter what Zesty's running here, but it's just one need on the team. Is that going to be enough to win him the game? I'm not going to say no, but probably not. How do you even play this here if you're Pyros? I suppose just pick a unit and try to kill him. If I was Pyros, I'd probably target that hero. I like that hero placement for focus firing it. Whatever. You're doing damage. That's what matters at the end of the day. Ooh. You absolutely should be going with melees on that Wraith, though. You don't want any blocks happening. Mascot. Yeah. Can we talk about this? This is not only the first time we've seen mascots in game. We're seeing two mascots, two of them on this team. First time we see mascots, we get two of them. Mascots are a weird unit in this game. They're not that good. They do a lot of buffs, which can do a lot of funny things, but overall, I'd say mascots are pretty weak. Can we see two Troll Moms? Yeah, what the hell? Where's the two Troll Mom team? You're falling asleep, Pip? Good point. This game's just so boring when people aren't using Troll Moms every game. Like, because they are the best unit in the game. Like, they're so big. How can they not be? Yeah, that's a good point. We have... Zesty said he would use... Zesty said he would use Trolls this tournament, and he hasn't yet. What the heck's going on? Health-wise, it does look like Zesty's ahead right now. Ahead. Sorry, nah, who am I kidding? They're even. It's just a matter of Zesty being able to kill these kobolds off soon enough. Wait a second, did Zesty lose a unit? Oh, Zesty lost one of these humans. I even noticed that. Zesty's not gonna lose this, is he? Yeah, Zesty might actually lose this one. Yeah, that's another human. No, Zesty's actually gonna lose this one to my surprise. I didn't think he would. It's because mascots are the best human in the game. Oh, Carl was telling you about the time I lost to the Buttersticks team? Yeah. Look, you had heavy helmets, and I had a team that was all swords. I'm sorry that helmets actually do counter one thing in this game. I'm sorry. Alright. Buttersticks, basically what Carbo's Buttersticks team is basically, he had 6 of the same unit on this team, which is literally just Father Butterstick, which is like a bad medium sword, I think it's a light shield, or is it thrown object? I don't even remember what it is. And then a heavy helmet. Not a good human build, and a team made up of only that bad human build. So it was kind of an interesting thing. And he beat me with it one time, because I went into him with a sword, of a team with only swords for its damage output. Yeah, that was goofy. Do you have a replay of that saved, Carbo? Because if you don't have receipts, I can start denying it, and you don't want me doing that. You know what? There's something about this matchup that needs more light shed upon it. Basically what mascots are. Yeah, send me that replay, Carpo. I want to have it. Oh shit. So mascot go boom. Yeah, this is mascot go boom. So I don't know if that mascot's enough to kill off. No, I don't think that mascot explosion is not gonna be enough. That's yeah. If you stall the Cyclops there and then have the human run around, Zesty should have more than enough time to get the human out of the way to start bullying that pixie. Because Cyclops' move after humans, so he can absolutely get away with that. I don't know if he wants. What the hell is that? That's a forfeit if I've ever seen one. Yeah, that was a bad play, Zesty. You did that very wrong. Mascot explosion. Norm, what are you watching right now?
What?
I just heard background noise come up from your end.
Really? But
Yeah.
I was like muted. And I used a headphone.
No,
What was the sound like?
I don't know. It sounded like I just heard someone speaking softly. Anyways, Pyro's
No,
one of
it
the
wasn't
first.
me.
Oh,
It wasn't me.
okay, I don't know then. Yeah, that's the first set. Mascot with pixies. Yeah, mascots can. We say. Where are we ranking mascots in the tier list usually? E tier? They're probably close. They're probably. Especially in the cakeless meta, they're definitely more at least D tier, probably C tier. Just because those mascots yeah, mascots can do really up the pixie damage, not only accuracy but damage so much that they can get a lot more value out of it. Oh, let's see here. So we've seen Pyro use this team before. My immediate thought is again in Zesty's favor, but I was wrong last time when I said that. But yeah, race counter vampiresses and vampiresses aren't very good versus robots either, so it's really down to the rest of the team. And Pyro's is mounting versus wraiths. Yeah, wraiths especially you don't want to do that with because wraiths can double hit both the spider there as well as the mount, like on every attack it hits, right? The race AoE attack isn't like it attack then the explosion attack. It's no, the entire thing's AoE. So they're giving me the levels because I asked for it. There's such a thing. High D, low C, yeah, somewhere around there. God, I could talk about the tier list all day. I'm a loser like that. Anyways, let's talk about this match. The correct thing for this, ooh, that's a good net actually, because he had a 3-hit he can't get now on those vampires is what you wanted. What do you actually go for here first? Because those vampires get killed off really quickly with a team like Zesty has here now, where it just focus firing the vampires. But those wraiths, you want to get that value in on taking out the spider with a mount damage. Get that in while it's head and just get your damage up. I don't know. It's not a bad play to focus the vampire, so getting vampires up soon is good too. Xander Blast, am I up next? Let me check the tier. Yes, Xander Blast. You're going to be fighting the loser of this match next. That's who you're up against next, Xander Blast. So Xander, whoever loses this is who you're fighting next. I think. Yeah, whoever loses this, you're fighting next, Xander. Pyro's doing a lot of good focus fire to Zesty, though. Come on, Zesty, prove me you know how robots work. Yeah, he's using his robots correctly. Love to see it. No stun though, which is always annoying. But yeah, that vampire would die to like just chains if you wanted to probably. You can start focusing firing that next vampires there. God, here's the thing that's going to happen. He went for the vampires first, which isn't necessarily a bad play, but because of that, in the late game, he's going to be able to dismount off that spider and start getting value from just separating the spider to block those wraiths from the archer, and the archers can just stand there and get damage in while they're beating through a spider. If he plays right, he might play wrong. I don't know. We'll see. It's going after a human next, so the other vamp for some reason. I mean, it works if you can able to kill it off soon enough. Especially with a stun like that. Ooh, good damage. Going for the chains. Not terrible play. That's kind of scary. You're at risk of the Electrobots interrupting the Wraith, or even just killing the other Electrobot. Yeah, there it is. He didn't play around that. I saw that was going to happen. Ugh.
Okay, so this is the map I was talking about.
Oh yeah, the one where the fire just spreads everywhere
Yes, if
and
you had
be
like
super
if you
annoying.
just had a pixie on this map, would be enough to put the entire map on.
This is looking increasingly like a Pyros win, though. I mean, I just feel like Zesty is losing his units too quickly here. Trying to kill off the human, good and fair enough. Kill off all he can. I don't know. It depends if Pyros decides to keep that mount going, because if he keeps that mount going, versus the Wraiths are just going to get so much damage on that spider, and that's going to be Zesty's only way to come back at this point. I don't know if he can leave the spider alone like that. But those humans are so low, it might make more sense to kill them off. I'm not sure. Okay, flying to a bleeding hit that's poisoned. That's probably a good play. Do the damage to that high health mushroom while he can. Give the mushroom a 3-hit though. Definitely use the race to range attack the spider. Or melee the human. I would range attack the spider there 100% of the time. Come on, Zesty, ignore that vampire. You don't need to kill it here. You need to get the damage on that spider. You don't have enough health to do anything else. Come on, Zesty, no. Yeah, he just is not he needs to monopolize on the more on the spider in the early game. Now that's this far into the game, he just starts losing. The Wraiths still do a lot of damage, though. Ooh, that was a misplay by Pyros. He should have meleeed the other Wraith to death and started range damaging the other one. Though I think at this point it doesn't make too much of a difference. Zessy's going to start. I think Zessy lost this for sure. Well, does Zesty have a chance of still winning this? No. Yeah. This is what I thought would happen. Well, actually, no. That Wraith still has a hit on that Archer. And the Archer lived there. Does that Spider have enough left in him to take out the Wraith? I think he does. What helmet does he have? Yeah. That Spider actually has a decent amount more tank on him than you'd think, so it's going to be hard for that Wraith to kill the Spider. Yeah. Ooh, that missed an 8 yard scale. I'm like, holy shit, does the Wraith still have a chance here? Nope, it's over. Yeah. Howdy, Pyros.
Hello again.
Looks like you won.
The funny thing is we both agreed for the first match to just throw in a fun team.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that people rank mascot so low, because like, and this is what I told Zesty, like the mascot does the same job as the Cupcake does in Pixie Bold, from the looks of it, except it's also an explosive that you can threaten yourself with your pixies. So you can literally time bomb them with a 30 to 60 damage explosive.
Yeah.
It was so much fun.
Alright, where's Xander? I need to get Xander invited in here.
What blows my mind is that every match so far has been just 2-0.
Yeah, see that seems to happen every tournament, which is like goofy to me because
Only on Pit People.
only on Pit People. It's very rare to have a game go to a third set in these tournaments. Like
I
even
really wish it did, in all honesty.
yeah.
I just feel like it'd be a lot more fun that way. So we're waiting on who, Xander? Right?
It looks like they're in on my end, so just whenever they're ready up.
Oh, okay. I wish I could join solely to spectate.
Yeah. Yeah. You've been killing it this tournament so far, Pyros. Like, you've been performing way better than just surprising. I like your performance so far. It's awesome. And I hope you win this thing now, but you got a tough bracket next versus Carbo.
The sad thing is, I even said before I feel like I'm gonna lose round 1.
Well, that
I
didn't.
said that, what, 2 weeks ago, I think? I ate my own words.
Well, here you go. Now you're gonna win the whole thing.
I doubt it, but if I do, sweet.
Alright, here we go. Zesty versus Xander. We got Zesty using Pixie Spam again versus team with Kobolds and other stuff. Who do I think wins this? Probably Zesty. Just more Pixies equal more chance to win. Something like that. Yeah, those zombies aren't going to be doing much for Xander here, and that Ice Mortar is going to, well, slow him down, but I don't think it's going to win him the game by any means. God, after this set, it's going to be Cake versus Carbo. Oh, not Cake versus Carbo, Cake versus Tango. Yeah, Zesty has to rely on a lot on that TNT Sword Human to knock out those Kobolds here, I'm sure. Because he doesn't have a great way of dealing with Kobolds otherwise. Those Kobolds have a higher fire resist than the Pixies do even, so those Kobolds are going to be hard to not kill off without that human, so he's going to have to protect that human a lot. That human does have that fire resist shield, so it is going to be pretty good versus these Pixies here. Especially considering these Pixies all have helmets to bring down their damage some. Yeah, I haven't. Sharp said he wasn't able to play, so I haven't seen him around. So next match, yeah, this K-Cooler just got a pass for Straps there, which, yeah, K-Cooler's going to beat Straps either way. Straps is not playing well. We love you, Straps. And in any case, let's talk about how this match is going. Well, I got a question for you, Pyros. Looking at the way you've been playing so far, next off you got a big match versus Carbo, who is pretty much only use Zombie Mortar. How do you think you're going to fare against him? Oh, he's muted. In any case, this match is going through the. No, he's not even going through the spikes. You can walk around. What am I thinking? Ice is such a weird thing in this game. That ice mortar, like, you think it'd be good, and I have seen cases where it has been good, where it just completely destroys your team's positioning. You just can't do anything all game. But other times, just like those frozen units do have higher resistance. Units take less damage while frozen. So if you want to actually kill off units, it's hard to do that with with ice on your team, just because you're giving those frozen units just don't take as much damage, right? Usually when you stun units, it's usually to like help focus firing them. Like, you're not going to move, you're going to stay here so I can keep attacking you. You can't run away from me. I'm going to keep attacking you and kill you off. Well, if you have that higher defense, it's kind of counterproductive to doing that goal that stuns do. So with freezes, it's just like, okay, well, you can't move, but you also, I don't know. Because also with that, like, freezes have more likely to freeze than you are to stun pretty much always in this game. So you are just going to get more of those freeze stuns. And just be more disruptive to the team, even though you're not killing stuff as easily. So what's better, to be able to focus things down, or being able to just cause more disruption to the team? Ice can be good, but it's really not always. Dodge. Start focus firing the mortar, or why not? It's something you can actually not be resisted by your attack, so you can kill it off. Just stop it from being annoying. Can't disagree with that play at all. Those dodges, man, they really do go a long ways. Yeah, it's something about the Pixie versus Pixie matchup's always a little bit boring, because it's just like, hey, you resist me, I resist you, now let's keep bashing against each other in a slow, boring match. It's, you got the, like, because, you know, Pixie Bolt is the best team in the game, right? So we've had a lot of tournaments where it's just Pixie Bolt versus Pixie Bolt, because why would you not use the best team in the game? So, because of that, hey, what's the damage coming from out of those two teams? Well, obviously the Pixies. So Pixies versus Pixies and Cobalts that resist each other. Time for a long, slow, boring match. Now, it isn't as bad as actual Pixie Ball, because, like I said, like this theme of this tournament, no cupcakes allowed. Health-wise, Zeti is ahead. Not the biggest surprise, considering that it's just more Pixies, right? There's nothing really that Xander has that really hard counters anything Zesty's running here. Freeze is still being annoying though. Using the TNT sword on the Cobalt, at least he should, and putting some pressure on the mortar. Probably kill off the mortar this turn even. This is going to be technically our second elimination set because our second elimination because the K-Killer versus Straps set doesn't look like it's going to happen. So Zesty versus Xander Blast. This is going to be Xander or one of these two's elimination, whether it's Zesty or Xander Blast. One of these two are getting eliminated from the tournament here. Say goodbye to one of these players. So it's going to be an interesting thing to see who ends up pulling ahead here. There goes a zombie. Wow. It's going to be hard for Xander to win this match here. And looks like Xander's going to go for trying to kill off that top pixie a little bit. That low health one that's kind of on its own a little bit. Makes sense. See if you can kill it if you can. Put some Cobalt to attack him too, just to help emphasize that point of killing him off. Can't argue with the positioning here at all. If I remove it, I'll go a little bit harder into focusing down that pixie. Put both my Cobalts on attacking them and all my pixies up a little bit, just to make sure they're targeting that one pixie, just to kill it off. Because right now that pixie's still alive, which it didn't have to be. So I would have done it differently. Looks like Zesty's moving over Grave as he should. Stop that respawn from happening. That's fine. Ooh, self-damage killed Pixie. And a Cobalt dodge on the TNT sword. That's slows Zesty down for sure. It's a really good dodge. That's like the second dodge. These dodges have just been absurd. Dodges are just annoying. Are just like, oh, I dodged, I win the game now. Going after the Pixie, as he should. Oop, killing it even. Looks like Zesty's still ahead on health, but yeah, Xander's definitely giving him Zesty a fight for this one here. What do you even do here? Probably go after that flower helmet Pixie up there with a low health. Or, yeah, it works too. Just do damage and hope you win. God, that Cobalt keeps dodging that TNT sword. That's like the third or fourth time that that Cobalt dodged a TNT sword. That's like annoying me.
People forget that Cobalt dodge rates are to be respected at all times.
Yeah, the dodge rate is a lot, like it's lower compared to like a Pixie or something like that, but then it just keeps happening. It's just like, ooh. Cobalts are really good.
It keeps happening on top of the fact that it's a unit whose entire purpose is to get into the back line.
Yeah.
So, like, if you miss too many times, those things will add up, and the Kobold will just be able to do whatever it wants to your back line.
Alright. Zesty's still ahead on the health gain, but yeah, there's a Pixie dead. Xander is in place to get a respawn or two here, which can help out, but I don't think it's going to be enough to win Xander the game here. Not even, he doesn't even get lucky with the respawns. Stalling the Pixie some, hoping it doesn't attack the Cobalt if it doesn't need to. Weird play. Okay. It's increasingly looking like a Zesty win. Yeah, so it looks like Zesty won this one. Who knows? Maybe this will be the first set of the tournament to actually go to a third match. Who knows?
Hopefully.
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 Get more gameplay going.
Exactly. On top of that, but I don't think a lot of people are taking this into consideration, but the more matches you see, you can see more of the teams that your opponents have prepared as well.
That's
so, like,
right, isn't it?
From a competitive, from a competitor standpoint, I want games to go on for longer.
Yeah, Pixies kind of destroy zombies. That zombie was not able to do anything. Respawn to die. Oh, there goes a human. So now it's just 2 Pixies with a lot of health left that are gonna do some funny things. Yep, that's game.
They're just gonna bully another Pixie.
Well, hey, still best of 3, so it's only game 1 to Zesty here. Hopefully Xander actually brings us back some, because right now we're actually ahead of our tournament schedule, which is goofy.
If I'm being perfectly honest, I do want to see a game 3 out of this, just because like that's just a lot more fun. But I'm personally rooting for Zesty just because I want to go up against him again because we
Yeah.
just had stupid fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, the first game, we kind of just said, you know what, let's just do something fun. I need time to make a Troll Mom team too, because I said that if he ran his troll team, I was gonna run my Troll Mom team, but I took it apart for an anti-Pixie squad.
For an actually good team.
No, it was still a good team. Don't get me wrong. It's just I needed something that could deal with Pixies pretty well because I didn't have anything like that set up yet.
Let's see here. So Zesty would need to win this game, then win his next match, and then you'd have to lose versus Carbo for you to play him again, or win versus Carbo and then have Zesty win versus Carbo and win and play in final. It's not possible for you to play against each other and win, but it's a uphill fight for sure.
I'm fine with that.
A lot of things have to go right in order for you two to go against each other again. Anyways, here's another match. We got immediately this one looks like it's Xander. This one's in favor of Xander's team because he has the Wraith and Gorgon versus a couple of robots here. Carbo, if you're in the live stream, I'm just going to tell you. I'm just going to tell you, Carbo, that Cesty's currently in the match right now. This match, actually. Xander Blast for Cesty. Zesty's currently ahead 1.
I like the look of both teams, all honesty.
The look?
Yeah. Because Zesty's team is a pretty good spread damage team for sure. But Xander has units that counter that with that Gorgon, just because it counters those bots.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Zesty's team also looks like it has a lot more DPS. Like it's
A lot
going to be
more.
very interesting.
Yeah. Ooh, counterattack. Ooh, interrupted the counterattack. I wonder if Xander just doesn't have a TNT sword, because he should absolutely be putting one of those TNT swords on that Gorgon. I mean, I guess he likes the 3 movement. Ooh.
I don't think the 3 movement is worth it, all honesty.
It's really not. Like, I can understand people wanting that 3 movement on like a Cyclops because you know, Cyclopses can get gimped easily, but the Gorgons, you have snakes and acid to make up for the lack of movement if you're only going with a 2 movement. So
Exactly. That's why I said, like, I don't think it's worth it.
no, that's really not.
What I don't... I like how both of them are taking it, in a sense, but I don't like how both of them are essentially choosing one unit as like a sacrificial lamb of sorts. Like, here, deal with this unit, and in exchange, I'll deal with this unit of yours.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's kind of weird, like the idea of trading units for something, because it's usually like, usually you're doing it to get some kind of positioning advantage, which works sometimes, but I don't know.
If you're looking to trade units, the best way to do it, in my opinion, is to use units that don't have too much value in terms of like your damage values, but are still a big enough of a threat that like you need to like, for example, the Vampiruses in that one Spider team that I use.
Yeah.
Every time you've seen me just throw them to the wind, I want you to focus them. Because the rest of my team will do my DPS for me. I've got 2 spread damage dealers. And then I've got the archer on the back that just pegs at your team.
Yeah, because I was thinking about that when you're fighting Zesty there. I'm like, okay, you're targeting the Vampiruses, which you mean, yeah, Vampires do a lot of damage. You can't lay them around. But at the same time, you have the 2 Wraiths that can do the hit to both the Spider and the Spider Mount, and you're very able to, you know, land those hits with where you're positioned at. And you just went over the Vampiruses instead of the Archer. I'm like, I think that's the wrong play.
I think the reason why is because of... This is something that happens in Pokemon, which is why, like, I say you don't want to follow metas too hard, is that you can tunnel vision on those metas, and as a result, something that you see is, like, worthless in most meta matchups or something like that, suddenly can become really strong just because, like, it's surprise factor. Like, you're not expecting that unit, or you're in Pokemon's case, you're not expecting that Pokemon. It looks like it's something that's kind of pathetic in most cases, so you're just gonna ignore it and use it as setup fodder. And then you suddenly get surprised by what it can do, and then you're like, oh shit, this is something I need to actually consider.
In some of the practice games I was playing versus SD, actually, like, the use of TNT swords recently went up a lot, and helmets we rank like super low on the tier list, like E and F tier. Helmets are really bad. Helmets do one thing, and that thing is counter swords. Well, we're seeing a lot more TNT swords, and people aren't using malice at all, because why would you use a malice over a TNT sword? I mean, it does so much better. No one's using helmets. Helmets suck. Well, you throw a helmet against a TNT sword, and all of a sudden, those TNT swords aren't doing so hot versus that helmet, and just one helmet on the team just kind of soaking up all the damage. It's just like, oh shoot.
The one item that I'm surprised nobody is using is the Chrysanthemum Heavy Helmet, which is the poison resist helmet. Because, like, I've seen so many mushrooms this game, or this tournament alone.
I don't think the helmet you said is actually the poison resist, but yes, there's a poison resist heavy helmet, and I don't think it's really. There is a poison resist heavy helmet's the point, and it's really not that good. Especially on like a human, like. Okay, what all can you put a helmet on? Just Cyclopses, humans, spiders, and
if I remember correctly.
Spiders, pixies, and maybe it's worth it on a pixie. Perhaps.
No, it might not be on Gorgons.
No, not Gorgons.
I know you can put them on Spiders.
Yeah, sure. Spiders, zombies, pixies, humans, and Cyclopses. That's it.
There's
spiders
no
and
putting it onto a zombie because that's just overkill.
Yeah. Honestly, same with Gorgons. Gorgons also have that poison resist. And Cyclops is like, when you think about the way this mushroom attacks, like it poisons the units around you. So if it's like going against a Cobalt, well, that's 2 units going up against a Mushroom for 1 unit slot, so that's like doubling the Mushroom's damage. Or if it's a Cyclops, it's going against a half. So you don't really need it on that Cyclops either. That Cyclops already gained that bonus damage. So it's only really worth it on maybe a Pixie and a Human. And Humans really aren't... Humans don't really have a losing matchup versus Mushrooms, so it's kind of redundant on Humans too.
If it weren't for the fact that I needed the extra mobility on that Spydar that I use, I'd say your best thing to put it on would be onto a Spydar with a Human on the back, because then you mitigate one of those big AoE sources. And then if you get like an electric bow, suddenly you have a positive matchup against Pixies.
Yeah. I think the fire resist helmet's absolutely better than the poison resist on a spider for sure, because it already has that poison resist. Spiders do.
Yeah.
This is looking like a Zesty win. I don't know. That Gorgon and Wraith still has a lot of health left, but Zesty just has unit advantage right now, I think. And health advantage. I don't know. I shouldn't say it's a Zesty win. It's still very much anyone's game.
I feel like, personally, Xander should be a lot more aggressive with his Gorgon. To soak up that damage and to get some snakes spawning in.
Yeah. I don't know. He's playing very, like... He's doing a lot of this kiting thing with his Wraith and Gorgon, which gets damage and keeps him safe, sacrifices the,
Yes, what the Pyro says makes sense, because the whole point of the Gorgon is to tank early game, you know, and make the units focus Gorgon and keep the other units alive on his team.
And then he's retreating his Gorgon again. Like, you could have had most of these Electrobots relatively dealt with by now if the snakes were spawning, because the snakes deal acid damage. You could use those in order to deal with the Electrobots, or to surround Zesty's forces.
yeah.
Oh, that stun on that Wraith hurts.
Ooh, that hurts even more. In a second here, you see he stunned the Gorgon, which is big news.
Oh yeah, that's not fun.
Yeah, because it doesn't spawn any snakes while stunned like that, so just monopolize on damage on that Gorgon right now. No Zesty. Oh, you're playing wrong. Zesty played wrong. The heavy fire... Yeah, fire resist... yeah, K-Kohler saying in chat that the fire resistant helmet's pretty much the only helmet worth running, which I do think there is an occasional time where normal helmets are worth running, but yeah, the heavy fire resist is pretty much always the one worth using, because
you gotta remember though, you can use those resistance helmets in order to pair it with your own synergies.
There's not,
like, let's say if you're running a heavy poison based team or something like that, you can throw some of those poison resist helmets on, so that way you're dealing less damage to yourself. But that's about it. And do I recommend that personally? No.
Yeah, I mean helmets bring down your damage significantly, and that's just doing more damage. This game's very much in the meta of doing more damage better than saving more. I suppose not so much in the cakeless meta, but that's still, I think, generally true more often than not.
I really don't like how Xander's playing this, because he's playing his units too far back, and because of the shields that Zesty has, he's just resisting all the shield damage that the...
I mean, yeah, I think what Xander absolutely should have done there is just held that line he had with that Gorgon and Wraith. It would have been harder for him to actually kill the Wraith here, as well as, you know, stop all of his units from actually attacking here, instead of what he did with let him attack. So, yeah, no, Zesty won this 2-0. Well, yeah, that Wraith can't do it at this point. Yeah, what's the Gorgon gonna do to win the game here, especially without a TNT sword? Jeez Louise, run a TNT sword, it's better.
If you're playing Gorgon, you almost have to run TNT Sword.
Yeah. Even if it's just the medium one, you don't have the heavy one or whatever, it's still plenty good enough.
Which one did I use? Did I use the heavy one or the medium one?
I don't remember.
The one that I used had TNT like carved onto it.
Yeah,
if I
that was the
remember
heavy
correctly.
one. That's a
Yeah,
better one
okay.
to use if you only have the one.
I didn't feel like giving the medium one to her because I wanted the extra movement on my humans.
Yeah. It looks like Xander's doing a pretty good job being annoying with this Wraith or this Gorgon though. It's not a winning strat, but it's annoying for sure.
If he gets rid of that bot, he might be fine doing this. But he has to get rid of that
Ooh,
bot.
double dodge. That is a dodge up light sword he is running, so that Gorgon's made to just keep dodging and stay alive is kind of the idea of it, and run away and be annoying and do all that. Okay, what is the point of that? The turn, Xander's next turn here, you'll see he just ran away and did not do any damage running away. Just like, okay, that's called forfeiting. Yeah, right here. Ooh, double stake spawn on the TNT sword hit. Can Gorgon be deaded here? Oh my goodness gracious. Alright, well, I was humoring the idea of this going to a game 3, but alas, we're keeping with theme, only 2 game sets. Alright, next is going to be Cake Holder versus Tango.
Oh, was Straps a forfeit?
Yeah, he's disqualified or forfeit or whatever.
That sucks.
Yeah, it really does.
Oh, I just realized I have to go against Carbo next.
I don't like that much of the idea to make the Gorgon lightweight, you know, because the whole point of the Gorgon is to tank, you know.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's
It's
what I'm
like
saying.
the
Like,
same thing. Yes, it is the same thing if you use a Cyclops and you want to use him like flight sword, and what is the whole point? It is not even going to give extra movement.
And yeah, just shout outs for now that Xander's out of the tournament, just shout outs to Xander, just thank you for playing and all that. We really appreciate anyone who comes out, even just have a little bit of fun and lose and all that.
when it comes to the Gorgon, personally, if you're gonna run it with that light weapon or something like that for the extra movement, you've got to be playing it aggressively to threaten the backline at that point. It's not a frontliner at that point. It's something to threaten the backline. So like with him playing it so far back, I was really confused. I get it. He didn't have a backline to really exploit.
Yeah.
But, like, you could threaten those robots pretty easily. Because if he threatened those robots or he threatened the humans, he would have just won like that. Because they didn't really have much to stop it.
Hey, yo, Zesty. Ah, I didn't get to say goodbye to Pip. Oh well.
If someone ends up playing Troll Moms, we're supposed to wake up Pip, apparently.
Apparently.
I don't know how we're going to wake up Pip, but we'll figure it out.
Alright, immediately after this set right here, it's going to be right into the winner of this versus Zesty. And then after that, then we do the Carbo versus Pyros. This is an important match here. The winner of this is the last member for top 8, right? Or top 4. Right now, top 4 is Carbo, Pyro, Zesty, and then the winner of this. So, important set here.
I'm gonna be honest. Even if I lose even if I lose against Carbo and then just choke against whoever wins here, I'd be proud with my results because I'm guaranteed a 3rd place position in this, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah, 3rd place ain't bad.
3rd place after only starting like about a month ago. I'll take it.
Alright, let's see what we got going here. We got K-Color running that shield spam again into a robot mushroom team. Tango taking advantage of the mortar right away or the cannon right away, because why not?
Ooh, this is the cannon map?
This is a cannon map. Cannons aren't very good.
It's so useless, but like, I'm intrigued.
Hey, you might be able to use that cannon all day, fire 10 shots off and get like 3 damage in. Or 2 damage on that cobalt just there. That's enough that justified, isn't it? We can just say it is, and then it will be.
Hey, anything that can let my cupcake do actual damage, I'll take it. Because yes, the cupcake can operate the cannon. I find it stupid, but I find it very funny.
Trollmoms cannot operate a cannon. What a loser.
I know, right? Imagine not being able to operate a cannon.
What's going on now?
We're making fun of units that can't operate cannons.
As far as where we're at in the tournament, this is Tango versus Cake Holder for the last person in top 4. Right now, top 4 is on winner's side, we got Carbo and Pyros. On loser's side, it's going to be Zesty, you Zesty, and then whoever wins this for top 4. And this set, honestly, the way Cake Holder's been playing so far this tournament, and with this first matchup, I think it's still one of those that can go either way.
Hey, so long as we finally get an actual best of 3 instead of it just being a 2-0, I'll take it.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. And so who plays after this?
After this will be winner of this versus USSD right away.
Fuck. Okay.
You gotta prepare. God, these games keep happening. I keep having to play.
That's exactly it.
If it makes you feel any better, Zesty, and I said this to Jeb, I was actually rooting for you to win that set because I hope that you and I get into a position where we can have a rematch.
Yes, and use a troll team.
Exactly.
Troll team.
I
Yes.
prepared that troll mom team too.
The troll
reprinted.
final. That would be glorious.
Like I said in match 1, I don't care. Stupid fun is stupid fun.
Stupid fun is stupid fun.
Stupid fun is funnily stupid.
earlier than I read. You want to go on and I'm going to drop one really quick.
No wait, could Shraps not play or something or?
Yeah, it looks like he had something come up that didn't allow him to play.
I like the Tango team's composition. No,
Yeah.
it is interesting because yeah, Electrobot doesn't have like poison damage, so it's easy to keep the Electrobots in the back. That remembers me when People was launched, released, and the meta teams was pretty much like Electrobot, Gnomes, and Mushrooms. They basically threw the Mushrooms in the middle, and use the Electrobots to kill the team. It used to be really a strong unit.
Yeah, pretty much this, but with like maybe gnomes instead of the kobold here.
I feel like I would have liked this matchup a lot more if they brought gnomes instead, just to add to that backline pressure.
I don't think it really
The
would have
problem is
done
like
much.
the problem it is in the past when the gnomes it was more useful when the mushrooms and electrobots was stronger, because you basically threw the mushroom in the middle of the units and the electrobots just killed everyone. But the right now like gnomes are just like bad at everything, they are slow movements. I think they are just worse than mascots, they are
Yeah,
by far the
yeah,
worst unit in the game. Because they are just too specific unit, which is throw an unit in the middle of the map. But if you throw a unit in the middle of the map or the enemy team, you can just like concentrate your damage in that unit and kill that pretty fast. So the only viable way I think the Gnomes is useful is when you have mortars in your team, and your mortar is going to get cornered or something like that, and you throw your mortar on the other
yeah,
side of the map. But that's just it, nothing more.
I agree on that one.
yeah. I really want to point out just how K-Holder so far this tournament, like just raw positioning where he's putting his units, I think K-Holder's performance is probably the best we've seen all tournament. Like he just knows exactly how to position units to minimize damage he's taking while maximizing damage he's outputting. He's just like K-Holder's really good at moving units around in this game. Like all game so far, he did not give those mushrooms any chance to hit more than 2 of those units at a time, which is something most people don't bother doing. They're just like he's playing around what the opponent can able to do to him and doing things so he can't really make big chains on units more than a couple, and just he's playing this very well. What's the point?
Personally, I like how he's using the cannon to forcefully disperse Tango's units. He doesn't want Tango to be in a group anymore. He wants them to separate out.
Ooh, both mushrooms get interrupted there off of chains from Tango. Yeah, it's not over yet, but shoot. Oh yeah, so because that mushroom got stunned on Tango's turn, I think that's actually going to be stunned again for next turn. So K could probably full surround that mushroom here and not
Focus it
worry,
down.
not even worry about it attacking all of his, getting a big hit on all of his units there with that one mushroom, because it's going to be stunned again next turn because Tango stunned his own units. How that worked.
I agree, because like from the looks of it, yeah, the Electrobots, they're being annoying, but
Ooh.
they're not really doing much in terms of damage from the looks of it.
And
Whereas
just
the
getting
mushrooms, they're
another
consistently getting this good damage off.
Yeah, look at that. It's stunned again through Tango's turn. Yeah, that helps Cake Holder so much here. It's kind of crazy. Because now Cake Holder can kill that last cupcake, or that last mushroom rather, and just worry about robots for the rest of the game.
The only thing that he has to worry about is that this map does have pits, which means the robots can potentially win through outmaneuvering them, but I mean, that's
I don't think that's
Tango's
gonna
last
happen.
hope.
No. I think Tango's very much good enough to know how to play around that.
Yeah, I know.
Or Cake Holder is good enough. I mean,
I'm saying that like that's the only thing that Cake Holder has to
Yeah.
worry about, because he's ignored these robots for so long, and Tango has the knowledge to be able to maneuver around those pits to use them to his advantage.
yeah. So now it's just knocking out robots and hoping they don't do too much damage to his team. I think he's going to lose his hero here, which is annoying for Cake Holder, but no. I think, yeah, I don't know. God, those electric swords are just weird. You know, if Cake Holder's able to get, like, a decent amount of stuns with those last few electric swords, I think that'll be enough to have Cake Holder win here. And hopefully that TNT sword doesn't interrupt his entire team from attacking too, of course. That'd be no bueno. Yeah, that's about as best of a good as a turn as you can get, it looks like. And that's stun. Yeah, Cake Holder's gonna win this match. Yeah. Even if Tango gets enough of their good RNG there, I think it's gonna be too little too late. Well, yeah. Robots just don't do enough damage, I don't think.
I just want to say this just shows how surprisingly tanky humans can be.
There's something I observed about pit people. There's like, I think 5 elements on the game, right? Shock, fire, poison, stuff like that. Like every unit has, we have every race with an element, with the exception of water. You know, like we have the
shock,
mushroom,
fire, poison, acid,
yes, we have
ice.
Yes, we have Pixies, who is a fire unit. We have Mushroom, which is a poison. We have Gorgons, which is an acid unit, but we don't have like any water-based unit, you know, like let's say a snowman or something like that.
I mean, the closest thing that you have to a water-based unit is the Octoclops, but I don't think that really counts.
Yes, it's more like I don't know. It's more just his attack's not water-based. But imagine like if you had a water-based unit who could like synergy with Electrobots, you know, like you keep your enemies wet and the Electrobots make extra damage. I think the early days of people, we had a discussion before like to add a snowman on the game, because if you see the people trailer or the early cutscenes, you can see like snowman on the
that's right.
You know, on the cutscenes, and people speculated about, oh, they are going to add like a snowman or something like that. It would be like obviously an ice unit, but that means an water-based unit. But like from what I have seen with the amount of units on the game, people just realize, oh, it's just another unit to fix the balance problem of this game, because on the early days of this game, one of the major problems of this game was like to update and balance the units, you know, because each update, one unit was like overpowered too much. Like every single update from update 1 to 7, there was an unit change and damage balances and some things like that.
Oh, that's game 1 to Cake Holder.
Unfortunately for Tango, stun luck just was not on his side.
Yeah, he didn't get the stuns Tango needed. But hey, maybe Tango will win this and go to a third game. Who knows?
maybe we'll
humor that idea. Will it happen? Probably not. But hey, we'll humor it. Oh, I'm excited to see how this match actually ends up going.
Yeah, because that fight was surprisingly even. I say surprisingly because I wasn't thinking that Tango's matchup would last that long, just because he brought kobolds.
Yeah, kobolds.
And I don't think kobolds pair very well with mushrooms, personally.
Yeah.
Didn't Mars have a team where it was like a mushroom, a hero cake, 4 kobolds, and something else?
Yeah, there was the damage mortar, the stun mortar, sorry, the damage mortar, the blind mortar, two sets of kobolds, a hero mushroom, and a cupcake. I ran that team myself for the longest time, and yeah, it's a strong team. Alright, let's talk about this matchup real quick, because we got Cake Holder with a Pixie Spam and a Hero Mushroom, which, not a bad thing to put on here on this team. What else are you going to do? A Mortar or something? Hero Mushroom's not a bad choice at all. Versus a human team with a few shields, it looks like. This guy got a shield on him? Yeah, a few medium shields and one
The way I
heavy.
see it, if you're running a ranged team, when in doubt, Hero Mushroom. Just because, like, good, consistent melee AoE.
I suppose so, yeah. In any case here, I think this matchup's going to be really one-sided in Cake Holder's favor. That is Pixie Spam, very good. Very, very good. I don't think Tango's team has anything that's going to save Tango from winning this match. The Pixie Spam's just going to be too much. That mushroom here is honestly kind of just there for decoration. I don't think that mushroom's really going to do anything to help Cake Holder win. It's just there to do damage, or not even do damage, just for seasoning. Yeah, you know, don't you like some mushrooms on your food? It tastes so yummy.
I don't like how Tango is essentially forming a choke point, because I feel like Pixies play very well against choke points.
I mean, think about this realistically. What's Tango really going to do? Put your units together, that way you can hopefully have an isolated Pixie that Cake Holder lets you focus fire. Have the Octopus help you out with that somehow.
Yeah, but knowing Cake Holder, I highly doubt he's going to
probably
offer that to the win.
Knowing Cake Holder, because we all know you know Cake Holder. In any case. Oh my god, Norm, I just read what you posted in Chad's room. Norm, can you read that out for us?
Sure, but okay. Like, have you ever thought how much fucked up Troll Moms are? You know, like, they are like literally. I don't think it is a good thing to say that on stream, but
it's funny. Keep going.
Okay, like seriously, they are like literally single moms who keep like breeding babies and they throw the babies to die for them. You know, like if you think about that, it's really it's not normal. You know, I mean. Troll Moms are like one of my favorite units on the game. I'm not gonna lie, if I put like based on favorite, like they are really sought out. Like I really like Cupcakes, and like I think Troll Moms would be the second or third ones. But seriously, like it's not that normal. Like if you see, it's not, biologically speaking, it's not like good for the Troll Moms to throw their own, you know, for their own breeding to die for them.
What the hell? I like how you said, ever thought about how fucked it up was? Trauma just give birth to babies, let them die, and they're by themselves, they're not even breeding, they're just pooping them out. And like Pip is in that room, just says, "No, I haven't thought about that. Bye."
Seriously, if you think like imagine you are reading a book, you know, and you read something I just said, you would probably think that would came out from Dead Space game, you know, something like that, from a terror game or something, you know, but it's like it is from pit people.
All honesty, it's a very interesting defensive mechanism.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like
those who survive, you will be the ones that carry on my legacy. Like what?
It's not exactly a good defensive memechanism because Troll Moms are F tier, but
it's a defensive mechanism. We never said it was.
I think like if the races of pit people would have a political affiliation,
of course,
Troll Moms would probably be communists, you know, because if you ever saw like how the Russians fight, they would they just fight with numbers, you know. So I think Troll Moms would be straight up communists or any Soviet affiliation.
Obviously.
Never did I ever think that joining a pit people tournament would have us talking about the politics of Troll Mom.
Like if we have the opportunity to make our own levels, you know, I would probably think make my own quest line, you know, and some sort of Troll Mom communist faction, you know.
Naturally,
against,
of course.
I don't know,
I mean, it really goes without saying.
unfortunate for cake holders, seeing as though
Yeah.
Tango was able to confuse that cupcake.
I mean, the mushroom. And yeah, it doesn't really matter. That
Yeah,
mushroom's
not
there.
cupcake,
That
mushroom.
mushroom's. I don't think mushroom has very good synergy on this team. I think there's way better things to use on this team, but a mushroom. But there it is.
I feel like it's just there because like he couldn't think of a good any other leader that wasn't a pixie, so he said, you know what, screw it, mushroom.
Mushroom. He got a couple poisons off, so you can't even say it's terrible.
I'm not saying it's terrible. I'm just saying like
Oh,
that's what it
there's it.
feels like.
So I was thinking about once the Alien Hominid Invasion came out. You guys ever think about we can make some playthrough together and some sort of mini tournament or anything like that?
Alien Hominid Invasions in tournament.
I don't know, like any. I just want the opinion of everyone. We can like make it not necessarily like PvP tournament because we don't know the game yet. What it's going to be the options, but we could do some sort of, I don't know, some event or anything like that.
Uh,
I just want the opinion of you guys. What you guys think about us about that?
I mean, if people are down for it and want to put them
I'd
on
be down for
themselves,
it.
they can go for it. I don't
I
think I'm
don't-
too interested in it myself
Because
personally.
listen,
I didn't like Alien Hominid personally, but I'd be down for it just because, I mean, as I said before, it's stupid fun. It's stupid fun.
yes, and like we can even make some sort of we can reward people units for the players who like had a good performance on Alien Hominid. I don't know. We make some sort of competition, and the reward is going to be based on pit people units. You know, we can just mix up the two games, make some sort of that. Because like we can like we already figure out how to make names and stuff like that, so we can make some sort of custom names for the winners.
Yeah, it only
Just
requires a
jump
cheat engine to
jump
make custom
something like that.
names. I mean, I wouldn't want to put that on myself. If other people want to put it on, then by all means, just I only have the mental capacity for pit people. I can't go beyond that.
I think I'm not sure like because we did not saw like the game of the Alien Homie came out, but once I figure out like I bought a new computer and bought some new games, you know, just played and had fun, but the amount of replayability the pit people has as a game, you know, like multiplayer and stuff like that is huge, you know, once you know the game. The only problem is like I see with that was like there was no incentive to people to play that, you know, like good reward system. For example, tinted units, you know, those
Yeah.
neo units and colored names. We could have like a better reward system for the game to encourage people to play PvP and grind those units, you know, something like that.
Maybe. There's a lot of. We can go on this conversation about, oh,
Yes,
what if
for
the
sure.
game for forever? It's just, yes, this game has
But,
lots
like,
to be
I saw-
desired.
I saw that Alien Home is going to launch this year.
Yeah.
So we can like plan out something. I'm not sure. We still need to see the game and how the replayability is going to be on this game because if you compare like Castle Crashers and Battle Box Theater, like I think PvP just has way bigger replayability. You know, like me and Creeper itself, we have like over 1,000 hours on this game because the amount
Yes,
of
I only have
player
1,000 hours.
units and yes. So I just think like we can see how the game stands out and can make something out of that. We could use the Alien Homid release, you know, to bring a little other peoples to join our game as well.
How many hours do you have on Pit People?
Hmm?
How many hours do you have on that game?
I think 1 second.
Don't worry about
That
it.
was a lot of overkill on the octo clock. so
Yeah.
at this point,
I
I don't think it matters.
I have 1,000 hour and 1,284 hours on this game.
That's a lot. For
Yes,
this
it's
game.
yes, it is
For
just
this
a game
game?
like you know.
That's a lot.
Yes, it is a lot because it is a game like you know when you, even though it has um a lot of, how to say, you can make a lot of
Uh,
teams.
all
It
right.
is an easy game, to mix up. It's when you don't have so much to do. Oh, let's play some uh, 2 versus 2 matches,
All
or anything
right.
like that.
I gotta interrupt you a bit for Norm here because we got some
Sure.
tournament stuff going on. First off, we have Cake Holder winning the set, so now it's gonna be Cake Holder versus Zesty for this next set here. I sent you an invite, Zesty. Um, what else was I about to say? Oh yeah, yeah, just thank you, Tango, if you're still in the chat at all. Just thank you for playing in this tournament, Tango. We appreciate everyone coming out. Seeing someone returning face is always something I love seeing. Getting people to just make sure people continue living. So just thank you, everyone here. Next on the list, we got a good match here. Zesty versus
Yep.
Cake Holder. So
Then meet a general, I guess.
I just want to point out because I thought it was funny. I like how Jeb was about to say it's cake versus zesty nexty.
Zesty Nexty.
Exactly.
All right.
I don't know why, but I just thought that was hilarious.
Yep. Yeah, you're both in VC, so yeah, whenever you're ready, we can get going here.
Completely different team.
Yeah, this is a big set here because this is top 4.
Oh, 4. To be honest, I'm very tempted to just use a troll mom and get this over with.
No, you've got to win this set so that we can have our troll tango. We gotta have that troll 1v1.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Bro, it's just so many games to play.
All right, I'm gonna move you out of the VC now, Zest. See you in a bit. All right, let's see what we got here. I'm seeing shields right away. It is, what do we got here? We got Zesty with a shield mortar team versus Cake Holder, who's going all out shield. So, let's see here. Zesty
Oh my
also
God,
has
Cake
the
Holder's
axes.
using a different team.
Yeah, he finally learned his lesson about bringing the electric swords into every match. No, this is very bad for Zesty. Very, very bad. Cake Holder has a much stronger team that counters Zesty's here.
Yes, basically
is
the map as
literally
well. The map itself is going to give a good edge for.
I think the map actually favors Zesty here, but it's just, I don't think the map alone is going to be enough. I think the team advantage Cake Holder has is going to give him the win.
I personally hate this map, because of those three checkpoints, and because I don't know, it just makes the match too much. Stuck.
I feel like because of this matchup, I feel like the mortars are probably kind of useless here.
Yes, for sure. But like overall, every match on this map, the units like keep stuck in the middle,
Yeah.
and becomes like a Thermopolis, like 300 fighting. Like
Yeah.
you just keep there and you don't have like so much movement. And if you like bring a lot of artillery, it's basically the enemy teams basically lost that.
God, after this match, it's already the winners finals. Versus Carbo versus Pyros.
It's the winners finals, but it's not the finals.
Yeah, finals, so they have yet to come. Winners finals, not grand finals.
Yeah.
See Cake Holder already kind of preparing just to go around the other side instead of what most people end up doing is kind of, I'm guilty of doing this a lot of times too, so I'll just put all my units towards the middle here and go like, oh wait, I'm stuck, then after the fact move my units around. No, Cake Holder's on top of it, he's just moving units around right away, right off the get-go. The reason I'm always hesitant to do that is just because whenever you separate your units off like that, well now you got these couple over here fending off for themselves.
The main reason why I like this is because Cakeholder, he's not just threatening one area. It looks like it, but he's not. He's threatening all three.
Yeah. Imagine if Zesty's team had one heavy helmet on the team. Cakeholder would just lose.
This is where I say, by the way, in matchups like this is where I say medium bows have an actual contention against mortars, is because I'm not sure what the rate for mortars to not be blocked is, but medium bows actually have a decent chance to pierce through shields.
That's not how that works. No, they're equal block chance.
I thought they were both. If I remember correctly, isn't medium bows like 67 or something like that?
Okay, so the pierce has nothing to do with block chance. That's pierce is
okay.
strictly how much armor you
that's
resist.
armor pierce.
Yeah.
Okay. See, this shows
piercing stats is how much you can pierce through armor.
Yeah,
it was 76, not
okay.
67.
Like if the enemy is using a helmet or something like that.
You'd think they'd add something on there to show the difference between shield blockage and armor blockage.
Yeah.
No.
Shield
Well,
blockage.
that just means that this mortar setup is even worse because, like, you can at this point you can really only use the mortars for melee damage. In my opinion.
You really can. I mean, maybe you can hit through the shields every now and then, but really, it's like, yeah, you're better off using them for melees.
And that just sucks because that means they don't have any armor. Or they have very little armor, I should say, just because they don't have shields. Although I will say that Zesty is holding these choke points rather well, given the circumstances.
I mean, what's he really going to do here?
Yeah, pretty much. This is just going to be a slugfest where once everyone's positioned up decently, they're just going to spam spacebar.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. There you go. I think, let's see, Cakeholder has this one guy up top, which is that Xenu his name? Anyways, yeah, just kind of looking at the health, overall team health, they're pretty even. I think, yeah, they look pretty even on the health advantage. What really matters is kills first, and I think those mortars are just going to be too low damage on the melees, and that's going to be what ultimately gives Cakeholder the win here, I bet. TNT swords help. TNT swords are like the only real thing I see here that's why Zesty would have an advantage over Cakeholder. Just being able to slightly outdamage him with those few units of the TNT swords. He has 3 of the TNT swords.
If Cakeholder had heavy helmets on his units, I feel like this would just be a close and shut case for Cakeholder to just steamroll. But because he doesn't, Zesty gets those explosive damage procs, which might actually win him the match. If RNG favors him.
I don't know. It might still just be too little too late though. Time will tell.
Yep.
We'll see.
I just love that this fight is an all-human brawl.
Yeah, Zesty's really trying to kill that one low health human, if at all possible. Ooh, that was a good counterattack. How much damage did that counterattack do? 50, okay, not as much as I thought, but still 15 on the counterattack. That's not insignificant. That's helping Zesty keep up with Cake here.
Yes, but we had some sort of breakthrough, by the way, like on the left side.
Yeah. Still yet to have any units die off. God, the rain, it's freaking terrifying. Yeah, it should be showing up for you guys in a second here. That rain hit going right next to Cake's low health unit. Especially on this map with the spikes you can hit into. Ooh, yeah, this is looking increasingly... Yeah, I think... Yeah, it's still going to continue what we were originally thinking of, just Cakeholder just slowly pulling out ahead. Cakeholder just slowly killing off these low health units faster than... Then again, no one's died yet. It could go either way. Ooh, that's a weird play. I don't know if that's good, but that's a weird play. We'll see. Yeah, I didn't think that'd be enough. Ooh, yeah, no dice. So I think there's no way Zesty doesn't start losing a couple units here, or at least one unit.
I like how Zesty's team is holding on just well because of the explosion luck, and since I went to the bathroom real quick, I'm assuming potentially also a bear blood luck.
No Blair. I don't think I've seen any bear blood went on anyone yet, but yeah.
Oh.
Thank God, because bear blood is the worst thing to ever be added to this game. But no, it is looking increasingly bad for Zesty, I think. Ooh, with counterattack there too. Just all those other things that help bring him down. I'm sure that TNT sword in the middle there's gonna die here. Yeah. Just a bad matchup for Zesty here. Too bad he didn't have that one helmet he needed to win him the game. I mean, realistically speaking, like Cakeholder's team here, it is one of the few teams that if you just ran 2 Troll Moms into it, the 2 Troll Mom team would actually win.
Yeah, but who's running 2 Troll Moms?
I'm sure Zesty has a 2 Troll Mom team ready to go.
Knowing Zesty, I wouldn't doubt it. The one thing that I will say that is in Zesty's favor is that his hero has significantly more health than Cakeholder's hero.
That's not gonna, that doesn't really amount to anything. Yeah, Cakeholder's ahead on units, ahead on health, ahead on everything, ahead on damage output.
Yeah, at this point, now you can see why you were saying it's not really going to be a factor.
Yeah. I have faith in Zesty, though, to bring this to a 3rd match. I mean, it's not going to happen because we have no tournament sets to go that way, but we can humor the idea.
I like rooting for the idea.
Rooting for the idea? Well, there's no better way to go about it. that hero's still alive. Yeah, I don't think it's possible for Zesty to kill off any more of Cake's units. Unless all of them just happen to target that one lowest health one.
The only reason why I'm saying this one's going to be a cake holder win is because he does have that one human that's like 75% health from the looks of it.
Yeah. Well, it's not over until it's over, and Zesty still has a game to go. I have no clue what Cake Holder's going to run next. Nor Zesty, for that matter. They could throw anything at us here.
They should pull on me and pull out a completely random team that you just threw together like 5 minutes before the set.
Okay, 3 sets of gnomes, Gorgon, and mascot.
Wait, we got gnomes? We got gnomes?
We got gnomes?
We actually got gnomes?
I don't know. The match hasn't started yet. Who knows?
But no, I'm being dead serious when I say that about specifically that mascot team that I ran. I literally just threw that together. I'm like, you know what? I'm not sure if this works, but I feel like it'd be funny if it did.
One with a 2 mascot team. That's like the thing. Like, weird stuff just works until we run into Carbo, who is only running meta.
I'm actually curious if that team would have a favorable.
Oh my goodness!
against,
Oh my
Zombie
goodness! Oh my
Mode.
goodness! Oh my goodness! This team.
Oh, come on,
I'm
stream,
wait.
catch up.
I'm gonna wait till the stream shuts up to announce what it is.
Oh, I really want to see it now just
All right.
because of your reaction.
That's a hair troll.
I'm not surprised.
Not only that is a hair troll. There's 3 robots versus Pixie Spam. The hair troll team could actually win. That's what's so absurd about it.
And there's a mushroom that can also threaten the pixies, because pixies tend to want to group up to be able to single out all their damage onto a single person, whereas the mushroom will take heavy advantage of that.
Yeah, Zessie's the only one base this tournament. He's the only one actually running a troll in tournament. And not just like some intro level beginner player set. This is Cake Holder, seed number 2 for the tournament. Like, oh my goodness, this is a set, and he might actually win with. I'm so excited. Okay. It's a hair troll team. It's a hair troll team. So everyone is betting on Zesty to. Everyone wants Zesty to win this. Am I wrong? You can't say I'm wrong.
Carbo saying he's the one team wonder.
The one team wonder. Hey, won him every tournament so far. He got him to winners finals. Just that one team. We can't say it's a bad team to use. Alright, Cake Holder is going to play this like extremely well to avoid robots from completely destroying him, I'm sure. And as far as positioning early on here, I'm sure he's going to kind of play around the idea of having... He's not going to let...
I just noticed 3 of Cake Holder's pixies are pink and 2 are not.
Tinted Elite or whatever you call it, yeah. I'm sure you just kind of use whatever. Oh my goodness, the double pass.
Again, I feel like this is because both of them respect what the other can do. Because Zesty's team can heavily mess up those pixies, and Cake Holder's team can heavily mess up Zesty's main front line being that hair troll.
Yeah, Zesty's not sure how you can handle this here. The way I usually counter these matchups is just like, alright, I kind of position myself so like only half his team can get an attack on my team, while I can go ahead and attack with my full team afterwards. I don't know if this is what Zesty should be doing.
It is going to be an interesting match.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, big time.
The only thing I feel sorry about it is about that hair troll, you know.
You feel sorry about it? No. That's the reason he's going to win.
Going to get wrecked.
Like, here's the thing. Like, Heracles are like the tank unit, right? They have a lot of health, like a lot of health, plus that natural regen, plus a little bit of defense on them too. So it's just like, even though they have that weakness to fire,
On top of that,
Is
if
it-
I
Yes, we're
correct me
going
if
to
I'm
have
wrong,
like
but
a
go ahead.
we're going to have like a pretty balanced match, by the way.
yeah, this
Oh,
is
yeah.
kind of interesting. So what's going on here is that like they don't want to put themselves in a position where either Cake Holder's team or all Zessy's full team just run in and do a big attack on them. I don't know about that play, Zesty. I think you just have to go in for melees on those two. We shouldn't be doing what you're doing. I don't think that's a good play. I think you just gotta let the Pixies kind of roam onto you. That is not a good play. I don't think Zesty really understands how robot chains work. Because that's like the 8th time I've seen Zesty do that at the tournament where he had his robot interrupt its other robot.
I remember when I was practicing robots, I did that quite a few times.
Yeah, it's not hard to play around. You just gotta know how to play around. It's just like, hey, the chain will go two tiles away from the unit it's attacking. If that only option is my own unit, it will chain to it. So looking at these 3 units, the 3 pair of pixies are next to each other. Where is the chain going to? None of those, which is why Cakeholder put it in that position so you can't get the chains off. Yeah, I just kind of knowing that, oh, come on, Zesty, I have faith in you to be better than this. But no, Zesty really has to go into the melees, yeah. No, Zesty's already so far behind. Don't go for chain, Zesty. Do not go for chain, Zesty. Do not go for chain, Zesty. It will not work.
You're rooting so heavily for them that it's starting to hurt you.
Yeah, it is.
And the and the pixies just do massive damage.
Yeah. Really needed a stun there. No luck, though. Yeah, those robots really don't do a bad number to those pixies. It's just... Pixies have the big damage output. Yeah, he's going to have 2 pixies attack that robot plus a mushroom bat, which might be enough to kill that robot on the end there.
In all my time of playing casual, I've never seen a mushroom attack another mushroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I find it kind of funny that he just literally flips the tip at him.
Yeah, Cakeholder is playing this extremely well. Like, he knows how to play around robot chains. Let's see how this goes. Okay, a couple stuns, which helps a lot, actually. Especially because the stun unit can't dodge, so it's guaranteed hit next turn. What I'd probably do is just have that hair troll knock out that pixie on the left next turn, then focus my robots on these pixies on the right. Assuming not the bots all survive here.
And this is how you should be trying to play against pixies, is try to pick them off one by one using units that
Actually,
play decently well into them. But
Cakeholders are not Cakeholder. Zesty's in a good spot to get some chains, some actually good chains going here. These robots can hit for 20 plus damage if he plays it right.
especially against pixies.
Yeah. Only because it's pixies, really. That works. There we go. I like that play.
Just because you said. Well, that's a good one, by the way.
What's up, Norm?
He's getting some really good stuns on
Yes,
these
that
pixies.
was a good attack chain
Yeah.
from the bots.
But Cake Holder's playing this smart. He knows that at this point it's best to just split up all the pixies.
Ooh,
Yes.
I like this play. It's not at all a bad play there. I don't think it really matters what Pixie targets at this point. He just needs to pick one and go.
You should pick whichever one is the lowest health.
Well,
Yes,
First,
pretty
you
much.
see after this turn, they're like so close, it doesn't really matter. Just go for the one that looks the easiest one to go after. Yeah,
Well, based on this turn, it looks like
they're all close enough. It really doesn't matter. Whichever one you can just target easy
No, I
enough.
was saying that from my perspective, there is one chain that he can do.
Oh, the 2 chain there. Yeah, he got it.
Okay.
Unless the hair throw makes his special attack movement, which is really annoying.
Shoot, this hair throw in the late game might be enough to bring Zesty over the edge. Like really, that I don't think the Pixies might not be able to if they can start killing off. Yeah. All right.
As from this point already now, even the hair throw is going to be a really strong unit for late game. You
Yeah,
know, like
absolutely.
I think we had this discussion before, like, but given the circumstances, like I think the throw mom and the hair throw are like one of the best units for late game. If you like have one unit left against the opponent who has like 1 or 2 units left, if you have
Because-
hair throw or like
Yeah, I think Zesty
throw
wins.
mommy, or even like a combination of one cupcake and 2 cobolds, you know, it's going to be a pain in the ass to
Yeah,
beat.
for sure.
I agree, especially since he's kept this hair troll so healthy, which
Yes,
means it's just able to do whatever it needs to at this point.
pretty much. Like I think if we make a tier list of like the best late game units, the tier list would change dramatically, you know, because of that.
Yeah, because
Unit
there are
tier list
certain
based
units-
entirely on the late game.
Yeah, because there are certain units that you need to try to deal with as quickly as possible.
Yes,
Because
for example,
if they get into the late, or once the late game hits and you've taken a bunch of blows, if the unit's still at like relatively full health, that thing's going to be a pain in the ass to take out. And the Troll Mom
Yes.
is a great example of that because, I mean, throughout the entire matchup, she's just been throwing her babies at you.
you know, I don't know if you ever won a match with troll moms, like with 2 troll moms or like 4 troll moms, but it is one of the most cool things I ever did, like in a game. You know, like I remember I did that before a few times. Like
All
I
right.
teamed up with a guy and we both said, oh, let's use 4 troll moms, you know, and basically spawn endless waves of babies. And
Yeah.
the enemy, if your opponent cannot take one troll mom and start losing 1 or 2 units, is like already over, you know.
All right. So
Oh my
Pyro,
god, we're actually getting a game 3.
we're actually getting to game 3. I think this is the first time a Troll Mom team has won a tournament match. Period.
That one wasn't a troll mom.
Sorry, not a Troll Mom.
That
A
was
hair
just-
troll. I misspoke. A hair troll. The first time a hair troll has won a match ever. I think that's the first time.
Well, he played it well. He didn't play it so far forward that it could just get blasted to smithereens, but he held it back until by that point, Cake Holder's lineup had been split up enough for the hair troll to be able to just not instantly crumple to the pixie barrage.
Yeah.
And
I
that's
mean-
how you should play in that kind of matchup. Is like, yeah, it's an unfavorable matchup, sure, but you can still use your unit to deal damage. Those pixies don't resist the hair troll attacks after all.
Yeah. At the end of the day, the reason Zesty won that matchup was because of just basically pixies versus robots is what it kind of boiled down to.
Yeah, the robots did so much damage.
All right, we got a bit of a different match here. We got the same weird zombie mortar team Keikoler was using before versus the Zesty's robot mushroom wraith team. We've seen them use a couple of times. Between the two teams here, I do think Zombie Mortar can pull ahead, but I haven't seen Keikoler win with his Zombie Mortar team yet, so I don't know if that actually rings true. We'll see. If he gets good blinds, then yeah. And of course, all the mortars Keikoler has, he's forcing.
Yeah,
He's
this
from-
map and those team setups is going to make the match interesting.
Yeah.
I like this type of match.
Zesty's just gonna move all the zombies mortars and just wait for Cakeholder to come a little bit close. Or sorry, Cakeholder's gonna hold position and wait for Zesty to come a little bit closer to him.
Yes.
The one thing that I see that's in very big favor for Zesty is mobility on this map. Zombies
Yes.
are notorious for being terrible against chokeholds and all that. Well, Zesty's able to reposition his units pretty much wherever he wants. He can fly over and create new chokeholds for those zombies.
Yeah.
He just
Absolutely.
the only thing he really has to worry about in this matchup are those mortars.
Yes, this is where the most damage came from. Is going to come from.
Yeah, with that 3 move on that mortar, Cakeholder really can get away with leaving it there for a turn, waiting for the team to come back, and just leaving the other 2 mortars and moving the hero back. Now Cakeholder's in a good position. How much? 30 damage through mortars this turn. I see. It just seems weird to me that he's still not going to the still not using the NRG mortars. They do more damage. They do. We're not making this up. That's just a fact.
Well, when I played against this team, the main thing that actually made this kind of a struggle for me to go against was the fact that those things have crowd control attached to them,
Yeah.
which is always nice. If it weren't for that crowd control, I probably would have won that matchup a lot faster. Just because, like, I couldn't hit any of his units for anything. It was nightmarish. That's one of the, and this is what I like about this matchup, is that it actually shows off a weakness of Zombie Mortar, is that zombies, yeah, they can be really strong units in the late game, but because of their lack of mobility, if you've got a really mobile team comp, zombies really can't do much about it.
Zombies are also weak against troll moms. Yes, it is true,
You're
it
not.
is
You're
true.
not wrong.
It is true. Like even if you use like there's a specific thing about the kobolds and zombies. If you fight, if you are using, for example, yes, a zombie or kobold team, you know, those units are meant to outnumber the enemy, you know, and not to be outnumbered. Even though like a troll mom can spawn 4 minions, it's going to be like your zombies or kobolds are going to get in trouble. I had this before, like when you face up against like 2 troll moms and you have like 2 pair of kobolds and 1 cupcake, you're going to struggle a lot to keep those kobolds alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Cake Color's gonna win this. Even though it's weird zombie mortar, it's still a zombie mortar, so.
I'm potentially giving it to Zesty just because he has that heavy mobility.
I don't think it's enough. I'm looking at the health right now, and I'm seeing how far ahead Cake is. And then he got
He just
respawns
needs
in the
to-
late game and all that.
You've
From this
got a
point,
point on that one, but like the main thing he needs to worry about isn't the zombies. As I said before, if he can get rid of those mortars, he gets rid of a lot of Cake Holder's damage.
Yes.
That's a lot of mortars to get rid of.
Oh yeah, it is. I'm not saying that it's going to be an easy battle. It's definitely an uphill one, but if he does that, he might just take.
Yes,
he might.
he
just
doesn't
take
have
it.
that much option, right? He just needs to just focus on the mortars to have any chance to win.
Yeah, he went for a melee on the Wraith there. I'm like, oh, why not? It's so close to dead. Just get rid of him and put you that much farther ahead. Also, this hero, he's able to run away. So, yeah, Cake Holder's playing this extremely well because the way what he's doing here is like, all right, the units are starting to kind of surround Cake Holder. He's spreading up his mortars. He's putting a line of zombies between him and a lot of his mortars, especially this like low one down here. Like, how is Zesty going to, even with his mobility, how's he going to end up getting this one when you're slowed and all that?
That's how you should play against a hard mobility team, is to just protect your units. You want to play on the defensive at that point. Because if you play aggressive, the enemy team's just going to literally walk past you and go after your back line. I'll put it this way. I feel like this is the best way to put it. Cake Holder's team has the losing matchup on this one, but he has the experience to be able to turn it around in his favor.
I don't think
You
he
know
has
what
a
I mean?
losing matchup at all. I think he has a fantastic matchup here. God, those slows do so much.
They really do.
God, I look at the health difference at the bottom of the screen here. It's just like, it's not even close.
From this point, Cake Holder was able to spread out his mortars again. So
Yeah.
Yep.
So right now, I don't think there's that much to do.
I don't think there's much Zesty can do.
And
Again,
also,
I think this is mostly an experience difference in this matchup.
not only that, but the units the Zets is using is not good for attrition. You know, like if you see Cake Holder, he's a better team for attrition battles.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I said Zesty's only real hope of winning this game is to take out those mortars as quickly as possible. But those zombies had really good slow hits. And that just, it costs you.
Yeah, that blind mortar did 18 damage. That's a lot for a blind mortar. How close are some of these units from dying now? Keiko sure has every single one of his zombies alive, which is not great news for Zesty. That robot at the top there is probably dead this turn.
And it doesn't help that he doesn't have anything currently in position to immediately threaten any of those
Yeah.
monsters.
I mean,
He
mortars
might be
are
he might be able to pick off the two that are like in the middle, but he ain't gonna really be able to touch that crowned one.
yeah. Mortars do have a lot of health too because they're humans, right? Humans are a very tanky unit. They survive well, and mortars are humans. So it's just like, yeah, mortars are hard to actually kill off, especially compared to a unicorn. That mortars are actually better. They are make for better tank holders than unicorns do, just because of their health advantage. It's just,
But in exchange, they lose DPS.
I suppose so. Now we're talking about units in the late game. Unicorns are actually one of the worst late game units because you just rush them down and then they can't do anything.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Kind of a goofy chain there, going from the chain onto the Wraith over midair. Yeah. I don't really like the helmets K-Cola has on these zombies here. You do lose out on a lot of damage putting those heavy helmets on them. They do survive better, but I just think the damage you lose out on is a little bit too much to warrant it. I get wanting the fire resist, but I can't say it's
You
not
don't think
working
that
because
the
he's away in the
trade-off's worth it?
game, but no, I think the no helmet zombies are better. Or even just want medium so they're not overweight, that you still got a degree more health on them. It just seems... I wouldn't run this team, is all I'm getting at. But I can't say it's... I mean, I can't say it's not working for him, he's winning the game.
I think what the point of that was is to increase the longevity of the
Yeah.
zombies while they're alive, to make it so those mortars can ping for more damage. And that is a very nice trade-off, but like the main drawback of that, I'm not gonna say that him having 3 mortars isn't bad. Having heavy helmet zombies is perfectly fine in my opinion. But it's the fact that he doesn't have a mushroom going around with him to really deal a lot of extra damage in that front line to make the zombies even more threatening.
Did Zesty just forfeit? I think Zesty just... Yeah. That's game.
What? He's going to forfeit?
Yeah. He forfeited... I mean, he knew it was a losing matchup. He just... Moving on, I suppose. Yeah. That's it. That's, Zesty got 4th this tournament. And K-Cola just played really well. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna move to general chat.
Yeah.
We got
Carbos up now.
Mm-hmm. The question becomes: is Carbo going to truly try to be that one team wonder?
Who? What else does he know?
I don't know. We haven't seen his other team yet.
You're Zesty. If you're in, I'm gonna move Zesty over to my channel.
That team. What?
Oh, I didn't realize you were talking to him. Sorry. Hey,
Yeah,
Zesty.
What's going on?
Sorry about the didn't quite make it there, but hey, you're the first person to make it to a third match. There's a lot to be said about that, isn't it?
I won a game with a troll.
You won a game. I was saying in voice chat that I think that's the first time anyone has ever won a game of one of our tournament games with a troll. I think that is the first time.
Yeah, that's impressive then.
Absolutely.
I mean, I think this hair troll. Do you have a hair troll is beating the mushroom in that list?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I felt pretty confident in that second match there.
Yeah. I mean, it was a robot team versus versus Pixies there, which is a very good matchup to have going there.
Yeah, just the other two matchups were just like pretty much decided from the start.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
hard to win versus yeah, Cake Holder has a weird Pixie zombie mortar team going, but it's still a zombie mortar. It's very much a strong team. Yeah, whoever ends up, this is winners finals. We're on top three now. It's Pyros, Carbo, and Cake Holder as our top three players. And then yeah, whoever loses this is going to have to battle versus Cake Holder, which is Cake Holder's waiting for whoever loses this, which is going to be interesting. It was Pyros who initially took Cake Holder out of winners, right? Yeah. So someone's being Cake Holder. Yeah, it's going to be Pyros. But we got Carbo versus Pyros first, and see if Carbo uses his zombie mortar team again. But no, I do think your last set there, Zesty versus Cake Holder, that I want to say that was the best set of the tournament so far.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty entertaining.
Yeah.
I think the last one was kind of like the last match there is kind of boring, but the first two were good. I don't know, something about zombie mortars just seems not if you can tactfully like move the zombies around, you know, that's definitely a skill, but
yeah,
it's just I find it so boring. But I think that's probably a good team to run. Like Cake Holder's team there was, I would say that's a pretty good version of the rendition of the zombie mortar team. Like
Cake Holder version? I don't know. I don't think I like it too much personally. I don't think those helms are really doing.
I mean, they would protect against the swords a bit.
Yeah, they for sure would. I don't know. Oh shoot, I need to update so I can actually see what's going on. Let's see here. Alright, so we got Carbo running zombie mortars versus Pyros here, who's running first off, it's that Carbo running zombie mortars. Oh. He never ran that team yet this tournament. Anyways, Pyros is using that 2 mascot team again. Now this is a set. He does have all the kobolds on the team, which help disrupt the mortars some. I think Carbo's going to take advantage of the fact that he has run kobolds and throw a zombie at them plenty. and slow those kobolds down. We'll see.
I think the map is advantageous to Carbo though.
Perhaps. You know, he's able to kind of tuck his mortars kind of back in the corner here with kind of those little bit bigger objects in the way to prevent us around. That I'm sure he's going to take at least somewhat advantage of.
That that second match with me and Cake, I was tempted to just like go like, you know, right at the start when we were lining up, no one wanted to move first.
Yeah.
I was like, fine, you know what, like let's get this fucking match going and just I'll take the first hit, sure. But like, come on, bro, come on.
Now, were you listening to me commentate at all that second match there?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. I had to make sure.
No, I just had the.
Yeah, I was kind of freaking out a little about a hair troll team that looked like it was going to win.
I mean, obviously the robots carried that match, but
absolutely.
the hair troll was like, it was okay.
I think that 3 mortar helmet zombie version is better version of zombie mortars. It's more survivable, doesn't lose as much as if any damage from the lack of mushroom. I think you're absolute. I still like the other version of zombie mortar better. It's just like, especially looking at the very first match of the tournament you had versus Pyros. I think if you're using the more traditional version of zombie mortar, you would have won that. If you're running the normal version of zombie mortar versus the team you won versus Zesty's verse there, I think you still would have won that. The matchups you've had, you're not getting anything from using your version over the normal one. Now, the times it is better, I don't think those fire helms really do enough to save you from pixie. And as far as not losing, you are absolutely losing out on damage. I do think so. You do lose out of damage with the fire helms, and you do lose out of damage without the mushroom there. You're right, you do have more survivability with the team, absolutely 100%. I suppose that's the entire argument here, the trade-off. What's more use, the greater damage or the greater survivability? I personally would probably lean towards the damage. The way the meta usually goes is damage is better than survivability. So I'm sure there are 2 different teams. I'm sure there's times one team does it better and times the other team does better, but yeah, I wouldn't run your version over the normal version zombie order personally. But hey, who knows? And like I said, versus your team of zombie order going up directly against the normal version of zombie order, I think your team's actually better. So it has a place. I prefer the normal one, but yeah, it's definitely not a bad team. It's zombie mortars. Looking at how this game's going, looks like Carbo's ahead on health and damage so far. Though that Pixie mascot combo is going to get in a lot of damage, I'm sure, to really start knocking out these zombies pretty quick. I think it's a big question: is these mushrooms and zombies and trickling enough and mortar damage going to be enough to kill these kobolds off anytime soon? Because if you're able to kill the kobolds off, you're going to be ahead of soon, and you do have the resources to do so, but
When did Carbo say that Zesty is uber based?
Zesty's yeah, because you ran a whole hair troll team.
I had to get it in before I lost.
Yeah. Good thing too. You would have lost if you hadn't. That's the only reason you won, really.
Of course, the hair troll carried.
I want to see how far ahead Carbo is running after Pyros' team. Lost 2 zombies there. Okay, Carbo's still... Yeah, Carbo's still ahead on the health department after that. How long will that last? It's about to poison a bunch of guys. Gonna get a bunch of mortar damage in this turn. I still think this is Carbo's game to win, but it is going to be pretty close. It depends heavily on the late game respawns for who's going to ultimately win this. Ooh. Especially if you're not getting great mushroom RNG like you did there. We're only hitting the 1 cobalt instead of the mascot and whatnot. It's being aggressive with this cobalt here, trying to knock out the mortar, it looks like. Yeah, it's actually looking increasingly good for Pyros. It just does the health advantage Carbo have enough to carry him through the rest of the game here. That's one thing about zombie mortars just in general. Zombie mortars isn't the greatest for focus firing. You know, you have the zombies and the mushroom and the mortars who don't really target a specific unit. They just do general damage to the entire team. So it's hard to focus fire to death units a lot of time. I mean, you end up in situations like this where you got an entire team alive pretty much with just the zombies to... Nothing really strong to help kill them off. I think I need to change my opinion on mascot. Mascots are kind of a weird one. I mean... Mascots, I think in the Cupcake meta, mascots really aren't that much worse off. I think maybe there is some room to improve, but in the cake meta, I think where we put mascots is right about where they need to be. But in the cakeless meta, I do think mascots do have more warrantability for how useful they can be. Yeah, I didn't think so. I want to see what happens this turn. Yeah, Pyros is playing this well. Yeah, it's kind of the point where Carbo needs to heavily rely on respawn to having it get ahead at all this game. Well, he's getting his respawn, so it looks like Carbo can absolutely come out of this with a win. Needs a little bit more luck. Low C tier for mascots in the main meta? I don't think so. I think Pixies just completely destroy mascots. I think... That makes me think, what about... That makes me think of a team cake holder. What if we did Pixie Bolt with a mascot? I want to try that next time I'm playing. I might change up my Pixie Bolt team to have a mascot instead of the harpoon.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, hey, Zach, welcome back. It looks like Carbo just won the first match of the set.
Oh yeah.
Good opening point roast that.
I think a large
Roast that.
I think a large part of the problem with mascots though is kind of similar to the problem with spiders in the main meta. Just like, why am I using a mascot over something like a cupcake? It just doesn't have much place over a cupcake. Or why am I using a mascot to buff a pixie when I could just run another pixie? Or stuff like that. Like that, I think that's kind of still very much a problem with mascots. Just like, I do not think they're actually that. I don't think they're as good as C tier. Maybe D tier. Probably.
They're good with unicorns.
Yeah.
I think the buff and accuracy is really good.
Accuracy is absolutely the biggest thing that mascots do.
Yes. They make guns good. Unicorns good.
Yeah. I kind of figured Carbo's game plan here is to keep running Zombie Mortar until he eventually loses with it, and once he loses it, only then will he change it for something else.
Teams.
Alright, so this is what Pyro used to beat a Cakeholder's version of the Zombie Mortar team. I don't think you'll have as much luck versus Carbo here. Carbo has energy mortars which do significant enough more damage, so it's going to be harder to get past. Not only that, I think this map also kind of favors Carbo a little bit more than the map he was faced with Cakeholder using the team. It's not impossible for Pyros here, but it's going to be a tough fight for sure. Carbo the one team. He has yet to switch off this team. It's about to make it. If he wins here, it's in grand finals with the Zombie Mortar team. If he doesn't drop a game this tournament and wins the entire thing without using any other team, that's going to be something else. Cakeholder, if you end up facing off against Carbo, can you please just beat him? It's not so much that I want Carbo to lose the tournament, I just want him to, for once, switch off a Zombie Mortar.
If it ain't broke.
If it ain't fixed, don't broke it.
That's right. You want to send another message in another announcement saying live streaming the final game to determine who wins the figurine and the $50.
The 50 buckaroos, the $50 dues.
The grand prize.
I don't want you to lose.
Now, I'm just really interested in who I want to team up with in the next 2v2.
I don't think I'm going to do the same thing again with the 2v2 where we are forcing people to not team with each other based off win results. I don't think we're going to do that again. I have planned my team to fight Carbo very carefully. Oh, Cakeholder's repaired Carbo.
I think if you put like Morris and Pyros together, they would have like the wackiest good team.
They would just win the entire thing. Everyone's surprised by it. Yeah, Carbo really kind of need to slow that spider there. Being aggressive here, but Carbo's just going to kind of hide behind that line of zombies he's got right next to him. Yeah. I don't think this is just clear cut one or the other of these guys' game to win here. Because Pyro's already beat a zombie mortar team with this team, so I don't think this is just in the bag for Carbo in the least here.
Get lucky.
Yeah, he can get lucky.
Carbo, don't go there.
Carbo, don't go there. Carbo, you see that? You need your positioning right there. Don't do that. That's a bad one.
Mm-hmm. Don't move that zombie there. Trust me.
Trust me, I know. I have
Yeah,
over.
I'm a pro with zombie mortars.
I know what a zombie mortar look like. Trust me, I have 3 hours in pit people. Only 3.
Mm.
It's giving Carbo a hard fight here. That shield just missed 2 mortars, did not block 2 mortar shots, which is just stupid.
What's the max range of mortars again? Is it 6 tiles?
I would have to. I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to like count it out and see it visually, and I'm struggling with that right now. Trying to continue to put pressure on that spider. Yeah. He hasn't made up a turn out. We'll see what he actually ends up doing. I'm not commentating this. I'm just too invested in what's actually going on here. Just kind of what I see about how the game's going. Like the way Pyro's kind of won versus Cake Holder in that first match, it's just like that spider there just got so much value, and it's just not gaining that value this match, not nearly as much. Okay, he's able to get a little bit more about it with it now, but yeah, Carbo's a lot farther ahead at this point than Cake Holder was in that first match, so it is looking good for for Carbo here for sure. Oh my goodness, Carbo, go for a full surround on that spider mount and keep the archer mounted there with nothing to do. He doesn't see it. He doesn't see the god play. You see he has 5 units. He could completely surround that spider. Probably kill it with melee damage. He has enough of it. And just leave that mount there and can't do anything. Ooh, that's good enough.
This is an interesting game.
That's a game. That's it. Carbo just beat Pyros 2-0. Zombie mortars only.
very. That's basically how Kuro does it, actually.
That's it. That's Cake Holder versus Pyros and losers now. There we go. Carbo's still getting it done with the one team wonder. God, Carbo's top of winners. That never happens. Yeah, it's Pyros versus Cake Holder. God, what a
see how I beat Carbo that one time in the previous tournament.
yeah.
Oh boy.
Well, let me invite these guys to the lobby then. Yeah, honestly, that's probably just what it's gonna be.
Why not go just Pixies?
Just Pixie spam. Why not? It'll work.
6 Octoclops?
There you go. That's how you beat zombie mortars.
Yep. I think it was me and Abomination that played. Was it like I did 6 Octos and Abomination did like just Kobolds or something?
Yeah.
That was like the longest game ever.
Who ended up winning that?
I forget.
I would think it'd be the Cobalt, unless he jammed himself into a corner.
It was on a weird map, so I would have to find it.
This is already losers final. Is it? We only have one more set after this one, unless it goes to a reset, which who knows?
Oh, only.
Only. Oh shoot! What's gonna happen here, man? Cake Holder versus Pyros. The first time these two fought, it was definitely it was 2-0 in Pyros' favor. I don't know what's gonna happen here, man. What do we got? What do we got? Cake Holder has fallen back to the normal zombie mortar team. Pyros does have a team that can absolutely get it done as far as beating zombie mortars. That team absolutely can get it done, but those wraiths and robots absolutely are not optimal. Let me actually turn the goddamn game on so you can lock and see what's happening here. Minor detail.
In the replay, it was like the 6 Octos versus Kobolds and Abomination disconnected.
Oh.
And if he didn't do that, then it would have gone even longer.
Alright. You can actually see the game now.
79 rounds. What the heck?
A couple. Yeah, as blindnesses are already coming into play, so this is looking exceedingly well for Cake Holder just right off the bat. It's going to be a hard match for Pyros to win. Though that being said, Cake Holder doesn't have much to answer to that Cyclops he has there. That Cyclops is a weird build. Look at it. It has a heavy shield, heavy mount, and heavy helmet. So that thing is like, yeah, that thing is 3 ticks overweight.
Oh, it's heroed too?
Oh yeah, it is.
That's like the mushroom killer.
I guess so. Pyro's taking advantage of the robot teleport right away, disrupting the mortars. Yeah, I was thinking that would happen with Pyros knocking back the mushroom and avoiding some units from attacking it, in this case the Wraith. Ooh, even getting stunning on the mortar there, that helps a lot. Just slow him down that much more. Really? That's a weird play.
Cyclops
He's
only
just
did 13 damage against the mushroom.
yeah. I mean, super overweight. Look at him. Being 3 ticks overweight like that's gonna bring your damage down a lot. On top of what a helmet and heavy shield already lower your damage down to.
Jonathan noticed the grandfather is put into the hurricane, which is a cul-de-sac along the Tennessee River in between two major creeks. Between the two places against army.
Yeah, he's gonna have a hard time getting through the zombie line. Like that Cyclops only hits for, I mean, he just hit for 10 there, which is really bad for a 2-slot unit. Looks like Kickler's playing right though. He's leaving that one robot by itself, which I thought was a bit weird, but no, he knows those one robot's not going to be able to kill off 2 mortars like that. It just does not do enough damage by itself.
What are your thoughts on Cake using the stinger instead of an energy?
I mean, I'm looking at all the blinds Cake Holder's getting right now and how many times he's missing with his units. He's absolutely getting the value out of it to warrant the stinger over the NRG. Not what I prefer, but definitely not a bad choice. God, that Cyclops just hit for 6 there. God, that's why you don't go overweight. That thing can't do damage. That's like so bad.
Yeah. It's a very succinct way of putting it.
I mean, Cyclopses don't need poison resist. A mushroom is not killing a Cyclops. It does not do enough. It's not good at focus fire damage like that.
I mean, it would be good against swords too, I guess.
Yeah, Keiko's getting, yeah, Keiko's getting playing value with the way he's playing. He's getting really far ahead. Like I said, he doesn't have much an answer to that Cyclops, but realistically, what's that Cyclops going to do? He doesn't really need much an answer to him.
Cyclops just doesn't do enough damage for it to be a threat with it.
That stun helps on that mushroom there, slow him down, but it's probably not enough. It's definitely not enough, actually. There's just so much health left on Keiko's units that just like I don't see how Pyros is coming back from this.
I would say Cake Holder's positioning has been exceptional.
Yeah, I mean it really has been all tournament, not just this one game. He just really he knows how to maneuver his units around. Yeah, yeah. Let's talk about Keiko's team pick because like from what I've seen him saying in chat and just like how this game like no pixies versus robot users. That's not a bad Carbo, I don't want to give you a spoiler, but Cake Holder's probably gonna run Pixies into you because you're not a robot user. And I didn't say anything. You misheard me. Any case, I want to talk about Cake Holder's team pick here because just like I think he was saying against this team of zombie mortar, and it's just like no, just normal zombie mortar. Okay, Stinger harpoons a little bit, or Stinger mortar's a little bit different, but it's really close enough to zombie mortar. It's just zombie mortars and just performing super well like zombie mortars usually has been doing all tournament. Car was the best. Yeah. It's looking increasingly bad for Pyros to win here. God, that blind too, just to add insult to injury. What do you even do here for the Cake Holder? Just kind of finish off the right and then start running into the with the mortars to start doing melees. Mushroom interrupt. Struggling against zombie mortar, just like, hey, why not use zombie mortar? He doesn't seem to know how to beat it, so let's just group running zombie mortar into him. Now, the big question is, what the hell does Pyro use after this match? It's Cakeler's seen play multiple. He's used Pixie Spam. Has Cakeler really used any zombie or any robot teams yet? Surely he has. I just don't remember. He used a lot of shield heavy teams.
Yeah, if he uses a shield team, he should prepare more well against this one, I think.
Yeah.
Sprints.
Hey, it's right now it's a Pyrus' chance to bring it back to a third game. He likes third games. Let's get him one himself. We're counting on you, Pyros. I want to see it. You want to see it. We all want to see it. They're readied up. Ooh. Let's see what we got going on here. Pyros has got a Cobalt team versus Pixies. He does have the Hero Mush. I'm trying. You see the team. Who do you think wins this testing? I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Is this the mascot one?
Yeah, this is the mascot team.
If Cake Holder can get his mushroom next to the mascots, it would be. I think it would be all right. I think it's still in Cake's favor.
Probably. I know Cake was trying to sing the praises of mascots earlier, but really, I do think one of those I think Cake Holder's team does counter pretty much any mascot team. Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. I think Cake Holder's gonna win this.
Well. If the map was more like had some more walls and stuff, Pros would definitely have better odds.
I think Cake Holder honestly might. I don't know.
But Cake Holder still has to play it carefully, I think. can't just, rush in.
Ooh. It looks like Pirates is really trying to take advantage of the walls in the middle of the map somehow. Just do something with them, it looks like.
I think that's a good idea.
I mean, I think it really helps versus that mushroom there. That it kind of shuts down the mushroom from getting good hits off, taking them away from the walls. But other than that, I don't see it really helping Pyros that much outside of that. Keiko is playing this like very carefully. He really wants to make sure this doesn't go to game 3.
It's scary with all those kobolds.
All right, that's a little bit excessive, I think, from Cake Holder then. I think Cake Holder thinks he has a losing matchup here because oh god.
I can understand it when he did that same thing against me, but I don't think I don't think Cakeholder wants to fight the kobolds in between that right A-Bale and that skeleton there. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, these stalemates are super unnecessary because it's just like, hey, you can kind of go off to the side a little bit with your team and force it so only half your opponent can get their team to attack, or half your team can go on to attack your opponent and just like kind of trade evenly. You don't have to do these stalemates. You can move around there's no reason one of you can't position a little bit differently to play around against them. Like, the only reason the stalemate's really happening is because you're just being overly greedy and they're like, no, I'm not doing anything unless they're letting their entire team walk up so I can kill them. Just like, no one's going to do that. What are you doing? You can just play around it. It's not hard.
Yeah, the first hit is important. I think Pyro's generally positioned his units in a good starting starting spot though. That was
Yeah. I was looking at Cake Holder's doing like, you're really going to put all your units around that mushroom? That's like going to help Pyro so much. But no, he's playing around it. Ooh, not even an interrupt. That helps Cake Holder a lot there. Yeah, especially with those stalemate things at the beginning where you kind of waiting for the other person to move. Like, if you're the one to initiate just kind of pushing forward only some of your team, odds are if you're the one doing it, your opponent's not, you're going to be the one on top anyway. So it just makes zero sense to just keep the stalemate going back and forth going where no one's moving. You're not getting it. You'd be better off just kind of pushing to the side a bit.
yeah, I didn't really know how to do that with against Cakeholder in that second game.
Yeah. Yeah, you did.
Like,
You did not really start that out very well.
No. No. I just didn't want him to, like, Ah, bro, this game.
You didn't want him to win the game.
Yeah, I was like, okay, I'll position things a little bit better.
Boo.
And then I was like, fuck it, let's just go for it. Get this over with.
It's letting that mushroom get a lot of value here. Really? You're going... I would have kept the 3-hit on the kobolds that you don't really have a good way of dealing with. I don't like that. You're playing... I would play a little bit farther into the avoiding the interrupt there than Cakeholder's doing. Well, yeah, it worked. It worked well enough for sure. So anyways, the way Pyros wins this, and even then, if it happens, I don't know for sure he's going to win, but the way Pyros would win this is just making sure he gets the good mascot explosions on Cakeholder's team, which he's able to do with all the fire around and the poison damage and whatnot. He just needs the mascot to just kind of blow up Cakeholder's team. And even then, it might not be enough because that fire resist on those pixies do go a long way. It might not be enough to bring the pixies over to win you the game. Ooh. That's kind of significant. He just lost his mushroom. That mushroom had a lot of health on him to lose it that early due to the mascot explosion. You see that? Yeah, you should see that now.
Oh, yeah, I'll be seeing it now.
Yeah, that's a big freaking deal. That puts Pyros ahead quite a bit.
Yeah, that is very significant. Maybe Cakeholder did that on purpose, you know.
I don't think I mean, he said oops right away, so I don't think he did.
Just to make it more interesting for everyone.
I mean, Cakeholder still currently has a health advantage. It's going to be hard for Cakeholder to lose this game unless he just like has that mascot explode on Cakeholder's entire team again. And my entire team, I mean like at least 3 units. I think Cakeholder's still ahead this game. I think Cakeholder's still gonna win.
That mascot going to explode here?
If all the pixies target it, which they are all in range to, it might. Oh my god.
There you
go. Ooh. What Pyros needs to do here is play around the pixie splash damage, exploding that mascot on those units. Yeah, you see what's happening. He really needs that mascot to get. Come on, RNG gods.
That mascot is definitely one shot.
Oh, no dice, no dice. That pixie just the RNG of the splash just decided not to hit the mascot. If it had, Pyros probably would have won, but I don't think it's gonna happen anymore. Cakeholder would have to let that mascot explode on his team for Pyros to have a chance at this point.
Ooh. No, that's it. Do you think you can zoom in a bit on that side?
There, that's as zoomed in as I can be.
Okay.
You'll see in a second here. It's almost like too annoyingly zoomed in. There you go. Is that zoomed in enough?
See anything different? Oh wait, oh there we go. That's good. I like that. Thank you. Pixies miss and dodge so much as well.
Yeah, Pixies are a pretty good unit, turns out.
Yeah, who would have thought?
Who would have thunk?
Like how Aros was like, yep, once my mascots are dead, there's no hope.
Yeah. Not over till it's over, but it's looking like a cake holder win. Yeah, that's a forfeit. that's the. I put Carbo number 1 and number 2, and look at finals. Carbo versus cake holder. So.
There you go. Revenge or redemption, whichever one.
All right. Yeah, it's Carbo. You're up next. I'm gonna. All right. I'm gonna get up for just a couple minutes just to grab myself a glass of water or something before finals. I'm becoming a bit parched. Cake holder 120.
If Carbo uses zombie mortars in his next game, like, I'm gonna stop watching and just go do something else.
What do you mean? It's grand finals. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I just need to grab a glass of water and then I'll be back to host attorney. Alright. Hey, Pyros.
The Prodigy.
The Prodigy. You're gonna win one of these. I believe it.
It's sad because if I didn't miss that self-destruct, I actually would have been in a great position because that would have been, what, 20 damage on all 3 of those pixies?
Yeah, probably, yeah, 20 sounds right.
Seeing as though the mushroom took 57, I'm assuming like 20 or so around there.
Yeah.
Personally, I feel like that's the best way to play mascots, is not as something to support, but as like self-destruct buttons, because that's fun.
The rule of thumb we've always kind of gone with is if you're using the mascot to forge explosion, you're kind of using mascots wrong. They gotta be able to do more than just give you an explosion.
Well, they weren't just doing that. They were bolstering the defense, and mostly the defense of the kobolds, boosting the damage of my Pixie and Wraith, and acting as self-destruct buttons all in one.
Are we doing a 2v2 after this whole thing?
If you want
I would
to.
be down. I would be down.
Some 2v2 right now.
Right, no, we're not having
Yes, me.
2v2 right now, right as grand finals are starting. That's just not happening.
I'm doing me and Cycle against 2 randoms here.
Really? Way to go then.
What's your
Yes.
team matchup?
We should do.
Oh my god, oh my god. What am I doing? I don't have the stream open. The game has started. It is Carbo using something that isn't zombie mortars.
How?
Oh my god.
He's using
doing
robots versus a Pixies fam team. It is happening.
That's Carbo for you.
I feel like what would be a very entertaining game would be first and fourth place teaming up to go up against second and third place.
Mm.
That would be a fun matchup.
So, God, Carbo's gonna win this. Yeah, he's gonna win the tournament now, isn't he? He pulled the whoopsie doozers, pulled out this team right at the end of the tournament, using. Yeah.
I'm not surprised by it.
That's the team that I used against Pyros.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
This is the... No,
Yeah.
I don't think he used this team on me.
Yeah, I did because you said you thought you were like using.
Oh,
You
right.
were like, yo, did I pick the wrong team?
Oh, but there's still one question to be answered. Does Carbo actually know how to use robots?
Wait, no, it's not this team
Yeah.
because I don't have 3 robots. I don't have 3 robots.
You don't have
I
3
only have
robots. Go capture a robot. What are you doing?
I don't have all, like, for example, that one Pixie team that I made, I only did it because I only have 1 Pixie, believe it or not. I'm not even joking on that front.
That's how you know you're. That's how you know you're good at this.
I'm not even. Did you guys think I was bluffing when I said I've only been playing the PvP for like a month?
No,
now?
I believe you. Oh, if K-Killer still somehow ends up winning this match,
I
it's
might
gonna
have
be
3 robots.
it's
Hang
gonna
on,
be a
let me check.
legend if K-Killer ends up winning this
Because
match.
I do remember saying that to one of your teams, Zesty.
I think that was it. Pretty sure.
I might have a 3rd robot. I might have caught one randomly and forgot about it. But when it comes to this matchup, from tests that I've seen, this isn't really too good against a full Pixie squad. And while this isn't a full Pixie squad, it has something that kind of beats the mushroom that would be paired with this team, which is that that mace wielding human.
Yeah, that mace is a unique one. That one slows units down.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, I feel like this is a positive matchup for Cake Holder.
I don't know. I mean, robots still counter Pixies at the end of the day. Carbo's just gotta make sure he's playing this right.
I think if he had a hair troll on his team, he would be doing okay.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, replace it to Wraith there with a hair troll. There you go.
Yeah.
It might counter it, but look at how Cake Holder's positioning his units for the most part.
Yeah, he's playing around the robot chains.
Yeah, and his DPS so far has been just a lot bigger. Although I don't like the positioning that I'm currently seeing on stream, though it may change.
Oh, you didn't kill the mushroom?
Not yet.
I wouldn't be surprised if the mushroom dies soon, in all honesty.
Yeah, I mean, it's one hit away at this point, so it's it's going to
Yeah.
die soon. Carbo could have
It
won
looks
for
like Cakeholder has more health right now, but it's still 3 robots.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but he also has a lot more damage. That, like, for example, the turn from my end, the turn before Carbo did 31 damage,
yeah.
and then
yeah,
the turn that Cakeholder just did, he
was
did
70.
70.
Right.
Like, I get that those numbers are going to skew, but like, I'm sorry, Cakeholder's just doing too much overwhelming damage.
Yeah.
I think that one Pixie's might be dead though. Or for sure dead. Yeah.
I mean, sacking one is fine.
Carbo could go for the funny on the bottom there and totally surround that one pixie and just disable it for the rest of the game till it's dead.
Mm-hmm. Which would be 2 turns.
This is an intense match, man.
Just looking more even.
Grand finals.
I just realized this, but both the Cakeholders team, or more specifically that first one, it was supposed to be a zombie mortar team that counters mine because he had the fucking mortar that causes confusion or blindness.
Yeah.
And the whole point of that, I'm assuming, was to make sure my archer couldn't do what it was doing in the other matchups.
Alright. He did end up going with the funny on the bottom pixie there.
Damn.
Dude. Is Cakeholder doing what I think he's doing?
Is this like a bait and switch or something?
No, yeah, surrounding the cobalt, the bottom pixie like that, it looks like it's allowing Carbo to actually do chains now and get some damage up. Yeah, it depends how. Yeah, Carbo can go for chains now after this turn.
Basically,
Mm.
Carbo positioned his units to lure them forward so he could get higher DPS.
Well,
out.
I mean, it's not a bad position because look at that bottom pixie can't attack anything on that turn, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying he was positioning badly. I'm saying he positioned himself in a way where no matter what, you're forced to deal with those chains.
We'll see. I think this is the big round here.
I mean, some of Carbo's wraiths are going to be dead here, or at least the one.
Yeah, because Cakeholder I still has lots of health. Only 2 robots left.
He has another chain ready to go though. This is definitely not
Wait,
lost for Carbo.
How did that robot get slowed?
Oh,
Is
that
that
mallet
from the
slows.
Hourglass?
The mallet
Oh.
slows there.
Interesting. Is that a special one?
Yeah.
Is that from a quest or something?
Probably.
Yeah, probably. Didn't get any stuns, and that's what Carbo kind of needs right now.
Yeah, Carbo's not getting any luck with the stuns. I don't remember where it's from. It's PvP. I don't know what a PvE is. Cakeholder once again is playing around the playing around
Actually,
chains now.
preparing the bait. The what?
Carbo apparently admits to having no idea how to play robots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god, these dodges are freaking killing Carbo.
I would be fully down if they decide for the next match to do Zombie Mortar versus Zombie Mortar.
I don't know if I don't think they're going to discuss what teams they're using, and if they do, I'm sure someone's going to be lying. Probably both of them.
Wow.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Those pixie dodges were
Yeah,
crazy.
those pixie dodges are going to be what wins Cupcakes of the game here.
That is a bro moment for sure. Carbo.
Yeah, you can kill a couple of those pixies here this last turn, it looks like, but it's not gonna. Then he just loses.
If he did get those other two pixies, that probably would have sealed Carbo down, just because that means you only got one pixie to deal with at that point. And the human, of course, but the human you can easily just kite around due to the gaps in the map.
Yeah, it turns out those pixies are pretty good.
I know, right? Who would have thought that pixies were a good unit?
Yeah,
Oh,
that.
that's what I said. Who would have thought? Damn. 3 robots cannot beat 5 pixies.
I think personally, I think what won this match up was the fact that it was a crowned human with a mallet into crowned mushroom, because that mushroom couldn't really do anything as a result.
Mm-hmm.
He probably should have kept his. He probably should have played his mushroom back and away from that mallet user, but like you can't really do much about that.
All right. Oh my God, we got Ditto Pixie spam.
Really?
No one went my suggested version of Pixie spam though, with the
Oh, you didn't? Nope, it's not the end yet. You can't say it.
No, that's not the team. That's not the super good team I'm talking about. I'm talking about the my version of Pixie spam, which is just Pixie spam with a hero human with a fire resist shield and electric sword. That way, if you ever get the Ditto Pixie spam teams, you just have the winning one.
Although with this matchup again, Cake. Cake saying, "Holy shit, just use zombie order." The main thing that I feel was still in Cake Holder's favor in this matchup is solely the fact that he's using a human with a mallet.
Yeah.
Just because that again counters that mushroom.
Yeah. I think the human versus the pixies versus the mushroom versus the pixies, the mushroom's for sure better. But if you're going with the human versus the mushroom, then obviously, yeah, that hero human with a mallet and poison resist helmet, yeah, I think that counters the mushroom pretty good. Oh, is he really going to be so aggro with that human? Because if he's that aggro, then Carbo can kind of just monopolize on focus firing that human next turn and kill it off.
I'm going to say I feel like this matchup right now, whoever kills the other person's crowned unit wins.
I mean, they're both going to die off
I feel
pretty
like
quick.
that's how this. I'm well aware, but I just feel like that's how this matchup's gonna go.
I think Carbo's team's actually a little bit better for the matchup here. Carbo is it's pretty clear what Carbo's doing here. Instead of playing this game back and forth, he's just going to keep bullying him with a mortar, with the cannon there, Tell.
I wonder if Carbo didn't go with zombie mortars because I said that I would stop watching if he did.
I doubt that's why. I'm pretty sure the reason he stopped using zombie mortars is because he knew Cake Holder was going to counter zombie mortars.
With pixie spam.
There you go. Forcing K-Cooler to actually play the game now.
I like how the farther you get into the finals, the more often you run into these stalemate-esque situations.
Well, yeah, people playing just kind of sweatier. Though, with this kind of the way units are split up, it does give Carbo a little bit of an opening to kind of focus one side. I don't know if I don't know if he's necessarily going to do that or not. Oh, he's going for something. Yeah, he's taking advantage of the unit split. Honestly, that one pixie left behind, I'd probably leave it in the cannon and just kind of more abruptly interrupt his ability to regroup together. Just kind of probably put that cannon in the exact same spot or thereabouts anyways. Just to disrupt the regroup a little bit. Because that last pixie's not going to really do anything otherwise. I do think part of it is when it's like a Ditto team like this, the game is very much determined by these little factors of who's doing a little bit more damage here and there. So these first attack does like matter more so than it usually does here, I think. God. If I were to reveal what the best team for this tournament is. Like, I just DM'd it to Carbo and then he ran it and just won the tournament. I got that one team no one knows about. It's so good, so it's underrated in the cake meta. It's broken in the cake list meta. I just want to tell people what the team is, but I can't because I know these two are listening to me.
Wait, has no one hit each other yet?
Nope, no damage has been taken by either side so far.
Guys.
This is an even, I would say this isn't as funny of a stalemate as the one that I did where we literally just kept holding spacebar.
Yeah.
But this is just as exciting of a stalemate as that one.
I remember there was one game with, I think it was Abomination and Cake.
Yeah.
Where they had one unit each. They were both like one shots. And whoever moved first would die, I think. I'm pretty sure that was the case. And so they just like both stayed in one spot because neither one wanted to move.
No, I don't think that was King. I think that was a King. Anyways.
Maybe that was King. You're right. That must have been King.
Yeah, it's an opportunity here to start doing some damage, it looks like. He only has one pixie he can get in range. That's a good play. I like that. I would probably have that mushroom one closer. One to the left there, just to be a little bit closer in range to actually do something next turn. He can't leave that one pixie in the cannon there because Carbo's probably gonna start attacking it next turn. I think K Cooler's honestly going to win this just because I think K Cooler has the better positioning than Carbo.
It's cold enough.
You know, I like how Grand Finals just has to be this boring ass set right here.
Yep. No, this isn't the last game, right? Like
If K Cooler wins this,
Carbo
it's a
Cooler,
Grand Finals
and then
reset.
another one. Yeah.
Alright, something's actually happening now. Let's go.
I love how it's just like 3 minutes of silence and then, oh, something's actually happening now.
You'll see, there's actually gameplay happening. Alright, so it looks
Instead
like
of-
K Cooler got the stronger first attack.
Instead of just shooting mortars at each other.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that is a heavy hit.
42 damage? Bro, that's nothing. It's a big 3-hit with the mushroom. Dang.
No, I mean that's a pretty good hit against
Yeah,
the leader.
and then the
which,
3-hit landing too.
As I said before, the chances are this is going to come down to a battle between whose hero lives the longest. Because if that human hero gets just sniped, then that mushroom can do whatever it wants.
Ah, no, that mushroom's
vice
dead
versa.
soon.
That mushroom's definitely dead.
Even if the mushroom's just gonna be dead soon.
Mushroom can only land 1 hit, and he's dead.
It's
More than
a
likely,
torture
yes.
to watch.
Yeah, the game's happening now.
So do you think this is going to go to around 3?
Can Carbo still win this? Realistically, Carbo isn't even really behind here. I don't think.
Pixies land hits, and it's not. The other ones don't dodge.
Huh.
Like
The
that.
Pixies, you'll see next turn here. The Pixies, K Cooler killed his own human here, so the human and mushroom both didn't really amount to much. Between the two, I think honestly the mushroom probably would have, in the end of things, amounted to more total damage. While
Yeah.
K Cooler technically did get the first hit off, Carb was able to follow up that first hit with a stronger second hit. So, it
On top
is
of that,
anyone's game, but right now I think Carb was actually in the winning state.
On top of that, that poison damage is still racking up
Yeah.
slowly.
It only really applied to one Pixie, but still, that's any damage. You take any damage you can get.
God damn. That was a lot of damage. To quote the famous person.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
And now, all honesty, I'd be fine if they just did a similar formation and just saw which pixie blows up which person first, but
I would be fine if they both ran 2 troll mobs and just, went at it like that.
I don't think that's going to happen, but yeah, we can dream.
probably not.
I mean, when we did it, Jed, I was like, that took a little too long, I thought. That was a lot of rounds to go through.
Yeah. Alright, looks like they're about to trade Pixies here. Looks like Cake Hoarder's probably going to get the first. Well, I'm not sure. This match is frustrating Cake Holder. I'm sure this final set versus Carbo. Carbo's Carbo's being annoying. Oh,
Hey, sometimes that's just how you gotta go.
yeah, that's how you win the game. Yeah, Carbo needs to get a kill here to make up for the fact that K-Cooler just killed one of his pixies. He's not in a good position for it though. Alright, he retaliated with a pixie kill, so they're still pretty even. In fact, Carbo's probably still a little bit ahead. Just doing a little bit better on the focus fire game. So no overtold, so alright, yeah, I think Carbo's absolutely in the ahead right now. Ooh. Playing around overkill with those pixies miss is going to set him behind. Yeah, dodge there. It's always a weird thing, this matchups like this, because what's the better play to fully to focus fire down units, or to keep your units together to help prevent focus fires, or to spread them out to help prevent AoE from hitting each other? Who knows? This is just looking increasingly good for Carbo.
At this point, I feel like Carbo's got this in the bag and we've got a game 3 situation.
Yeah, I think so.
But, I mean, seeing as though I was just on the fate of Pixie RNG, I can't say for certain that Carbo's winning this.
He's ahead on health, he's still a unit ahead, but that's probably going to be gone this turn.
I mean, I have first-hand experience with how Pixie RNG will not help you in all situations.
Yep. Whoever gets the more dodges and misses is...
Yeah, dodges and misses are just the game.
Pretty much.
Oh, Cake's trying to get the side damage on that other... Oh, there he goes.
Alright, and now Carbo's even playing around the, making sure his movement's perfect to play around interrupts as best as he can. Yeah, I'm gonna look out for at the end of this game was what actually ended up doing more with the team, the mushroom or the human, because I think the mushroom ended up doing more in totality. I don't know about that play. Kickhook's gonna do that, isn't he?
It's looking pretty even.
Oh really? Okay, that's a play. Yeah, that's not what I would have done if I were Cake Holder, but it works. I can't argue with. No. What if I was Cake Holder this last turn? I would have focused on that left pixie just to keep both my pixies out of range of the my own. Or his second pixie, just to help, just for a turn, slow down my damage a bit, his damage a bit.
That's unlucky. Super unlucky.
I mean, this is interesting because K-Cooler's in a very specific spot here. He forced Carbo's hand that he cannot really play zombie mortar into whatever cake holder brings, because I think that's kind of the situation Carbo's at. So Carbo is like, even though it looks like he's going to win this match. It's not over yet, sure, but even though it looks like he's going to win this match, he's like in a bad spot. He's like, I don't know what the hell to bring into the next one.
Oh goodness. Why are there so many dodges?
Yeah, I just want this game to end. Ooh, the interrupt too. Yeah, this is just increasingly bad for cake holder.
I'm looking at it this way. We get a game 3. More than likely.
God, cake holder has to win. He's probably not winning this game. He has to win the next game, then win a whole nother set versus Carbo to have a chance of winning. It's happened before, but God, this is
Carbo is essentially trying to make amends for the RNG terrible luck that I had in my last match.
I guess.
Although, granted, who should I root for here? Now think about it, because in both of them I've had one game where RNG just completely screwed me over. We've got Carbo, who had, what was it, 4 or 5 respawns on zombies, or Cake Holder, whose pixies dodged nearly every single one of my attacks.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
Last matchup. I don't know who to root for.
God, these dodges are painful.
Even more increasingly what makes this even more increasingly in Carbo's favor, though, is that Carbo's got one pixie that's near full health.
Yeah. He's just not able to finish off this last pixie, though, which is just super infuriating for everyone but Cake Holder. Okay, he finally got it.
At this point, it's just a standstill and barrage.
Yeah. Man, that's absurd. Shoot, man, this is just absurd. One dodge wonder.
Who said that?
Carbo did. You'll see. Oh my god. This match is going to end without Carbo losing that one pixie.
Wow. Yeah.
Alright. Game 3 finals.
Finally.
Oh, I'm so stressed for both these guys. Especially Carbo. Like, he really wants this win. He does not want to take this to a reset.
Honestly, if I'm being perfectly honest, the next meta that I want to see, or the next competitive one that I want to see get done, is a pixie band one. Not a cupcake band one, just a pixie band.
What, you want zombie mortars to win even harder?
No, actually. Because there are ways to deal with zombie mortar even without that.
What we're probably going to do for next tournament is probably going to be a no unit ban.
No unit?
Yeah, we have a number of new players here who don't know how this game is when we don't ban anything.
Is it at least going to be 2v2 just for more chaos?
Oh, actually, the way we'll probably do is next one is 2v2, then the one after that will be the no unit ban. For the 2v2, it's just probably going to be Cancer Stick and Unicorn ban.
Ah, gotcha.
I don't know which order we're going to have, but those are probably going to be the next two, a 2v2 and another 1v1 for the next two tournaments. Oh, we're off. Game 3 finals.
Mm-hmm.
All right. K Killer picked a counter team. Yeah. K Killer has his team with a bunch of humans with electric swords versus Carbo's Pixie Spam team, which is, to be fair, it's not guaranteed loss for well, I suppose he doesn't have any way of really dealing with that human K Killer has. His hero, I mean. So, I'm pretty sure K Killer was going to play this right, hang around the middle, force him into the middle. K Killer's probably going to be super annoying and just not let that happen. Yeah, K Killer's going to be super annoying hanging out in that corner until Carbo comes to him. And Carbo's obviously not going to want to do that. I don't know, maybe Carbo will bite and accept this kind of open field in the middle here in the corner here. So because those pixies actually have one range more than the humans do, Carbo, if he's playing right, shouldn't have any reason he can't get the better first attack on. Due to the range of the pixies, he's able to be one tile closer to them to be in range of attack than K-Cool is able to be towards Carbo. So Carbo can absolutely get the first attack here advantage.
So Carbo won with the Pixies with that same team last time, right?
What do you mean?
Like last match.
Yeah,
That's what he
last
won.
match, Carbo just won.
Right. Yeah, I feel like the mushroom was the way to go on that team.
Carbo's not. I don't think Carbo realizes that K Cooler's human has 4 movement. His hero does.
I'm not going into the spikes. I'm going to the open.
Oh, did K Cooler change up this team some? I think he took away one of the electric swords for another TNT sword. Yeah, he did. Alright, Carbo can actually put himself in a pretty good spot for next turn here. And that's not quite that's not the worst. Give me the mushrooms, a 3 hit that Carbo's for sure going to take advantage of. No stuns, which is good for Carbo, and a dodge. Alright, now the game actually begins. Yeah, I would have just taken it too. This is certainly still winnable for Carbo by all means. Like, those electric swords are very much scary, but Pixies can do a lot of damage to kill off those humans really quick. It's just that hero human with a fire resist TNT shield, fire guard or whatever it's called, that's kind of Carbo's biggest issue here because he can't really deal with that too easily. Yeah, those humans do a lot of damage. He just did, what was that? 35 damage to that one pixie, so that's significant. Oh, well, he killed one human, which helps out Carbo big time. You think I'll just kind of stop talking here, just like the match is boring, even though there's stuff happening now.
Wait, stuff's happening?
Yeah, stuff's been happening for a minute here.
Hmm. Okay. Wow, 78 damage. One, two, three, four. Oh, jeez, what's...
Carbo's still in the out-damaging
Wow.
department, and honestly
That
killing off
pussy's
Cake
dead.
Holder's team pretty good.
Cake Holder needs to hold on to those electric swords.
Yeah, no kidding. You know, here's the thing. We're thinking this is going to go to restart. Carbo could literally just win here, and just the tournament's just over after this.
I would be fine with that if it means that I didn't have to wait for
A long ass grand
you know,
finals
20
between
rounds
this,
to happen.
another grand finals that are just like the research, just like what grand finals have been, these slow ass matches.
There's someone waiting in the pit to fight someone.
Who's that? Just random?
Yeah, Mitsuya.
The grandest finals. Alright, Carbo has a pretty good hit on that bottom electric sword if he goes for
We
it.
need one more person to join the game.
I was finishing off the kill on that human. Can't really argue against that decision. I would have
There we go.
went hard on that bottom guy though. It's
Oh,
going.
what's happening now?
It's
It's
ending.
going.
It's almost over, and Cakeholder, despite losing on damage for a long time, is really is coming back here. He only got 1 kill on a Pixie so far. Well, his
Let's
team
see.
is almost depleted.
Yeah, Carbo has to place these.
Oh, that's a
well
bad
out
interrupt. That's a really bad interrupt. He really needs that poison to kill that human here. No dice. Yeah, that hero though is just gonna shred the remainder of Carbo's team, isn't it? He needs a lot of dodges to come back from that. Like a lot. And Carbo's not playing this poorly.
How much health does that mushroom still have?
He's getting pretty low now.
Okay.
It'll take a couple turns to actually finish it off, but yeah, he's
Yeah.
he's seen better days.
Interesting.
Ooh, that's a good dodge. That is not a dodge. It's getting to the end, and it's looking bad for Cakeholder. It really is.
I thought Cakeholder would have had a better chance of those electric swords.
Yeah. It just Pixie's just being too overwhelmed with the damage. It's not over yet. Cakeholder could absolutely still win this. You know, Pixies start dodging and whatnot, but
Damn.
yeah, it's looking increasingly good for Carbo. Oh, I think Cakeholder thinks he's lost. We'll see how much health that human has left after this turn. It's probably not enough, especially after. Yeah, that's not enough. Carbo won. Oh, after a dodge there too. Yeah, Carbo wins.
Interesting.
Alright, by the way, the team in mine was Harpoon Spam. Harpoon Spam beat Zombie Mortar.
Ah.
It beats Pixie Spam. It beats anything that isn't a Shield Spam team. Even if the team just has one shield, Zombie Mortar wins. It beats Pixie Spam. Zombie Mortar is the best team in this.
Harpoon Spam is the best team, huh?
I think so.
Interesting.
Pixie Ball has a chance to beat, Pixie Spam has a chance to, but yeah. Yeah, Pixies were just too powerful. It just completely ran through it.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Turbo wins the game. Congratulations. The greatest player ever.
Yeah, that's a crazy. That was honestly a pretty good finals, despite how slow it was to start up. Like just the mind games
Bro.
back and forward. Like It's such a big thing going on, and then K-Holder winning the mind games, going the counter to Pixie Spam, and just losing anyways.
Yeah, very interesting indeed.
Yeah, Harpoon Spam is kind of busted. I mean, honestly, if I went in the Harpoon Spam and you had a lot, I mean, a lot of heavy shield teams going through. You did too, Zesty. Both you and K-Cooler did. And Harpoon Spam definitely loses to those. But no, I think Harpoon Spam overall would have kind of destroyed this tournament. Like, people sleep on Harpoon Spam. Harpoon Spam is kind of busted. Oh, that's the tournament.
Okay.
The one team won.
Harpoon Spam. Hmm.
So, Carver, how many tournaments is this they've won now? You gotta let us know. Yeah, there were definitely a few more shields than I was expecting there to be. No, Harpoon Spam is kind of. Honestly, I've fought shield heavy teams with Harpoon Spam before and won even. So it's just like, Harpoon Spam is a lot better than y'all giving it credit for. It's kind of absurd.
I guess we will have to see next time.
Next time. Next time we just gotta ban mortars and pixies. No, we're not doing that. Make another OU. See, just kind of the way this game goes. It's just like every time you ban something, something else just becomes the very best thing. So we ban Cupcakes, now it's just Pixie Spam and Zombie Mortar becomes the best. Well, I suppose then. 8th? No way this is your 8th. Really?
Who got 8th?
No, this is Carbo's first 8th tournament win.
Jeez.
He really is the best.
Okay, so hear me out, Jeb, right? Like, what if we just don't allow Carbo to play one, and then he can't say that he won another one in a row because he wasn't allowed to participate, and therefore he technically lost that one by default. Like, I'm just saying, that way we break the streak by technicality, but I mean, we still break the streak.
Yeah. Oh, just kind of thing that kind of I need to end. I'm going to end the stream here. So just like thank you everyone who participated in this tournament. Anyone who's watching this VOD after the fact or anything, there should be a link to our Discord server in the description here. Please do join. That's where we host all the tournaments from. If you want to join a tournament in the future or just learn more about the run, we have a few other things in here. We have tier lists made up with the best players to kind of determine what the best units in the game are and all that, as well as a few other things. So yeah, join us. That's where tournaments are happening. I post all the announcements there for whenever tournament's happening and all that. So yeah, join the Discord. And other than that, just yeah, thank you for watching and participating in the tournament. For those of you who participated, it was a grand old time. Yeah, just thank you everyone for that.